Good morning, chat. Hope y'all are having a good one. Sorry for no stream yesterday. By the time I got done with everything I needed to get done, it was already like 5 o'clock, and I went to bed at like 8:30 or something like that. So I just didn't end up streaming yesterday. I went to bed early. I plan on streaming like later, but yeah, it took me a while to get done with everything else I needed to get done. Room's coming along a little bit, still a little bit echoey, but got some more stuff I'm gonna put in the room, and then I got some sound panels I'm gonna put on the wall in front of me because I can like still hear the echo when I talk. So hopefully that'll dampen the echo once I get all that stuff in the room. I think the big thing is actually be putting the sound panels that are in front of me, because in my last setup I wasn't right up against the wall, so it wasn't the sound wasn't like hitting the wall immediately, stuff like that, whatever. YouTube chat's working this time. I don't have to work on that. That's good. All right. I was playing live right when I was about to go to sleep. We'll start streaming. Well, if you go to sleep now, by the time you wake up, I'll probably still be live with the last couple rounds of the tournament today. I want to build a Blaziken EX deck. When does the Generations starter deck or similar release in the US? Blaziken will probably be some kind of promo in a product in the future. No clue when we're getting it though. No clue. Here I'm actually it is the Surging Sparks format. I saw someone post that in chat. I'm gonna go ahead and just pin some messages in both chats. The format is Surging Sparks. Or should I say format is Surging Sparks or Prismatic? Is it Prismatic Evolution or Prismatic Evolutions? Not legal. Prismatic Evolution, or is it Evolution or Evolutions? Our Flareon EX deck yet? No, the only deck I've actually played is I actually played a little bit of Lugia too. It's Terrapagos, Badoo, and the Lugia deck. Lugia Regigigas. Evolutions. Okay. And a couple messages, because that question is going to be asked a lot. Even though I'm pinning the messages, it's probably going to be asked a lot, to be honest. Thoughts on Lugia? I mean, I think Lugia seems pretty good. Regigigas is definitely a buff to the deck, so the deck only got better, and the deck was already pretty good. Badoo is annoying though, to be honest. I didn't think Badoo would feel so annoying for Lugia. Badoo is pretty annoying. I don't know if I have chat on this scene actually. Hold up, let me test. Maybe get chat real fast. Wait, I thought I put it on every single scene. Maybe I missed some. Fix it. Thoughts on Birmingham? I don't know. I've never been there. I think Richard Drago's positions in the Badoo format. I don't really have an opinion on that. I don't have a take. I haven't thought about it that hard, and I have 0 games in the format with Reggie Drago. It's definitely gonna be one of those things where I'm probably not gonna work on Reggie Drago in the format. I'm just gonna let the results tell me whether or not I should. I mean, there's not that much. I don't even know how much you change with Reggie Drago. Like, the deck is already so good as it is. I mean, you would maybe have to change a couple things to deal with Badoo. I don't know what that would be. Like, possibly you play Crispin. Yeah, I don't even know what the adjustment would be, honestly. Maybe you play something like Elekid, just so you can aggressively take prize cards. I could see that. People on X been saying they won, so they're skipping the first game. They skip the first two. Oh, there was some other stuff I need to pull up. Pull up Poké data. They skip the first two rounds. Usually. The round two's either hopefully has started. Yeah, hopefully round two has started. Yeah, round two has started. But we won't be tuning until round three. How many players total? 2,000? 2015? Wait, what is the number you needed for... So they don't have 9 rounds day one, right? They're 1 round short. And let me pull this over here. We could run some numbers already. Take a look at... Well, it should be actually just pretty safe to... X21 should be like guaranteed cut because the tie rate's going to be pretty high. You still see what Limitless says though. $5K players for UIC? What do you mean? Wait, so it's not 5K. 2K is huge, right? Cigar was 1700. Not really. I mean, like, yeah, 2K is not huge. It's big. It's the biggest tournament ever in Europe, or regional ever in Europe. It's the biggest regional in Europe. But I would say that's like just on the larger side of tournaments, bigger ones. I mean, even your example there, you did Stuttgart with 1700. It's only 300 more. It's not like that crazy. Especially because like Stuttgart hit its cap, so I believe Stuttgart hit its cap. That'd be my assumption. A lot of the tournaments, yeah, Stuttgart did hit its cap. I'm pretty sure. A lot of tournaments, the size of the tournaments kind of comes down to how big the cap is, not really the end cap of a tournament isn't really a great representation of how big the player base is most of the time. There are some tournaments where the cap doesn't hit, and then but it also is like location based as well. They have not shown the meta yet. They usually don't show it till like round 3 or 4, I feel like. Yeah, round 3 or 4. Dude, what are these picks? Yo, what's up, Alien? What were those? Drago and Trolley, Ancient Box, and Togekiss. I mean, Togekiss has to be Golden Go, right? There's nothing else you put Togekiss in. Rhydon, Saraledge. Not sure about Saraledge, but Rhydon's pretty chill. Dialga V-Star. Chaladon then. I mean, Drago, yeah, Drago's the easy pick. They should have banned Drago from the picks, though. They should have banned Drago from the picks. It's always just going to be the most successful deck. It's not even close. Although I don't know what they're basing. I don't know. They don't have like a strict criteria, obviously, for when they pick their predictions. They're just picking like whatever cards to look out for. Their cards to look out for on the weekend or whatever, or decks. Team starts at 3-0 players matches. No, it's gonna start at 2-0. They're gonna start at 2-0 for this. They're gonna go into it in round 3. They start like 1 round earlier in Europe for some reason. They get +1 round on stream, or it should be. It'd be kind of weird if they started in round. Kind of weird if they started in round 4 because round 2 is going on right now. Chaladon's gonna go undefeated day 1. Nah. Happen. All right, let's run this. We still have a little bit until the round is going to be. I mean, are there even rounds reported? There's no rounds even reported right now. Let's run a simulation to see what it'll look like, theoretically. Is my button not working? Why? Why is this thing not working? What the heck? So do you know when stock arbitration opens? No. Oh wait, didn't they tweet it about it? Maybe I do actually. Actually, I might know about it. I know when it happened. I think they did tweet it when it's gonna go live. Actually, I'm not sure now. To be honest, I'm second guessing. But I feel like I saw a tweet about when it was going live. I don't know when it is though. I think the information might be out there. I have no idea when it is, but I think the information is out there. Might be like next week or something. Or yeah, maybe sometime next week. Registration for something is happening next week. Okay, this should be working. Oh, there we go. It's just the wrong display. Too early for Atlanta, right? Registration for tournaments usually happens about like 8 weeks before the tournament happens. Somewhere in that time frame. I feel like that's been about what it is this season so far. Victory Road says 22nd of January for Stockholm. All right, sounds like you figured it out then. I didn't even know to use Victory. Wait, what is Victory Road? Isn't that the? I didn't even know to use Victory Road as a resource for that. It's not up on Arcanine yet, but that makes sense to me. I thought I saw something about Stockholm and something about next week. Are you going to San Antonio? There's a command in the title that you can use to see which major tournaments I plan to go to this 2025 season. How long till Prismatic Evolution is legal? It's always 2 weeks after the release week. 2 weeks after, yeah, 2 weeks after release date. So 2 weeks from now, basically. There's no tournament that it's... Yeah, there's no major tournament on the 1st and 2nd, right? So there's no major tournament like going into the release day that it will be legal. I pulled over by the cops for having 20 Prismatic Evolutions boxes in the back seat. On my way to jail now. Go to Elite Challenge soon. We'll catch the VOD later. Good luck at the challenge there, Flippy. Dude, I've seen the videos from Costco. It's just crazy how many there are. It's so cringe. It's just so cringe. Videos from Costco are insane. You know, senior spots are harder for regionals. Honestly, I have no clue. I think for like I think it probably tracks pretty similarly to Masters Division, where at tournaments like ICs and stuff, or the tournaments that are in like the more popular locations, the seats sell out probably relatively at the same rate as the Masters Division would be my guess. But yeah, it probably tracks pretty similarly to the Masters Division, which means it depends on the event. Some events sell out fast, some don't sell out at all. Well, actually most sell out eventually, but I don't know if we've had a regional. There's probably been a regional this year that hasn't sold out, but I don't know which one it is. Even Asman reacted to it. He didn't know there were that many scalpers. Yeah, it's crazy. It's kind of crazy. I mean, if you're going there to like try and get your ETB or whatever, that's one thing. But going there, like, dude, people were just like taking like, was it called? You called it a splay, right? Yeah. Are you coming back to the Raleigh Durham, North Carolina area for another local tourney or League Cup? At some point, yeah. Would you play Cloth Terrapagos if you were there? No, I just play Drago. Already excited for your next Euro trip? I'm not overly. This is gonna be UIC, which is just in London again. Maybe this fiasco will mean TBC gets to act quick on printing more product. I don't know. I think it's like pretty predictable response to the, what's it called? Like things selling out instantly in places is a pretty predictable response. I don't think they're gonna like do anything too crazy. There's not gonna be like a crazy reaction from them. Maybe though, they do kind of be doing stuff sometimes where they do kind of respond to people like buying a lot of products. I don't know. Maybe they will do something. Who knows? They're going there to specifically buy and sell at double the price. Yeah. I mean, there are some people who are just trying to get like an ETB, or whatever. Like all the videos you see, all the Costco videos you see are like definitely people who are, they're taking a whole display with like 10 of the things and they're going to try and resell for as much as they possibly can. Why they not show the analytics for Birmingham, but for Toronto? They always show the last tournament's meta as like a talking point going into the tournament where we were, and they'll show like the meta breakdown for this tournament at some point, but they always show the previous tournament's meta breakdown. Be like, this is where we were, this is what was being played, and then eventually they show the meta breakdown for the eventually they show the meta breakdown for the current tournament. You think Badu makes Bennett EX a more or less viable deck? I don't know, but probably less viable. My initial thought is that being able to always item lock on your first turn attacking turn is quite good, but decks being built around functioning under item lock could be a problem. Yeah, my guess would be that it makes it less good. That's one of the reasons for sure. But then also every deck is doing what you do, so you're not doing anything unique that decks aren't trying to deal with, because decks are trying to deal with item lock being a thing now. So you're not doing something unique that decks now have to deal with, because every deck is trying to deal with item lock. And then, yeah, every deck just can do what you do, which means like your win conditions are like replicable by other decks now, which means your deck is just less good because of that. Because every deck is an item lock deck, or pretty much every deck's an item lock deck now. Prizes from previous tournaments in Europe weren't even Surging Sparks product. They were the previous ones. It's getting crazy. That's not because of scalpers. The product for regional championships comes straight from TPCI's warehouse. It's not like a, yeah. Scalpers aren't breaking into TPCI's warehouse and limiting the access to regional tournament prize payout. There's nothing to do with that. They don't have any. They keep it for the tournaments. What's the point? I mean, there's no point there. You're just saying, you're just like spreading misinformation. I don't even know what to say. Yeah, what you're saying is just wrong. It's just not how it works. If Pokemon wanted to give out Surging Sparks prizes at that regionals, they would have. If they didn't want to, they wouldn't have. If they didn't, so they didn't want to. It's like that's just how it works. If they wanted to hold on to 100 booster boxes of Surging Sparks and not send it to the next Walmart and give it out at the regional, they would have. It's like not, yeah. Nothing is forcing Pokemon to send out another 100 booster boxes or keep them for a regionals. Usually, like when the regionals are like super close to the release date of a set, you get the previous set. It's just like a constant in the game. It's always been a constant. For Stuttgart, you had the choice: prize packs, 2 XLR Crown, or wait 2 weeks for Surging Sparks. Wait, they would send you Surging Sparks if you wanted to wait? Really? That's weird. Yeah, but all these numbers are like allocated ahead of time. That is weird that they would send it to you though. That sounds like such a hassle if everyone wanted to be sent Surging Sparks. I got a Surfer promo from Stuttgart Regionals. Does everyone get the same promo? I mean, different regionals get different promos, but yeah, it was the first tournament of my life. Yeah, everyone at that tournament got Surfer, but unless it was a delayed one. Same for the promo card. You had to fill in an envelope with your address and it arrived first week in January. Was it Surfer or was it something else? Yeah, everyone at they changed the regional promos throughout the season. Does it change like after each IC? Is that how they change them? I don't know. They change them sometimes. They change throughout the season though, like the regional promos and the IC promo. Well, the IC promo is always the same. For the what is the IC promo this year? Actually, I don't even know what it is because I didn't go to LAIC. I didn't go to LAIC, so I don't actually know what the I don't actually know what the promo was. But yeah, the IC promos are the same throughout the whole season, and then regional promos change. Or do they change after each IC? Or I don't even know what the criteria is for when they change. They just change at some point. Sometimes they change to a different promo. I don't know when they change, or why they change, or what they change into. I feel like it was Crispin, but I could be a liar. Is that the new one, Crispin? Does it change with each major set release, actually? I think it's a bit random. Dortmund was English Briar. Lille was French Briar. Stuttgart, English Surfer. It might be on set release, right? That would make sense, because Surfer came out in Surging Sparks. It might be major set release. Appreciate the input. I thought I got unlucky. Yeah, you got Surfer. Everyone else got I don't know what is like a more like everyone else got research. No, yeah, it must be based on set release then, I guess, right? That would make sense. Maybe I'm trolling though. I actually just don't know. All I know is that it changes throughout the year. Like they don't change every single regional. Yeah, they don't change every single regional. EU leaderboard. Everyone got judge promos. You just got unlucky. Yeah, everyone else got staff promos. Can't be worse than Jita. Yeah, well, when was Jita? I don't even know if I have a Jita, to be honest. Was that last season? The end of last season? I think I think sometimes they're the same as special events as the previous regional, because I got Jita from both Dortmund and Utrecht. It's just based on like a time period. Those were like pretty close together last year, right? Maybe I'm wrong on that though. Is a little invite label new? Yeah, I don't think we've seen that before. The little ticket. I have some over here on the left-hand side. Oh, you can see Alberto's right here at the top of the thing. Yeah, I don't think they've done that before. It is relevant for the leaderboard because anyone who has an auto invite to Worlds doesn't count for the leaderboard anymore. So like in Europe, they take the top. Oh, Dow's playing. Put Dow up there. Yeah, if you won a regional, then you're no longer eligible to get an invite if you're in like the top. What is it top 125 in Europe? Or is that, I don't even know what the number is in Europe. It might be top 125. I feel like it is, but it's top 25 in America. Same difference. If you win a regional and you're first seed or first place on the leaderboard, you don't take away from the players. You don't take away from the players on that leaderboard. It is 125. Yeah. Like Arnie and Alberto and stuff won't take away from the leaderboard invites. Found an eBay listing for a Buddy Buddy Poffin LAIC promo. Oh, it was Poffin. Poffin's a pretty good. That's a pretty good promo. They've done Ultra Ball like 3 times or something, 2 or 3 times. I feel like it's 3 times. So it's nice to have something that's not Ultra Ball. I don't know what it was last season. It might have been Ultra Ball. I don't know. I have all my promos in a binder somewhere. Well, some of them. I got rid of a lot of them. All right, let's run this. Let's do a simulation so we have a rough idea of what the players are going to need to make top cut here. We got... Well, why'd the player number increase? What the heck? Oh, I guess like maybe some players showed up late. Dude, the 1-1 drop? That's new. 20% tie rate incoming? No, I probably won't get that high. We got 2018. Great year. 2018. We'll do 15% tie rate. 2-day tournament. What is the number I've been using for this? I think it's like 6. We're saying 60% of the players. 60% of the players from day 1 to day 2 on the win-in round are gonna ID. And then 15% will also, 15% of the other players will also tie. All right, let's see. So to make top cut, you only need 30 points. So 10 and 2. Rolling, X2. 12 rounds, 30 points. Wait, what is X2-1 in this one? Dude, I'm freaking tripping. 12. Wait, X2 makes cut. That's what I want to see, right? X2 makes cut. That's what I want to see. 1-1 drop is probably a DQ. Is that the way it would show up on there? Is that how it would show up here? If it has dropped, does that mean it is probably a DQ? Dude, what did you do? What did you do, Alan? Yo, what's up, Mecca? Rahul is there in his gang too? I believe John and Rahul are there. I don't know if Bradner went. Yeah, so X2 makes cut. That is the number that I'm looking for. X2-1 does not make cut. So ties in this tournament are mostly useless for the possibility of making top cut. If you do end up with 3 ties, that is still effectively X and 2. So there is that, I get. Like, it's still effectively X and 2. So ties aren't 100% useless, but I feel like trying to predict to try and get 3 ties is generally incorrect. It's incorrect to play for the idea of trying to end up with 3 ties, but get 30 points. And it should be around a 9-person top cut, which I feel like most of the top cuts have been, is like 9 people. Or like, I don't know, there's always like weird stuff at the end of tournaments where it's like, I feel like this calculator doesn't account super well for like the last round. I feel like going into the last round of tournaments, it's like, oh, if everyone just IDs, there could be 12 people in cut or something. Which, I don't know. I feel like the calculator here on the list doesn't account super well for like last round, like the potential of what the last round could be. When would ties not be useless with more or less players? Both. Just depends. I mean, eventually the more players you get more rounds, and the less players you get less rounds. But yeah, more players or less rounds could lead to ties being more valuable. Like, ties are still not completely useless in this this tournament specifically, because if you end up with 3 ties, the X and 2, going 10 and 2, going XO3, going 903 and 10-2 is literally the exact same amount of match points. It's 30 match points. So ties aren't completely useless, but predicting to try and end up with 3 ties is unlikely, and your potential to make top cut probably goes up if you bet on yourself. That's the thing you're always trying to do by like making gentlemen's agreements to avoid ties, is you're betting on yourself. And I mean, if your goal is to make top 8, you probably should be betting on yourself. And if you're betting, and if we're assuming you're betting on yourself, and you're playing a deck and you'll play to a caliber of play that makes it worth it to bet on yourself, then going for the gentlemen's agreements over potentially trying to play for 3 ties should net you a higher chance of making top cut. Overall, I feel like that's how I look at it anyways. So in this tournament specifically, I wouldn't want to tie at all. But we could see if we go up to like 16% tie rate, because we could definitely end at like 16-17% tie rate at the end of the tournament. Okay, it's getting closer. 17. I mean, 17's a lot though. I think at Toronto was 15. We can check though. It was 14 at Toronto. Even here, even at this point, even with a 17% tie rate, it's still likely to be X2. Clean cut of X and 2. Yeah, if you have more players or less players, ties become like, there's a potential for ties to become more relevant. I don't know at what point exactly, but that's why I'm not just sitting here and looking at the number of players and doing the math. I'm using the Swiss calculator to figure it out. I'm not trying to do the math by myself in my head. Have you ever had a judge call where your opponent was DQ'd? Not that I can remember. And not that I can remember. I don't think so. Birmingham must have some crazy side events to go 1-1 drop. Well, I mean, they maybe had an emergency and they maybe actually got dropped. The drop was input pretty fast though. I think it is probably, well, I don't want to say anything. It's more like it seems like that they got DQ'd, but you could get DQ'd for like a bunch of different reasons, I guess, technically. I guess most of them aren't good though. Most of them would look pretty poorly upon the player, I guess, if you got DQ'd. Like no matches actually input though. They haven't actually input any matches yet. So it's probably a DQ. I have to imagine it's a DQ, because like there's no other matches input at this point. There's no other matches input at this point, so I have to imagine this would have to be a DQ then, right? I'm trying to think about like the last judge call I even had. I don't remember. Maybe he put a Badoo in his deck. True. And that wouldn't be very malicious. It'd be funny if they got through 2 rounds. Well, they did get through two rounds. They have a win and a loss, right? Or on the round you get DQ, do they mark it as a loss? Like if you get to round 2 and then get DQ'd, would they give you a loss? Is that how that works? Tonnison's over there. What American? Well, we can check what American players went. We can check. Rogerson. Oh, Ross went over there. Ross Cawthon. Liam Halliburton. Gabriel Smart. John is there. Who was there? Like someone mentioned. It looks like Bradner didn't go. I was thinking maybe Bradner was gonna go, because I think he's not going to San Antonio. And the real threat to, honestly, the real threat to any tournament, the Japanese players, who's over there? Akira. This is the same Akira who was playing Miraidon in Champions League not that long ago, right? I don't recognize any of the other names, I don't think, here, besides Akira. Oh, they do have the deck analysis for us. Dude, our Chaladon is up there, dude. What the heck? Is this Birmingham, Alabama, or UK? UK. Hold up. I usually feel like they usually don't show it until like a round in, but Lugia in shambles. Yeah, dude, where the heck is Lugia at, bro? What the heck? People got scammed by our Chaladon. Yeah, I don't expect a ton of success from the Archaladon. Drago is lower than I thought for sure. That's a lot of it's a lot of Archaladon. Charizard didn't move too much. Moved a little bit. Best of the rest. Love to see the best of the rest. Dude, Cloth Terrapagos is quite a downfall. Golden Go is still holding on though at 6%. It was at 7% in Toronto. Terrapagos Noctowl actually more popular than the Cloth build. Rhydon, Lugia down at 4%. Moon, how is Moon more popular than Lugia or Cloth? Or even Terrapagos Noctowl? Or Miraidon? How is Moon, what? Dude, where are these Moon players at, man? Like, I feel like this is just, where are the Moon players at? They're just like, oh, they only show up at regionals. It's like, they don't exist on the ladder. It doesn't seem like they don't exist in the online tournaments. The Turbo Moon players literally only show up to regionals. They're IRL grinders. Stall and Quad Thorns, 3% or less is like another thing to stand out here. Also, what made its way in sixth place? Sixth place? Does this actually work? Iron Thorn Dragapult. That's a little bit of. I thought that deck was gonna fall off. I'm not mad that it's not. Personally, a big fan, but I thought it would have fallen off. This one more time. Probably was the most popular, but I thought it'd be more popular. I mean, Zard being 10% is still a little bit of an anomaly to me, but it's not like a huge surprise. Raging Bolt did bounce back a little bit, 7%. Or Chaladon being at 6 is a little bit surprised. That's pretty popular, to be honest. I didn't expect to get that popular. Garver being this popular isn't a huge surprise. Iron Thorn Dragapult. I guess one thing about Iron Thorn Dragapult, I wonder if they are including like all Dragapult builds in that category or not. Is it just Iron Thorn Dragapult, or is it Iron Thorn Dragapult and all other Dragapult decks? Our Chaladon really up there. We'll see how it performs. I predict it won't perform that well, but I would love to be surprised and have it be a pretty good performance. Golden Ghost still pretty popular, 6%. Dude, the Moon at 5% is just like, I don't even know what to think. I don't even know. But yeah, then both Terrapagos decks. 4 and 3. I thought Lugia would be more popular. I think Miraidon's a pretty good play, but I'm not super surprised to see it only at 4%, to be honest. Are you still competing to try and go to Worlds? Yep. Common Energy meta breakdown looks actually okay, but then you look at Lugia. True. Yeah, me and Chip did think there'd be more Lugia. Hey, if it's super successful though, that just means we are right and no one else believed, but that's fine. Most popular deck is Regidrago. think they'll move the location for Worlds? No. What? Yo, what's up, Soda? Are you not did you not go to this tournament, Soda? I'll never understand Zard being at 10% in the year of our Lord Regidrago. I mean, Roaring Moon's at 5%, to be honest. That feels like more of an anomaly than Charizard being at 10%. It just feels more out of place. I don't know. Have we seen any rounds? No. No rounds yet. You'll push the 50 months there, Bisco. It's in Anaheim, right? It is, yeah. That area is bad right now. Hotels are expensive. They're not moving Worlds. They're not moving the World Championships. Depends how bad the fires out. The fires get if it'll move yet. Oh, true. I guess the fires. I didn't think about the fires, to be honest. I was like, yeah, they're not moving Worlds. I don't know why they'd ever move Worlds, but that's fair. I guess if I don't even know the status of the fires right now. I guess the fires could be a cause for the World Championships to no longer be in LA. It's possible. They didn't move Worlds because of the Hawaii fire, so wasn't that on a different island though? I think it's pretty far removed. Or at 10% when it has a bad matchup at 30% of the room feels crazy to me. 30%? There's Drago. I don't think it's 30%, but it is like gonna be against the most successful deck. I hope they move to Seattle. I can take that bus down. I don't think they can do events in Seattle, right? Drago is 40%. Yeah, they can't have events in Seattle. I'm pretty sure because of gambling laws. I could be wrong on that. I think so, Seattle would never be a no-go. I know you're just kind of trolling, but I guess if they had to move it because of the, well, they'd probably keep if they had to move it. Argo plus Ball plus Dingus is about 30, right? Hold on. What do you think Charizard's bad matchups are? It's like 26%. But that means you believe 2 good matchups for Charizard are bad matchups. I assume they keep it in Cali for sure. I don't know. There would be really no reason to, right? Like if they no longer had any ties to the location because of the fires potentially, like everything is just kind of shut down in that area for more than a year, or it's not even a year from now that Worlds is, right? It's like 7 months, 8 months, 7 months. Not that long. It's not that far away. So if everything just kind of gets shut down in that area because of the fires, then I'm not really tied to be in California. I'd assume that, I mean, they plan on being in California next year, I guess. But I mean, I guess I don't know where you'd go. Would you just run it back to back in San Francisco? Would it just be back to back Worlds in San Francisco? That'd be kind of lame. I mean, I guess back to back California is basically the same thing though. So maybe they would just keep it in California, I guess. The more I think about it, it already is basically the exact same thing. It is 2 different cities technically, but not too far removed. But the fires aren't anywhere near Anaheim, right? I actually have no clue, to be honest. Travel in and out would be the bigger concern, not the impact on Anaheim. I guess they would want to do anything they could to keep stuff happening in LA just to keep the economy up, right? To help with the fact of the fire's existence. It'd probably just be a good thing to have things still happening as much as they could. I said I don't really know what's matchups right now. I haven't played in a long time. Just kind of assuming that matchup that could get one shot. We're no better than 50-50. No, those matchups are fine. Those matchups are favored for Charizard. All the US is the same, so it doesn't really matter. True. If I had to assume they kept it in the US, if we assume they kept it in the US, where would we want Worlds to go that would be not California? What's the best location to go to for Worlds where we haven't been? Or haven't been into like a really long time? We want Phoenix? Nah, no. Oh, Phoenix in the summer? You're just trying to thin out the... Dude, you're just trying to thin out the Pokemon player base, bro. A lot of people would melt. New York City, but it'll never happen. New York City would be pretty cool. But yeah, I don't know. I don't even know how that would work. I guess it could work technically. Chicago would be awesome. Chicago could be cool. As far as like cities that hasn't been in America. Or could not be in cringe. What? NA? 2027 Europe. Is that the only... No, they haven't had Worlds in... They've had Worlds in America. No, we did have Worlds in Europe, right? London? Yeah, we had Worlds at... We've had Worlds in America, Canada. Well, region-wise, North America, Europe, Japan. I mean, they'll never put Worlds in... I was going to say, like, as far as other regions that haven't had Worlds in it, but they're never going to put Worlds in Australia. We've never had Worlds in Europe. UK is not Europe. Brexit means Brexit. Okay. True. Yeah, they'll never put Worlds in Australia. You can definitely put it in somewhere in the Latin America region at some point for sure, though. What would be the worst location, like travel-wise, or just an location? Peoria. Wait, is it Peoria in Indiana or Illinois? It's so irrelevant. I don't even remember which state it's in. It's Illinois, right? I think it's Illinois. Actually, I just don't remember. I don't remember where Peoria. Is it Peoria, Indiana? It sounds like it should be in Indiana. It sounds like it's in Illinois. Oh, okay. Yeah, Peoria. Like Hawaii just as inconvenient as Australia for most players? No, I don't think so. It's definitely got to be more convenient than Australia. Not for everyone, but for more players. Will hear me out. Madagascar. I mean, it'd be pretty cool to go to Madagascar. I don't know if they have a... I don't know what it's like there if they could host the World Championships, though. If I could host Worlds in Cape Town, then it's hard for everyone. Also on Guardy post-rotation. F's in chat for Chris. Can you imagine a bunch of Pokemon nerds tripping the population of some random country for a week? It would definitely be possible. But if we did pull that off, they probably don't have the infrastructure to run the infrastructure. Yeah, they probably don't have the infrastructure to run the tournament. The only place in NYC we have is Javits Center in Midtown, and they never put it there because of the amount of scammers that lurk outside and around the area. Is it that many? Is it like worse than? I feel like there's a lot of people trying to. I think it's pretty similar in every major city I've been to. Maybe it's different in New York though. Not the same in every city, but I don't know. I feel like LA has probably similar. That'd be my guess. When Brie to Will regional? What is beer to Will? Has there been a major in DC? Yeah, we've had Worlds twice in DC. I don't know if there's ever been like a. Yeah, we've had Worlds twice in DC. I don't think there's ever been. Has there ever been a DC regionals? I don't think so. Just that, I think. I have to imagine a huge international in China has to be soon. No, no, probably not. They don't. They just don't have international tournaments in Asia. Didn't Wolfie win a regional in DC? Maybe a long time ago. She did 3 months there, Vanguard. Yeah, maybe a long time ago. Would have been. Yeah, I don't even know how long ago that would have been though. It'd been a while. Wolfie has 10 regional wins, so probably. Yeah, they have to start making up locations for for where he's won. For regionals he's won at this point. Wait, what the fuck? Birmingham deck analysis day 1. Wait, did they? Oh, this is seniors. I was like, wait, why didn't they just show us this? This is seniors division though. I was so confused. This is juniors. The juniors come different with the freaking Raging Ball, bro. What the heck? That's so much Raging Ball. 17%. Charizard 17% as well. I thought they maybe like mess up the numbers and then like were like correcting for it. I was like, wait, what? I wish Joe was here to tuck me in. When do matches start? Whenever they start. Is Chip playing at Birmingham, Azul? Yeah, sure. I wish I would have put on his glasses and tux me in. Where's the morning monster? I have a ghost. I haven't opened it yet though. You ever watch VGC? Sometimes at ICs we'll tune in when we're doing like the restreams for a little bit, but besides that, not really. Why would they start the stream so early if they couldn't stream a match until the next round? Because they do all like the pre-show stuff. So they start up the stream during round 2 to do pre-show, and then they start streaming round 3. Or they start the gameplay with round 3. It'd be the same thing if they were trying to stream round 2 though. They would start the stream during round 1, and then round 1 is playing while they're going through the pre-show stuff. And then they would start up the stream in round 2 or 3 or whatever. And I see travel award standings. Gotta know these. All right, that's kind of filler-ish. That's some filler. 2-hour pre-show. Dude, we are going in on 2 hours. Well, it was 20 minutes of stream starts in. But that is an hour and 10 minutes of pre-show. That is a lot. That is a lot. It does kind of seem like they maybe could just have streamed round 2. We can take a look at the stand. We can take a look at if stuff is getting reported though. Where are we at? Okay. Some matches are being reported. There's still a lot outstanding. Actually, we can just click this. There's still a lot outstanding though. Oh my. Okay, it's fine. The round will start eventually. The next round will start eventually. Am I watching as well watching Joe for 2 hours, to be fair? Oh, wait, hang on. No, there's definitely some. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, it's definitely always. I don't know. Maybe they should just. I don't know. I mean, they have to start the stream sooner, though. It doesn't really make any sense. I feel like they should, honestly, they should start the stream later. Is what they should do. Is they should start the stream later. Yeah, they should start the stream later. That's what they should do. They start the stream too soon, to be honest. That's the problem. Is they start the stream too soon. They need to start the stream later. That's what they need to do. There's less downtime, less no gameplay downtime. Let's tune into the interview.
Good with and just do your best.
I was literally just about to ask that. We are in the age of information now. You know, so many websites and social media to where you can get information. Would you advise players to stick with a...
Back to the beginning of it. May as well watch the whole thing.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that, Mark. Yeah, I was just walking around and look who I ran into, the one and only Stefan Ivanov. Fantastic back-to-back NAIC champion. Oh my goodness gracious me. Now, Stefan, I've pulled you over today because there are a lot of players, you know, who just maybe go to locals, they watch the stream, they've never gone to a regional championship for an IC. What sort of advice would you have for them, for those players?
I think like just try to make the first step, like find a regional that's not too far from home and try to go there. And even if you don't do that well, I think the experience, you know, meeting lots of players, seeing how many fans can be gathered in one room, I think it's a very unique experience. And I think that's what motivates me and a lot of other players to keep playing, is just to do that. And also just, yeah, just play a deck that you feel comfortable with. Don't try to meta call. If it's your first regional, play something that you like, that you feel good with, and just do your best.
I was literally just about to ask that. We are in the age of information now. You know, so many websites and social media to where you can get information. Would you advise players to stick with a list they sort of know a lot, or would you advise to like maybe teching out for the metagame?
So it really depends on when you're playing. Right now we have a very varied metagame, right? Lots of different decks, all like 6-7% of the metagame. So it's hard to really make a call because you take for one deck and it's like 8% and you don't know if you're gonna face it or not. So just play some, I think right now you should play something solid, something that you're comfortable with, and don't try too much to take it. Like, yeah, if you have like one card which makes a decent matchup go from like auto loss to auto win, that might be worth it. But otherwise, I think consistency is the key right now.
Consistency is always king. That's what I always say. Now I've got another question for you. What sort of things would you advise players coming to their first regionals to make sure they bring with them to the event? You know, like, is there anything that players often forget?
I've like your deck, obviously, but
good start.
Yeah, right. Bare minimum. No, just I think you should bring like snacks, some water, something like to just to keep you, because it's a long day, right? If you're used to only league challenges or small league cups, having to play 8 rounds and potentially maybe more, hopefully, on day 2, that's a long day, and so you have to keep be energized, you know. So yeah, bring some chocolate, some bananas, whatever you like. But yeah, that's something that's important. Also, to get a good night's sleep before. It's much more important to get 1 hour more sleep than to play one more best of 3 at midnight the day before, you know.
That is a fantastic suggestion there. The amount of players you come to a regional, it's very easy to do, right? You come to a regional with all your friends, you know, you're in a new city, maybe for the first time, you want to play Pokemon, practice your deck, but I guarantee you, as Stefan rightly said, getting that extra sleep is probably more important than squeezing out that extra game of practice, because you should have been doing it anyway before you got here. But thank you so much for your time, Stefan. I'm going to let Stefan go because round 3 is going to start real soon, so we're going to kick it back over to Joe and Mike, and round 3, very, very soon. We might even be seeing Stefan for all we know.
And Stefan came up with a...
Bro, he's hyping up round 3, bro. He better not be lying, bro. He's hyping it up starting soon. What is Bert's wearing? Just notice it and I can't stop seeing it as some kind of Elvis impersonation costume. Just have some Elvis vibes for sure. I think Hassan was banned. He's not on the leaderboard anymore. Who's Hassan? It's a player that had controversy around them recently or something. This little yogurt and warheads. Not a good taste combo. That was a face. Oh no, it's just the flavor of the energy drink is sour green apple. Yeah. Also, I mean oatmeal, not yogurt, but Loki, how much food do you pack when you go? Sam was a Pidgeot control player from Toronto, I think. I'm gonna pull it up then on Limitless. What does Limitless say? Son. Yeah. I don't recognize the name. They also got 12th at Baltimore. They're no longer on the leaderboard at all. Did they say what Stefan was on? No, they wouldn't ever say what Stefan is playing. Well, actually, that's not even 100% true. I assume they try and avoid saying what players are playing. Maybe that's wrong though. Maybe that's not even true. I don't even know what the etiquette is for stream on that, or like how they approach that. My initial assumption would be they wouldn't ever say what Stefan's playing, just because. Well, I don't even know if the casters know at this point what Stefan's playing, but I'd assume for just to not put the. But maybe they would just say it. Who cares, right? At this point, it's just like, yeah, once the tournament started, they're gonna be talking about players playing these decks and those decks. So yeah, I won't talk about like specific 60 cards, but yeah, maybe it's fine. Yeah, in my head, my initial reaction was like, yeah, they wouldn't ever say what he's playing, but honestly, maybe they would. It wouldn't even be that big of a deal if they did. Not wild. What's your favorite ghost flavor? I don't really have one. I haven't tried a ton of them though. Still gotta try more. The green apple one is good. It is pretty sour though. The sour green apple. You think open deck lists like they do in VGC would be a net positive or negative? Negative. Is that Tord guy playing today? Tord is playing today. I believe Tord is playing Terrapagos. Do the catchers have access to the deck list submitted on Arcanine? They do. But, I mean, theoretically, you wouldn't want to say what the players are playing until they're like, I don't know, it's further in the turn. But I guess it doesn't really matter too much, to be honest. I think I'm overthinking of it. They wouldn't like say the exact 60 cards that Stefan's playing, but they'd be like, yeah, Stefan's playing, I don't know, Palkia. Yeah. Pretty a bad idea in VGC, to be honest. I thought the video game players liked the open deck list change. I thought that was like a positive change in the video game, in the VGC side of things. Good morning, Jake. They really need to make the coverage much better than they currently do. There's a ridiculous amount of filler. I feel like the pre-shows could just be cut down by them starting the stream later. Or earlier. Either be closer to round one or further from round two and then start streaming with round two, but like VGC when they implemented the open list wasn't really a fan of it. What does like the broader community feel like about it though? I thought in general the video game players liked it, but I could be wrong. I'm intrigued by the Nutter Butter Ghost flavor. Wait, is that a thing? That sounds terrible. I saw your video with the guy playing Mime Jr. and Lugia. He is me. I'm old and like fun. Also the donks when they happen are a good laugh. I'm glad you've been able to get some value out of it for sure. There's also a huge gap between games as well. Typically, if you finish watching a match, you will just leave after. Could be doing much better for that. Yeah, they just, I mean, to fix that, Ross, they just need like a second. Why do they wait rounds to start? Never got that. You have to wait for the next round. Just the way it works at tournaments is round one is paired. Everyone plays round one, and you can't pair round two until every match is finished. So you have to wait. Unless you mean something else, Nate. I meant stream. Oh, they don't stream rounds 1 and 2 to cut back on costs, is my understanding. Costs, or I mean, it just has to be costs, because like the longer you're on the stream, the more you have to pay people. The longer you're on the longer you have to have the casters, the longer you need the casters. Yeah. Yeah, they need to stagger games and have like 5 minutes between them. With the amount of money they bring in, it's not beyond them. Yeah, but they don't bring it. That money isn't coming from running the stream though. Like if you're breaking it down, it's like, what is our return on the stream? Now, I'm not saying they shouldn't do it. I want them to do it as well, and I think the stream would be more successful if they just need a side stage. They need to do it like they do it in Japan. Japan has like 3 matches being played per round that are being filmed / recorded live or to use later. They do need to have, like, to improve it a drastic amount. They do need to just kind of copy what Japan does, but yeah, I was referring to the protein powder, not energy drinks. Oh, okay, that makes way more sense. I was like, what the heck? Would be nice to get more matches even without commentary. I don't think they would ever do that on the mainstream. They probably would never do that. It's just like, that's kind of like that's probably not worth the investment of doing. It's just like showing gameplay from a side stream. But stream more successful means more people come to the game. Currently, if anyone is tuning in who is not super passionate about it yet, they'll be tuning off because there's so much filler. Potentially Ross, but players coming to the game doesn't actually increase like their profit margin, which like there's like some understanding. I do agree like that I want the stream to be better, but yeah, more people playing the game competitively doesn't increase their like profit margin overall. Like they're not making more money because of that percentage increase. Technically they are, but it's like not a relevant number is what I mean. Technically they are, but it's not a relevant number. Also, if you just look at like, I mean, major tournaments are still selling out. Like they're not like pressed for like, well, if we want to keep competition going, we somehow got to get people in these seats. We're not filling seats out here at these competitions. Like UIC just sold out and they have 4,000 players registered. So yeah, they're not like pressed to try and fill seats at these tournaments either. Post team sheet with Terra as a mechanic would make VGC Russian roulette. Not for competitive players, even though for more casual players or people come to the game for the first time. Yeah, I'm just saying it's not like a money maker to like do it. That's all I'm saying. It's like Pokemon's not making more money because of that. Oh yeah, I think I remember hearing that, TJ. Like that's the reason they did open deck list, right? Is literally because of Terras. Charizard was not a good choice for this regional. I'm currently 0-2 with Zard, Snorlax, and then Raging Bolt. I mean that doesn't mean Charizard was a bad choice, but that's like an anecdotal reason. Anecdotal reason why Charizard was a bad choice. Charizard was a bad choice because your Regidrago matchup is bad. It has nothing to do with what you actually. Wait, it's a bad matchup and a good matchup. Stall's a bad matchup, unless you play Canceling Clone. Then I think it's pretty close, but. Raging Bolt's a good matchup. So even anecdotally, it wasn't terrible so far. Even though you did lose to Raging Bolt. It's not unlosable. You can still bring it back. You're 0-2. But you can still win 6 in a row. You can go 6-2 into day 2. Or if you want to ID the last round, you can if you want. Just don't ever think it. Don't overthink it. I think the reason they did it in VGC is because there's no way to check without it that players are changing their teams between games. Hasn't there always been? Oh, maybe I'm trolling actually. I'll be trolling. So if you like green apple flavored drinks, have you tried the C4 Jolly Rancher green apple? It's really good. I have not, no. I don't like C4 as much as Ghost though. I'm starting to like C4 to me is just like bad Ghost. I don't know. That's been my experience with C4. This is just like it's very similar to Ghost, I feel like, but Ghost is just better. And then I feel like Red Bull and Monster are different. But C4 to me is literally just bad Ghost. Yeah, whereas some of the other energy drinks have like they kind of have like their own. They're like Monster and Red Bull are different than like a Ghost, but ATR was the main reason having the other information just lowers variance that allows the better player to win most of the time. Appreciate the 40 months there, Brendan. Is it actually lower? But I don't know. All space is human nature. Yes, it is true. Yes. That's not true. You always had to submit a team sheet to a tournament. They could always be checked by a judge at any time. And previously, you didn't have to give that to your opponent. That's what I was going to say. If that's technically, that's what I was going to say, TJ. If that's a problem in the VGC, and that's why they did open team sheets, then you'd have to do open deck lists for the same reason, right? Then open deck lists in the TCG would also be mandatory for that reason. Man, matches take a while to start. Bro, are we actually going to get to 2 hours? We're close. 1 hour and 46 minutes in. Dude, they just need to start the stream a little bit later, man. Just start it a little bit later. I get to sleep an extra hour. I honestly should have just slept an extra hour. I literally woke up at 2 a.m. and I was like, man, I could just sleep an extra hour and I might still make it for the first round. I was like, I could just go back to bed. Could go back to bed for another hour and I might still make it for the first round. I might still make it because like the pre-show usually takes about 30 minutes, 45 minutes plus the 20-minute intro, just like counting down to the stream start. That's like an hour. Maybe I would miss the first couple turns of round 1. But then I was like, nah, I should just get up. Then I had like the thought process of like, all right, trying to be more disciplined moving forward with like content and just kind of life in general. So like, nope, getting up. We're gonna go watch the stream. I'm gonna catch every single round, and it's we're almost 2 hours in, and we still the round hasn't even started. Yeah, they just need to start it later. To be honest, they just need to start it later. Because this feels pretty consistent, where it's like they're like, I don't know, just like insane time fill, and like some of these things that they could move to later rounds for time fill as well, right? They like talked through everything here. They did an interview. They talked about the NAIC Travel Award leaderboard. They brought up the leaderboard. They brought up the caster picks. They brought up the meta breakdown for masters, juniors, and seniors. Like some of that stuff they could have talked about between later rounds as well, but. I think they need to start the stream later is what is the correct answer here. I don't think they're trying to stream more rounds, but Prismatic not legal because it's so OP. Yeah, Prismatic is actually not. It's a collector set. It's not a competitive set. They're not gonna. The cards aren't legal for actual tournaments. They're not made. They're not made to be played with. They're made to be looked at. You should just be Mons revealed, no other information. Now there's items, terror types, and moves. That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say, didn't you still have to like? Couldn't you know your opponent's team lineup still? I understand that if they are yapping because the round may not have started yet, but God, at this point it should have started. No. If they're not streaming the round, if the round is not on your screen, that means they haven't started the round yet. Trust me, Joe and the production team and everyone over there behind the scenes wants to start the round. They want to be streaming the round right now. And the tournament staff and the TO and everyone running the tournament wants the tournament to run as quickly as possible. So everyone, like, nobody wants there to not be gameplay on the screen right now. Everybody wants there to be gameplay on the screen right now. Everyone there does. I do. You do. Everyone wants the tournament to be running as fast as possible, which would then lead to as much gameplay as possible on the stream. But there's just downtime in between rounds. Yeah, they're not sitting here talking, prolonging the start of the tournament, like, or the start of the next round. They can do all that in between games. Why do they do it at the beginning? Because they do want to have like some kind of pre-show at the beginning. It's just like the start of the round got delayed for sure. The start of this round definitely got delayed, and that's why it's taking so long for the next round to go up. But they can't fully predict that, right? Like if they start up the stream too late, then maybe round 2 goes by pretty quickly and super smoothly, and then they don't get to do as much pre-show as they want. But I do think they start the stream like too early overall. Yeah, there's definitely just a delay in this round. Like there was probably a time extension in round 2, which then delays round 3, which means now on the stream they have to fill the void until round 3 is actually starting. But I think overall, on average, they could probably still start the stream up a little bit later. But it's like not like a huge deal. I mean, you could just tune. I guess like you don't want to tune in later though, because you don't want to miss a match. But then you tune in on time, and then you're sitting here for like more time without a match, which feels bad. But like Ross was saying in chat, and I agree with, like, the correct correct fix. Now the question is just whether or not it's worth the investment on their end, or they want to make the investment in doing it, because they're probably not going to get their return. Just moving forward, I mean, after round 1, of course. Like, for the first round of the game, you have to wait for the first round to start. But, like, between future rounds, it's having, like, a side stage. 2D and late and rewinding is the way to go currently. Oh, actually, you might be cooking, to be honest. I feel like there's no reason for them to have the stream starting graphic for 20 minutes. I mean, they definitely should have it for some amount of time. It doesn't really matter how much time it is. 20 minutes, 15 minutes, the same difference. So people like to be there for the start of shows or the beginning of something. So that's why people do like stream starting countdowns. Are you gonna run predictions today, Mr. Azul? I will be running predictions, yeah. I heard Joe loves the attention he gets from vamping. Is vamping, vaping, and yapping? Are we gonna see any gameplay in the next 2 hours? Yes. We're probably like 10 minutes out. We're probably like 10 minutes out. I think they shoot themselves in the foot by having a set start time. Especially when they're trying to start mid-rounds. They're not trying to start mid-rounds, though. What do you mean? Like, it's all guesswork at that point? They're trying to start the next round when the next round starts. Also, not having a start time is terrible. That's just not how things work. Like, people want to know when a thing is starting, when a thing is happening. Being like, hey, we're going to start the stream for the first round tomorrow at some time. It could be here. It could be then. It could be then. You guess. You decide when you want to show up, and the stream might be live. Good luck. Having a start time is definitely just what they should do. Maybe a little bit later, though. They're supposed to have a schedule? Yeah, exactly. There's a schedule, but I mean, it's not as like Can you start the match now? Thanks. All right, I'm on it, Tyler. Oh, shoot. Yeah, I forgot to start the match. They're waiting for me. I didn't press my start match button. The catches have been waiting for me this whole time. My bad, chat. The problem is when you have judge calls and have a time extension, which is probably this has been going on for a while. So there was probably a time extension. I mean, they're not starting at round 1 when the time is set. Instead, trying to guess when round 3 will start. They could have the stream start, but then stream starting in X doesn't need to be 30 minutes. It always could be 45 minutes to 1 hour, etc. Sure, but how do you predict the future? You're asking them to predict the future then. They're just trying to make a guess on when they think the round will start. And then they start the stream a certain amount of time before that to have a certain amount of pre-show, and then the pre-show happens, and then sometimes there's a time extension at the end of round 2, and then round 3 is delayed, and then they have to yap, they have to fill time, and then we just kind of sit here for a couple hours waiting for them to start the next round. We're all waiting for the first round. There's going to be a Raging Bolt Mirror. Hopefully they don't do that to us. Zul's out here camping instead of starting the match. Yeah, I'm just prolonging everything. So what are your thoughts on Torterra EX after rotation? I'm planning on taking it to Worlds 2026. Tyler, I was going to tell you this, but you win Worlds 2026 with Torterra. I'm still confused why they said Bolt was a bad matchup for Guardy. I don't know. Is that what they said? Is that what the caster said? I don't know. Maybe they're trolling. Do a prediction for when the game starts. Honestly, that would have been a good prediction to do next time. A question: which online tournament should people enter more, with code prizing or no prizing? Well, I mean, that depends. Do you want to be able to win codes if you do well in the tournament? Most of it just comes down to when you're available to play in a tournament more so than anything. This will actually set the stream on a loop, and since it's muted, we'll never know. Yeah, once I interview Stefan with the same interview for the 10th time, you guys might catch on, but I'm hoping not. I'm just gonna say that they added a new segment called the Stefan update, where after every single round, or periodically throughout the tournament, they get an update with Stefan. Oh, there we go. Let the casters sit down, Jesus. Actually, the casters aren't actually standing. You know, like in not for special effects, but like for stunts, like stunt people, they have like the thing, like the harness and like the cable that like you know throws people around to do like stunts and stuff. The casters are constantly just floating, so they don't legs don't wear out. They have like a cable. It's just like they green screen it out, so they're just kind of floating there. You see the magic word? They fly up. Dude, I feel like we'll see. Wait, what is the matchup? It's Palafin versus what? Charizard? Dude, I feel like the Palafin players, I mean, Palafin is just not a good deck. Is it Charizard? Is the Palafin, dude, is the power, have we sat here for 2 hours for the Palafin player to just dead draw? I hope not. I hope Palafin cooks. Listen, I want Palafin to cook, okay? But I'm scared that Palafin is just gonna like dead draw. And then Pokemon's about believing in your cards, not that on what is good or not. True. All right, here we go. Charizard. Dude, what is going on with the prize cards, bro? Do you guys see this? So Daniel's prize cards are still spawning in, and Pete spawned in with a prize penalty. Daniel's on that freaking Wi-Fi, bro. Potato connection. This prize card didn't spawn in yet. Okay, fully connected now. Water energy attached to the active. I don't even know what the other card in hand is. They have an academy here, so you could put the Palafin EX back in the deck and then shuffle the deck with Call for Family, but that will dilute your top deck potential. I don't even like that play. What is that card they put down face down next to their hand? Okay, they decided to not use... Dude, what did they put face down there? Oh, it's Abra. Wait, did they go to... Literally a trap card. Did they go to bench it? Okay, they did go to bench it and put it face down. Okay, it is Call for Family here. Okay. Call for Family with the Pidgey. Usually you don't see Call for Family Pidgeys. And we could actually see this Pidgey here. And we can see the reason why people don't play Call for Family Pidgey coming up here soon. Because Daniel here did go first with Charizard. Went draw pass. They could have turn 2 Dusclops KO Pidgey here. And off the Call for Family only grabbed the one Pidgey. Did put the Academy at night in play, but didn't use it, which I do like that. Oh no, dude, that hand's pretty good. We have Candy Charizard, so we're swinging. So the Pidgey's dead, whether it be through a Charizard attack or a Dusclops. And then has Arven. The hand's pretty good, honestly. It's got like Arven, Ultra Ball, double Arven, Ultra Ball, Pidgeot. Could go for the Poffin. Wait, can we play Ultra Ball and Arven? Oh, we're not. Then we can't. We have no follow up. We could get Dusclops here with this Ultra Ball. I think we can wait on that. I think he's going for a Poffin plus a tool card here is probably fine. And then Poffin for Charmander and Pidgey here seems fine. We could then play the Ultra Ball for Dusclops and KO the Pidgey. But, well, hold on. We could grab Forest Shieldstone, or we could have grabbed Defiance Band there if it wasn't pricey. We could Ultra Ball away the Defiance Band, actually. And then we actually can keep the other Arven in hand for Candy Pidgeot next turn. Oh, that actually kind of works here. Let's see. There we go. G-Mander. We probably should have grabbed... It was Defiance Band prize. It might have been, actually. Because we could have grabbed Defiance Band to Ultra Ball away to save our Forest. It wasn't. Okay. They also play a Zerosix. I wonder what matchup the Zerosix is for. They play a Zerosix Machinations in here. But it looks like... I was thinking it was maybe... Oh, prediction. My bad. I was thinking it was maybe like a Control Charizard. Yeah, there's just the Pidgeot with the Charizard. Okay, Pete concedes. Dude, no. Oh my gosh. Dude, this is what I said. I was scared. I was scared. We're just going to see... Oh my... We're just going to see the Palafin player just literally brick twice, or effectively brick twice. And then we're going to go back to yapping. We'll see. Ooh, how do you say Daniel's last? Is it Derbyshire? Dude, that sounds like such a European last name. Derbyshire? Am I trolling? Is that how you pronounce that? Derbyshire? All right. Hopefully we see a better draw here on the Palafin side. Yeah. Nothing's going to convince me that Palafin's a good deck, but I still hope for a better game here from Pete. And honestly, if I had to root for someone to get the dub, I want to see Pete win this match. Palafin getting the dub would be pretty cool. Capturing Aroma? What? What? It's pronounced Derbyshire. 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 All right, prize cards here. Anything crazy for Steelstone prize on the Charizard side? Hang on, let's take back and take a little bit longer look at these. I always feel like I go too fast. Past the prize cards. Okay. Force Steelstone's probably... Force Steelstone ain't unfair stand price here. I don't know how many Force Steelstone Daniel plays, though. That's going to be a question for sure. And it looks like Pete chose second. Actually, I have no... No, actually, it looks like Pete is going first here. Actually, I take it back. Derbyshire. It looks like that was an Ultra Ball getting rid of Thornton, and I can't see what the other card is. Sounds like a UK region. Honestly, it kind of does. It does sound like a place in the UK. Derbyshire. It is. Daniel's backed by the whole village out here, representing. Represent the whole village. Okay, Lum for Arven here. And I think there is like Candy Zard Ultra Ball in hand. Excuse me. Dude. Dream Judge is about to freak out about the poison marker. Dude, they're about to be like, nope, you already put it on the Luminian. The Luminian is now poisoned on the bench. And because you heal by moving to the bench, it'll stay poisoned until Luminian goes to the active and then goes back to the bench. It'll just like keep building up poison damage. Alright, Defiance Band found off the Arvin. Did not get 4 Seal Stone, so I assume that means that Daniel only plays the 1/4 Seal Stone. And it is prized, so no 4 Seal Stone on the turn 2 here from Daniel. A little bit more chill vibe. Why do you mark Luminian since it's an on playability? I don't know. It does. Yeah, candy, double candy in hand, has that other candy, Ultra Ball and Charizard. So pretty good hand here from Daniel on turn 2. Top deck from Pete is a Palafin EX. Pete, if you... Oh no, hold on, we got Irida. Hold on. I was about to be like, Pete, if you pass... We can get Ultra Ball, plus we can get Baby Fin. We can get to the... Can't get off an attack this turn, though, I don't think. We definitely want to set up our Pidgeot here for sure. I feel like that's like a big deal to get the Pidgeot online. Ooh, we play Feather Ball as well. We don't even have to use the Ultra Ball. Okay. And has the Baby Palafin. But I don't think this leads to... Of course, we're going back in. There's the Feather Ball. Go grab ourselves the Pidgeot EX, and then we can candy that into play. Do we have an attack here? Maybe we do have an attack here. What is the Palafin Zay? What does it say? When we retreat into it, or when we switch it from our active to the bench? I actually just don't remember. Because here off the quick search, we could get Poffin for Abra, and then we could switch into Abra, but then we don't have an energy to attack with. So I feel like we just need to go like Poffin. If we play like Cleffa or something, then we could go get like a Finizen and a Cleffa and just draw with Cleffa for turn. That'd be fine. But yeah, we don't have an attack on this turn from Pete, I don't think. I don't think Pete can attack this turn. Grab the Abra, but I feel like we should just grab Poffin instead, because that gets us another Pokemon to work with. Alright, we're going back in. Yeah, there's the Poffin. Oh, well, that makes more sense. There's the Finizen and the Abra. I guess this means we are going for setting up a Palafin EX. We just won't be able to attack with it, unfortunately. We're just going to be a pass. Even Pidgeot EX interactive does not sound very good. There's the retreat. There's the switch into the Abra. I guess we can just leave Abra in the active, right? We just leave Abra in the active for the turn. And Palafin EX is online. Don't get to attack this turn, though. Like I mentioned, we don't have that water energy. So, oh wait, we're shuffling it back. Don't let him punch our Palafin? Why would we do that? Just let the Abra die. Who cares? No one cares about Abra. I don't like that play at all there. It's way harder to set up a Palafin than it is to recover Abra, I have to imagine. Or if you're that concerned about conserving your Abra, then you could just sacrifice the Finizen, right? If you're that concerned about Abra, just like sacrifice your Finizen there. I don't think it makes any sense to push up our Palafin. Because now Daniel could even have like Candy Dust. Daniel might have Candy Dust or Candy. Candy Charizard knock out this Finizen or Palafin. There's the Candy Pidgeot. And we have Candy Charizard. And then I believe we have Candy Duster if we want. Maybe you're worried about Clops on Abra. I think if you're worried about that though, you should just push up Finish in then though. There's Dusclops to the active here. That seems like a huge waste though. Why not just hard retreat the active at that point? Wait, that's why would we ever do that play? Am I missing something? Wait, what the heck was this sequence here? Would we not have gotten Candy Dusknoir KO active? This just makes zero sense. What the heck? Why would you just not put an energy on the active and then hard retreat it with your Charizard? What? This was just, yeah, this was actually just like a really bad play here from Daniel. This doesn't make any sense at all. I was sneezing, so I wasn't really paying attention. But hang on, let's go back and watch this turn a little bit here. So we quick search for the Dusclops. We have Dusknoir in hand, so we could have quick searched for a Candy instead. And then we could have gone Candy Dusknoir, not damage active, knockout active. Instead, we give our opponent a prize card, and then don't draw a prize card. This literally makes zero sense. We just gave our opponent a prize card for free. Yeah, we literally just gave our opponent a prize card. We're like, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and take away my Dusclops, and I'm going to give you a prize card. That play from Daniel made zero sense. We could have Candy Dusknoir, or, hey, it's fine to not Candy Dusknoir there. There's like, well, I think it's probably correct to just knock out the Palafin, to be honest. But let's just say we don't want to do that. We could have also just accelerated a third Fire Energy in play onto our Duskull, and then just hard retreated it. And then just retreat into the Charizard and punch with Charizard. This play made zero sense from Daniel here. I see an Arvin coming out from Pete, Prime Catcher, and for a Sealstone getting found. For Sealstone makes its way onto Luminion. We also have Quick Search to work with. We don't have a Water Energy in hand, so we need to find that. There's the Water. There's a Kieran in hand, which means we could KO Pidgeot next turn. Just going for the Prime of the Luminion, though, and just getting 2 prize cards. Okay. I don't hate it, but now we have our own Luminion in play, which is not great. Yeah, the Luminion in play here for Pete is not great. So you're complaining about the match being too short and they heard you? maybe that is what happened here. So use our Forest Shieldstone before it gets Gust KO'd or vacuumed. That seems fine, I guess. But I don't think we really had to use Luminion there then at all from Pete. The Luminion itself from Pete just seems like it was a mistake. We had Boss. Yeah, Pete literally had Boss Quick Search for energy and then did all this other stuff to like basically not do anything. Except put a 2-prizer in play. Yeah, that was a terrible that was a terrible last turn from Pete. Hang on. Pete uses Luminion to get Arvin, to get Forest Sealstone and Prime Catcher. To then use Forest Sealstone to put a switch in hand, to then use Quick Search to get a Water when we have Boss in hand, and we could have just gone Boss for Luminion, Quick Search for Water. So Pete's whole turn was literally putting a 2-prize Pokemon in play. That was literally Pete's entire turn. Was benching Luminion. Not very good. Definitely a pretty bad turn. Alright, Daniel here searching out a Charmander. I don't love this Charmander search from Daniel because it does kind of line up for Pete to now chase the Charmander and then KO a 2-prizer. I kind of would like to have seen Daniel force Pete to punch a 2-prizer first. And there's an Iono to go with it, which of course is good. Disrupt Pete's hand down to 3. Seems okay. I think we should have held off on the Charizard bench here from Daniel. Because now Pete could go I mean, it's pretty, actually, with this Palafin EX going down in the active, the Gust is pretty unlikely, actually. I kind of take it back. Yeah, Gust is not super likely here at all. Countercatcher in the hand, but we can save that for next turn. Just KO the active and then countercatcher next turn on Luminian, probably. We have an Ultra Ball. We could go Ultra Ball for a Duskull here to like set up for... Wait, did we KO the Pidgeot? Oh, shoot, we KO Pidgeot here. That's actually pretty good. I didn't even realize, yeah. 3 prize cards taken, plus the Defiance Band is active. Yeah, okay. Iono plus KO Pidgeot's not bad here from Daniel. I'm okay with this play for sure. Because especially with the board state that Pete has, Pete's probably going to have to push up the bench Palafin, but is going for the Finizen. Does have an Ultra Ball in hand alongside a Luminian. Yeah, Daniel's cooking, to be honest. Wasn't Pete's turn fine because he needs to retreat to attack? No. Pete did not attack on the previous turn. So Pete does not need to retreat to attack. That's why, yeah, that's why. Wait, what does the attack say? It says you can't attack next turn if you use the attack. But yeah, Pete didn't attack. Okay, it's just going to be Palafin Punch here from Pete. Pete has no backup Palafin. So honestly, when this Palafin goes down, I don't even think we're going to see anything from Pete after that. That's going to be tough. Another Charizard can be set up this turn from Daniel. Has Candy Charizard in hand alongside a couple Fire Energy. Duskull also in the hand as well. Yeah, some pretty good options here from Daniel. If Daniel had gotten Duskull last turn... Oh, the Duskull might have been prize, actually. Did that come off the prize cards? I actually might have come off the prize cards there. But it's just looking like a pretty straightforward 2-2-2 here from Daniel. Is the way things are going to play out. Have second Charizard set up, knock off this Palafin. Even if Pete sets up a Palafin and knocks out your active here, you just have Gust KO Luminian to close out the game. I don't think Pete has a way to get Luminian out of play plus attack in the same turn. We'll see though. There's Thornton. Oh, we could have just candied Charizard. What are we doing here? For Duskull. Oh wait, does Daniel just have game? Wait, Daniel might just have game. Do we have Dusclops? We do. We have game. We have Briar, Candy, Dusknoir. Wait, you can't Briar and Thornton. I take it back. Daniel just trolled. No, wait. Can we KO the active with Dusknoir and then also KO Luminian? Dude, that's literally... Daniel made a me play. The amount of times I've said, oh, I can Thornton and then Briar is so high. Daniel just did... yo, if I Thornton into Dusknoir and then play Briar. He can counter catcher? He can't. He doesn't have access to counter catcher. He's already quick searched and there's no counter catcher in hand. There's also prize. Second counter catcher is also prize. Oh no, he could get off the prize cards. Daniel can go Candy, Dusknoir, KO active. Pull counter catcher off prize cards. No, because then he'll be tied at 2-2. You're tied at 2-2. So even if you pull the counter catcher off the prize cards, it wouldn't work. Then we just see an Ultra Ball for a Charmander. No, I literally think Daniel was literally thinking that. Was thinking, oh wait, I can Thornton to get Dusknoir, and then I can Briar. I've gone through that thought process so many times. Daniel is still in a very good spot. Daniel is still in a very good spot. But yeah, definitely should have just gone Candy, Charizard, Knockout active. Maybe bench the Duskull was okay, but obviously still in a good spot. Counter catcher and Unfair Stand fan off the prize cards here. Over to Pete. I think the Palafin is a pretty good top deck here for Pete for sure. We got an Ultra Ball in hand. There's a Water Pawn and a Boss's Orders in there. Has this Luminian to work with as well. I mean, if Luminian finds Iono here, maybe there is a potential for a comeback, but he's lining up an Irida, and Irida is definitely not good enough. I wonder if Daniel... No, because we should be able to go quick search for a Super Rod here, so we should be fine with energy. I think no matter what he sends up, if Dusknoir's active, he loses. Oh, that is fair. I guess honestly that is true. Yeah, if you did Dusknoir the active there, if you send up Luminian, you lose, and if you send up Finizen, you probably also lose. Yeah, Wasn't Dustnor KO on Finizen and KO active guaranteed win too? Just takes one more turn. I mean, it takes the same amount of turns as this play as well, though, right? It's like the same thing. But yeah, that would have also been game. Oh, the Irida got played. What the heck did we get off the Irida that we still just have nothing? There's an Ultra Ball. I thought we were going to be able to, if we're going to play the Irida, if we're going to go for Irida off Luminion, I assumed we had the attack, but I guess not. 2 Aroma. There's a lot of capturing Aroma in this deck. I guess maybe it's no Nest Balls. Is it Ultra Balls, Aromas, and Poffins? No Nest. This is Dustnor prized? No, but the play wasn't really available anyways. Well, no, you could have done the thing to lock out the Pelifins. I wonder if there's anything to ever play around there. I guess maybe Daniel was just kind of playing around the unknown, which I guess is fine to maybe just play around the unknown there. Yeah, I guess I don't hate the idea of playing around the unknown there as Daniel, because you don't really know what your opponent's playing. So, like, letting your opponent go down to 2 prize cards when you have a Charizard in your active with 190 HP or 250 damage, excuse me. Jeez, what am I saying? I don't hate that, I guess. There's just push Palafin pass here from Pete, but I feel like probably should have pushed Finizen. And then, yeah, Daniel going to get the boss. And this is kind of how I thought this game was going to go. And it, was how I was hoping it wouldn't go, but this is what I was expecting from this. Hold on. Oh, no, there's a boss. Okay. This is what I was expecting from this match, to be honest. Was game 1 any better for Palafin? No, game 1, Pete conceded on turn 2. And then game 2 here was this. Why does he keep using Abra's ability when he has no energy at all? Honestly, there's been no reason some of the time. I don't know, I'd have to go back and look at all the Abra uses. I mean, there's no reason. I mean, there's some other mistakes made as well. Respectfully, no way we waited hours for this. Honestly, I mean, I'd like to see a good meme, not a meme deck. No, a good meme deck. A good meme deck, a good rogue deck do well at regionals as much as the next person. But if you put the meme deck on, if you put the unknown deck, if you put the rogue deck on, if you put the probably a bad deck, but hey, they're undefeated right now, on at round 2 or round 3 when they're 2-0 or 3-0, there's a pretty high chance that the deck sucks and is going to have a bad showing on stream. To put a deck like Palafin on stream, they should probably wait until Palafin is like 5-0. Because if it gets to 5-0, hey, there probably is more potential for the deck, or the pilot is probably of like a, you know, higher caliber with the deck potentially, if it's like at 5-0. But if it's 2-0, it's probably just a bad deck that got fortunate to be 2-0, and then the stream gameplay we're going to see is just going to be kind of miserable, like this match, right? Bad deck. Pete made some mistakes. Pretty bad content as far as like the stream match goes, right? So I'm all for decks like Palafin being on stream, but they shouldn't be on stream at 2-0 or 3-0. If a Palafin deck is like 5-0, 6-0, that's when you should go put them on stream. Because if it's, or because like we had like a good example of that was like Hydreigon at Toronto, right? That was a decent match. We had Hydreigon versus like Iron Valiant, Ursaluna, but they were both like 5-1. It's like, okay, they both played decently well, yada yada. But the quality of game you're gonna get from someone who's 2-0 with a more off the wall deck, the quality of gameplay / what the deck can actually provide as far as gameplay goes is probably not very high. It doesn't matter how off the wall the deck is. 2-0 isn't a very high bar to set. We've seen this multiple times on stream now. I never really thought about it too hard before. Yeah, I never really thought about it too hard before. But 2-0, 3-0 is not a very high bar to set to make up for the potential of just bad content that will probably be provided by the deck. But is Palafin actually getting to 6-0? Probably not, but that's the point, right? Is if it's never getting to like 5-0, 6-0, do we ever really want to see the deck anyways? And the answer is probably not. You think you want to see it, right? You think you want to see it. Someone's gonna be like, oh, Palafin's on stream next round. You're like, oh, sick. And then we just see that, right? You think you want to see Palafin on stream. But after what we just saw, do you really want to see Palafin on stream? The answer is no. You'd probably watch a Regidrago mirror. Watch, right? We'd probably rather watch just like two good players play a Regidrago mirror. That's something they need to like change about their how they pick decks and stuff. Because this is not the first time we've seen this, where they put an off-the-wall deck on stream at 2-0 or 3-0, and it's just kind of a disaster. And it's just like, yeah, like theoretically that would have been cool to have on stream, but the deck is bad. And players who bring bad decks are generally of like a lower caliber of pilot. Yeah, 2-0 is just not a high enough bar to like be like, okay, this is like a safe bet to put on stream where we can probably expect some good gameplay here, right? Good match, whatever. They kind of just put it on because it's an off-the-wall deck. That's like the only criteria they're checking as far as a box goes. Oh, off-the-wall deck, that check marks the box, put it on stream, and it's like, well, undefeated off-the-wall deck, but undefeated at 2-0, 3-0, like I said, not a very high butter set, so. Well, we'll be hanging out for like another hour until the next round starts. But, yeah. What were you playing at Azul? Just Drago if I had went, probably. But yeah, they should definitely like adjust their criteria for putting off the wall decks on stream. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I never really like thought about it too hard before, but thinking about it like right now in the moment, watching this play out, predicting that it probably would be not great gameplay. Definitely something they should adjust in the future for sure. Oh wait, what the heck? Round 1 has already started in Rio? They're done with round 1 over in Rio. I thought it would be starting later. What time is it over there? It's 7:30 on the East Coast. Are they +2 to the East Coast, so there's 9:30 over there? I guess that makes sense then. You push the 5-1s there. Dos Madres. Went to locals today. Got Badooed and Jamming Towered. And it ain't even legal. You seen the quad Badoo Frostlass deck? Nope. Sounds broken though. Jamming Tower is legal? No. Jamming Tower got banned with Prismatic Evolution's release. With the ban update. You go over the choices of Unfair Snap over Prime or Precious Trolley in Charizard. Precious Trolley is just a little bit too fragile, and Prime Catcher is like unnecessary. It like the swing in terms of like plays you can make on a turn in Charizard with Prime Catcher, because you already play Counter Catcher. Like Counter Catcher basically already does everything that Prime Catcher would ever do for you. So why not play something that has like a higher impact? Like you can replicate what Prime Catcher effectively does in Charizard, basically, is the thing. Prime Catcher has been okay in Charizard in the past because like having an aggressive item, Gust is not bad because you can Arven for Prime to win the game. You can't Arven for Boss. And sometimes you're winning the game, so you can't Arven for, or you can't, yeah, you can Arven for Counter Catcher, but you can't play it. So the idea behind, that's the idea behind Prime Catcher, but you can't really replicate what Unfair Stamp does in the early and mid game for draw power, or the way you can enable that much draw power through Arven. But you can basically replicate what Prime Catcher would do for you through Counter Catcher. So. You can have people win regionals from just luck. We've seen people brick 2 games in a row on stream with BDIFs. I mean, yeah, I don't think anyone's disagreeing with that, though. I don't know what that's a response to, though. Are there any meme decks you think a good pilot could top 32 with? Yeah, of course. Basically any, well, not any deck, but like, I don't know, something like a, I don't know, what's like a bad deck? Meme deck though? Meme, not just a bad deck, but a meme deck? Oh, like Ancient Box. Like I could see someone take a meme deck like Ancient Box. Terrible deck. It's a hilarious meme though. Every time someone plays it, you're like, what are you doing? Why are you playing Ancient Box? That's so funny. That's cute. That's such a locals deck. Yeah, you could probably get top 32 if you played it perfectly. So do you think we'll see a Badoo ban in the next few weeks? I've heard Rumblings creates a lot of non-games, pretty low skill cap, and rewards winning the coin flip to go second, essentially creating the first casino type format. Love to hear your thoughts. Cheers. Is that a copy pasta slap or is that a slap original? What about Hydrapple EX? I don't know. Hydrapple EX would be pushing it a little bit. I'd have to like look at decks and actually think about it, to be honest. I can't come up with anything off the top of my head, but like, yeah, meme decks, Pika Gigas. Top 32 with Pika Gigas in like a regional of the caliber that they're in now. I don't know. Getting top 32 with Pika Gigas would be pretty tough. I could see someone getting top 32 with Hydreigon. Like that seems reasonable to me. I don't know if I'd say, but see, the thing is, like, I don't know if I'd call Hydreigon a meme deck. Like, it's not like a Frostlass, Monkey Dory. Yeah, I don't know if I'd call it a meme deck. It's just a bad deck. Like, Hydreigon's just bad. No, Hydreigon's not even bad. See, I could see Hydreigon becoming a meta deck, like, after rotation, possibly, right? Because, like, Hydreigon's a decent card. It's a decent card. It's nothing too crazy. It's not too crazy. He's got pretty good second attack, and Manaphy does rotate. That's pretty good. Like, that might be enough to put Hydreigon over the edge, right? Manaphy's rotating. I wouldn't really call Hydreigon a meme deck, though. It's just a bad deck. It's not a meta deck. It's just bad. What makes it a meme? I think a meme, like Pikachu Regigigas seems like I would call like that. I would categorize that as a meme deck. United Wings is a meme deck. I don't know if I call you. Yeah, I don't know. It's like hard when you're like, most meme decks are bad decks, but not all bad decks are meme decks. There's a difference there for sure. Obsidian is nuts with Manaphy gone. It's definitely quite a bit better. It's definitely a little bit better for sure. We'll see. We'll see what Hydreigon can do. Conkeldurr, that's a good one. Yeah, Conkeldurr is a meme deck. Could I see Conkeldurr getting top 32 at a regional? I don't think so. Like if I had, like obviously it could happen, and it wouldn't like shock me if Conkeldurr got top 32 at a regional championships. But like, if you had to be like Azul, you have to pick yes or no. Do you think Conkeldurr will ever make top 32 at a regional championships? I think I would go with no. I have to pick. I think I would go no. We'll go with no. Holy smokes, there's so many rounds. Well, I mean that the stream match was pretty fast. We're gonna have to wait a little while for the next round. Plus there might be a time extension. Don't forget the time extension. I don't remember the time extension. I think Hydreigon is going to get much better with Manaphy and Drago rotating. Yeah, I could definitely get there. Think Sarah Ledge would ever make top 32? Yeah, sure. You can make an argument that Sarah Ledge has already made top 32 because made. Wait, did it actually get top 16 in Champions League? I believe it did. Yeah. You could argue that Sarah Ledge has already top 32 at a major tournament, but I just don't rate Champions Leagues, to be honest. Just because it's best of one. I just don't rate Champions Leagues. Also, there's an argument that there's a lack of international competition at Champions Leagues. But, I mean, even then, like, regionals outside of Asia are just starting to get, like, a lot more international competition. There's not even that much international competition. Like, there's, like, 19 Americans, 10 players, or 6 players from Japan. There's 2 people from New Zealand. Is this New Zealand? Yeah, 2 people from New Zealand, 2 people from Australia at Birmingham. Dude, the player count went up once again. Now there's 2019 players at this tournament. It just keeps increasing. You think Chi and Pao could win a regional? No. I assume you mean current format. Well, no, we always have to be talking in current format, right? Because the future, we don't worry about the future. We don't concern ourselves with the future. Yeah, but yeah, no. Definitely not. Who's the most decorated Pokemon TCG player right now that can have a GOAT status? Tord. That can have a GOAT status? Yeah, Tord. My cat just woke up and came down from his cat tree and sat in my lap. Azul's room is definitely least decorated. It is. But I got some stuff on the way. I got a... It's not exactly a trophy case, but I'm going to turn it into my trophy case. I'm going to put it in the corner behind me. It's like a corner shelf, display shelf thing. And then I got another shelf for my booster box collection. I have some shelves to put up behind me. And then, I mean, you guys won't see them, but I got some wall sound panels to put in the wall in front of me, so there's not, it takes away from the echo. The room needs, wait, what is that? Bridge. What deck should I build for my partner? She is super new. How much are you trying to factor in rotation? Although, I guess if she gets into the game a lot, she'll probably just want to play with the new cards anyways at that point. Like right now, probably Archaladon. Yeah, Archaladon. Also, Archaladon has a probably decent staying power through rotation. We'll see though. She's the 51 months there, Shadow. Factor in rotation. Archaladon's still probably a pretty good bet. Yeah, Dodon, or I mean, can't go wrong with Charizard Pidgeot, right? Oh, I have to do the prediction. Trying to visualize the game in my head. Dang was on the right side of the... You think World should have a smaller player pool than last year? I don't know. I don't think about those things. I don't think about those kind of things. I don't know. I don't care. That should be my response, right? Because I don't know. I also don't care. So it's not something I'm going to form an opinion on. It just doesn't matter to me. I think you can make arguments for both sides, though. But see, now I'm talking about it. I still don't care, though. I still don't have an opinion on it. But you can make arguments for both sides to have it be... I don't think you can really make a good argument to have it be, like, that much bigger. You can make a decent argument for Worlds to be smaller, more prestigious. You could also make an argument for it to be of, like, kind of similar size that it's been up until the point where we've had, like, the most players in Worlds ever. In comparison to, like, I don't know how hard it was to get into Worlds or whatever, but could you make an argument that, I mean, I don't think anyone wants it to be like, hey, if you just play in one tournament throughout the year, even if you get 0 championship points, you get to play in Worlds, right? Like, if you just play, you make it to Worlds. No one wants that, I don't think, right? I assume. Yeah, no one wants everyone to be able to make it to Worlds. The question is, like, what you have to do to be able to make it to Worlds. So you could make an argument one way or another, actually, to be honest, for it to be smaller or bigger, I guess. You have to, like, make a case for why you think it should be. What the criteria should be. Just elitist thoughts. You use dice or coins for flips? Dice. I think actually coins should be banned. I think coins should be banned from the game. I don't think they'll ever do it, but Rio sadly has no stream. Yeah, unfortunately. Yeah, they should. I think they honestly should just ban coins, but it's not that big of a deal. You actually use coins? Yeah, you can use coins if you want. Worlds still seems like it'll be a reasonably sized tournament still with the current system. Yeah, it won't be like super small or anything like that. Although that's like another, I guess that's another argument you could make about Worlds invites is just whether, yeah. And actually, this is something that I argued against, I guess, was I feel like Worlds, like it's just like knowing what you have to do to get to Worlds is nice. Like going into this season, there's a little bit of an unknown factor, of course, because it's just top 125, and it's like, well, what is that? It's like, well, we don't know yet. So the top 125 make it to Worlds, and we don't know what you have to do to achieve that. So that's something, I guess, as well. That is, I don't know, not knowing what you need to do is kind of annoying, but you think with Worlds being small, though, that the LCQ could potentially come back? No, and they shouldn't bring back the LCQ. Maybe not for everyone, but for those 75 after the 125, no. Literally every major tournament is an LCQ. If you win the tournament, you get your Worlds invite. They shouldn't bring back the LCQ. Maybe something like you said would be okay. Like, no, but they just shouldn't do it. Literally, actually, even outside of that, and every major tournament is an LCQ. But if you're someone who's like in the top 140 players, every tournament is an LCQ for you, but you don't even have to win. You have to get like top 8. And yeah, there's no reason to bring back the LCQ. Literally every single major tournament is an LCQ. It's like if you go to if you go to NAIC and you're 130th, it's like, well, if you probably get top 16, you make it to Worlds because you'll probably outplace a decent amount of other players at that point. So there you go. That's your LCQ. You also get the Worlds invite by playing special events. Yeah, everything. It's the same thing. Special events are regionals except no cash prizing. If they did bring the LCQ, you would have to limit it significantly so it doesn't seem worth it. Yeah, there would have to be definitely there'd have to be a pretty big limit as well, like based on play points or championship points or something. People hate having to do their best every regional. Yeah. I mean, it feels like the community has definitely... I mean, I guess there is still potential for some more pushback against the new system this season from players based on how the season ends up. But it feels like people... like no one's talking about the Worlds invite anymore, which is what I predicted would happen. Is like the number of people who actually care is a pretty low count. And I think people will just kind of adjust and like you need to change your expectations for how you treat competitions throughout the year. Your goal when you go to a regional championship now is not to get 128 to get 40 points or whatever towards your invite. Your goal is now to win the regional or top 8 the regional. That is like that is your big tournament or one of your big tournaments throughout the year to hopefully get to Worlds. But now instead of getting your Worlds invite, but see, a lot of people just like played for their Worlds invite and then didn't even like go all out at Worlds for like trying to win the tournament either. They would just like get their Worlds invite and then be like, all right, I got my Worlds invite and that's it. I'm just gonna play the same deck I played all year, even though it's a terrible play. But Azul, should I make a bacon or sausage breakfast sandwich? I pretty much always go with sausage, so I go sausage. Pokemon Twitter is reactionary, yeah, and it's also a very small percentage of the player base as well. Like the vocal Twitter sphere of the PokemonTCG is definitely a minority in the competitive landscape. But they're also the most competitive players. Like they are the players who are going to Worlds, or more often than other players. But yeah, last season all my regional goals were get 50 points, get 40 points. Now I actually want to do well. Yeah, that's what I think and that's hopefully how the mindset shifts. And the thing is as well, like, the thing with that as well is like moving forward, like new players getting into the game. The thing that's kind of funny is like new players getting into the game who don't know about the old systems will see the current system and they won't think twice about it. They'll be like, oh, that's what you have to do to get to Worlds. That's cool. And and then they'll just go play at the regional. The more competitive they want to be and get, they'll just like literally, because it's kind of funny when you think about it that way. New players who get into the game who don't know what the old system looks like at all won't question the current system at all. They'll just be like, oh, okay, that's how you get to Worlds. This is what you can achieve for going to regional championships. Cool. And if they want to be more competitive, they'll just keep trying to win more, and then that's it. Being born into a system doesn't make the system acceptable. Or being born into a system doesn't make a... Wait. What does that even... I don't know if you're agreeing with me, Slap, or disagreeing with me. It's definitely more inconvenient with the new system, but there's nothing I can do about it. Depending on what your goal... Well, if your goal was to try and get the World's invite through previous means, I guess yes. Now it just becomes impossible. I guess, or getting your World's invite more easily. Now it's harder, right? Was that a flag from your homeland behind you? Yeah, it's the flag of the sewers. I'm disagreeing with you, but as a joke. Well, I knew for sure you were joking. No matter what, I knew you were joking. Oh, I see what you're saying now. The system that you start with, the system that you begin with, unaware of other systems or the potential of a better system, doesn't make the current system the best system or a system you should accept. Which you're not wrong, but I know you're also trolling. It's the PDCG Livian flag, Florida man flag. Just need to start selling kidneys to fund travel, so all ICs and regionals and ICs for next season. True. All right. Well, I assume if we're back, we got to be going to the next round soon. Bring the system down and stick it to Daddy Pikachu. Is it possible to qualify just off of your local challenges and such? No. You have to go to multiple major... Well, actually, it's not true. If you don't win a regional or IC or make it to top 2 of... or top 4 of ICs, if you don't get an auto invite, you have to go to multiple major tournaments. If you don't end up with an auto invite from a single major tournament by winning it, that's a lot of Rosses. You could say Ross is a Maridon fan, I think, at this point. But we see a little bit of betrayal in there as well. Right here. No one will ever forget the great Maridon betrayal of Ross. What is Ross's last name? Is it Gilbert? Why is Gilbert coming in? The great Maridon betrayal of Ross Gilbert, Lille 2025, when he picked Dragapult and Roaring Moon over Maridon while it was legal in the standard format, chose not pick Maridon as a prediction. Well, they actually have like they actually set like a result for the cards they pick. Dude, I feel like someone should just troll and pick Ultra Ball. Like, if you can pick Prime Catcher as a card to like predict to do what, just pick Ultra Ball. You win every time. You can't lose. Or Nest Ball or Nest Ball. Have Chip pick Ultra Ball next time he casts. It would be a good meme. It would just be a good meme. What's the card played in every single list? I mean, it's Nest Ball or Ultra Ball has to be the closest to it, right? Maybe Research isn't actually that played in that many decks. It's gotta be Ultra Ball, right? Ultra Ball or Nest Ball? Maybe Nest Balls may be in more decks than Ultra Ball. Iono? Iono's in a lot. Oh, Boss's Orders, yeah. Wait, was one of Ross's predictions Boss's Orders on a previous one? Am I trolling? I thought I saw Boss. No. Yeah, picking Boss would be pretty lame, I'm not gonna lie. If you pick Ultra Ball, you got to pick the right artwork that wins. Ooh, honestly, that's kind of fair. If you're gonna pick something like Boss or Ultra Ball, you also have to pick the optimal artwork. Dude, what is this comment? McDonald's will be selling Maridon milk? What do you mean? What does that mean? What are you saying? How does one milk a Maridon? Asking for a friend. Which Ultra Ball is optimal though? That's the question. It's definitely just like the basic silver border. The basic silver border one. So thoughts on Cresselia as a tech for Pult next format, or is it too slow? I mean, Cresselia is not slow. I mean, Cresselia seems pretty good against Pult. In Guardy. It's definitely not too slow. How much time is there typically between rounds to get ready? I don't know. At least 10 minutes. Actually, maybe at least 15. No, I would say it's usually like 30 minutes, right? Isn't like the... Where's Boo? Boo knows. Who knows? Boo keeps track of the time. It's like 75... It's like 75, 80 minutes from round start till next round start. It's like the average. Let's call it 75 minutes, so it's 25 minutes in between rounds on average or something like that. I think it's somewhere in there. I think it's like the average is like between like 75 and 80 minutes or something like that. The 25, somewhere between 20 and 30 minutes. I don't remember. I think they're referring to the Happy Meals. Wait, is there gonna be like a wait? But is that even any better? That oh wait, is there gonna be like a Pokemon thing of milk in the thing? Is that what you're saying? Does it take this long every round to start? Yep. Every single round is like 25 minutes. 25 minutes ish. Are they adding Maridon milk to Happy Meals? Like the milk jug will have Maridon? Yeah, like the milk carton will have a Maridon in it. Any way to evade this situation? Matches starting in different times? You can't really start matches at different times because it's Swiss round based. So everyone plays in the same round at the same time. The way to remedy this situation and have more stream content with less downtime would be to have a side stage where you play like they stream / record 2 matches from round 3. One of them is live on stream, and then the other one they can cut over to, and it could be live, or they could get like a recording of game 3 and like play that on stream or something. Reporting on mobile devices would speed it up? Probably, to be honest, yeah. Yeah, having a second stream match is like the fix for you don't want to like stagger a match or stagger some matches, because then you can't start the next round until that round is over anyways. But yeah, they need a side station, basically a side stream. But I don't know. I don't know when that would ever happen. It's like the logical next step to drastically increasing the value and content of the stream, but it would also drastically increase the production cost as well, I imagine. Who do you got tonight for the UFC? Marab or Umar? Let's go with Umar. Same type of production as Japan has, 2 games in parallel. Yeah, basically. I think Japan actually even has 3 though. I think they have 3 stations set up at the same time. I could be wrong on that. It might just be 2. But yeah, basically just copy what Japan does is the next major improvement in the stream quality. I don't know how far out we are from that, to be honest. Probably a little ways. Dude, every time they cut over, I'm hoping that we go somewhere else. Are you going to the full grip release weekend 3K tournament? No. I think it's isn't it 4K? I thought it was 4K. Or is it 3K for the standard tournament, 1K for the non-standard? But no, I won't be going. I'll just be streaming at home. The new set. A full crip game. Since we run Pokemon Pocket tournaments, when we stream the tournament, we are able to watch like 3 different tables. Could watch Larcana. Wait, is there a Larcana tournament going on right now? All right, cut back to the casters. Okay. Now, cut over to... Dude, another deck. Actually, this is what I wanted, to be honest. I was hoping they would show off another deck. This is actually one of my favorites. It's Regidrago. Pretty broken, pretty cool. Very nice deck, very chill. Very chill deck. Love how Pokemon still has the winter decor and we're almost in February. Wait, what season do you think February is? Are you watching CS? As in Counter-Strike? No. I'm watching Pokemon. But depending on how long the Counter-Strike tournament goes on for, maybe after the stream's done, I'll watch some Counter-Strike. What is a Sphinx? Honestly, that's a good question. Let's see. Gotta Google this off. Is it pronounced Sphinx or Svine? Oh, it's a gem or or whatever. Oh, I guess that makes sense, right? Because it's a Terra Pokemon. Isn't the name of the attack swinging sphere? So you're hitting him with it? You have like attached to the end of a rope and you bonk him with it? Bonk him with your sphere? You just there killing a lot of time. This time's dead for sure. Amount of hours I have in CS is embarrassing. Did you ever try and were you ever competitive in CS for the win? Or just casual? I've actually watched so much competitive CS:GO for what's it called? For basically never played the game. I've not never played the game, but I've played very little Counter-Strike. But I really like watching professional Counter-Strike. Was never good enough. Just did it for fun and got addicted. Used to make CS videos before PTCG. Oh, really? Cool. Who's your favorite team / player? I don't really have one. Yeah, I don't keep up with the scene enough to really have a favorite team or player or anything like that. But that's generally how it goes for most competitions I watch. I don't really have a favorite. Well, I have like watching like the NBA and stuff. I have some like favorite players, but yeah, I don't keep up enough with CS:GO to actually like have favorite teams or players. Like I'll like tune back into the scene every couple months, and then like there'll be a bunch of the teams will be like not completely different, but they'll be different. I think didn't FaZe just make a big change? That was a big talk. They dropped Rops. They dropped Rops? Oh no, Rops wanted to leave, right? Wasn't that it? But wasn't FaZe like one of the best? They're like still one of the best teams, right? But Rops wanted to leave. Yeah, Rops left. Oh, Rops went to Vitality. Rops and Zywoo on the same team? Chill. Who did FaZe pick up? Oh, Elige? Oh, that's a big shot. That's a big chance for Elige. Because Elige has always been really good, but Elige has never been like Elige was on like one tier 1 team once, right? So this is like a big chance for Elige to like actually win some tournaments. Like prior to that, he was on like Liquid at some point when it was okay. Like Liquid was a good team at some point, right? It's a big opportunity for him to actually get some dubs. He's getting, I mean, he's been playing for a long time. How old is Liege? 27? The CSGO players play for a while though. I feel like people always talk about in esports, like the age, it's funny. Well, esports just hasn't been around very long, but the age where you're basically done in esports and effectively have to retire because you're too old just keeps increasing year over year because people just get older every single year. Obviously, there's no like defined age though. Bro, Snax is still playing. He's a real OG. Yeah, because you have like CS:GO pros that are a bunch of them are over 30 now. Which deck is favorable against Regidrago? Like Bolt and probably another one out there. All right, I got it, Dragon. I'll do it between the next round. Also, esports is not only about how good players are, but also how much products the teams can sell to fans. I mean, that's less so it. I mean, that is sports to an extent as well. It's like not anything different. It's all like marketing. Like there has to be, you need people to tune in and you need people to buy something. If people aren't buying something, you can't fund the thing. It's not, that's not a, I mean, it sounds like you're talking like, it's like, feels like it's just like a negative towards esports, but that's not esports. That's just everything. You could pick out some specific parts about certain esports that are a little bit more morally questionable, like the amount of like CSGO gambling stuff that's involved in CSGO. Not CSGO, but CS, I guess at this point. Not CSGO anymore, CS2, Counter-Strike in general. That's different, but yeah, you have to be selling something. If you can't sell something, you can't have something. You have to be able to sell something. Can't sell something. We got nothing to sell, then we can't have anything. Paul and Snacks Kerrigan are all really old school guys. Yeah, how old is Kerrigan now? Is Kerrigan like the oldest player on a top team? Kerrigan is 34. You're cooked. Kerrigan might be the oldest player on like a tier 1 team then, right? Possibly. Also, esports is not only about how good players are, but also how much products the teams can sell to fans. Oh, is that what you said previously? Oh, but I think I think I disagree with that in general. It's the same thing with sports to a degree. Well, no, I think it is like the same way with sports to a degree, right? Well, but I don't know if that's actually interesting. Like on the back end, like let's say you have two quarterbacks. One is a 9 out of 10 and one is an 8 out of 10. But the person who's 8 out of 10 is like way more charismatic. A lot of people are really big fans of him. Would a team ever go to pick up the 8 out of 10 quarterback for the marketability of the, like they're worse. Everyone knows they're worse, but you would make more money off. You're less likely to win the Super Bowl, but you're more likely to sell jerseys. Would the NFL team ever pick up the 8 out of 10 versus the 10 or the 9 out of 10? And you probably have to pay the 9 out of 10 player more as well. If you win, you can sell more stuff. People like cheering for winners. That's true. Like winning is a pretty big deal as well. If it's a small team, yes. But I also disagree with that statement as far as esports go as well. I don't think like in esports, organizations aren't picking up players due to popularity. Well, there is a little bit of that. Like organizations, like if someone's a competitive, let's just say like for like a solo situation, if someone's a competitive fighting game player and they make YouTube content and stream, they're also a competitive fighting game player. They're more likely to get picked up by an esports organization. But that's because they're worth more because they do more. They also have to be paid more probably than someone who like is purely a competitor. So it's not like, I guess it's not technically wrong, but I feel like it's not right for the right reasons, but it's not like technically wrong. Like team esports is more about like, it's like no one's gonna pick up. I feel like it's the same way thing in both things. Now that I'm like kind of thinking through and talking through it, you're always picking up the better player. You're always gonna pick up the better player. You're always gonna pick up who's gonna make you win more. As far as like team sports goes, like in CSGO, you're gonna pick up, if you have the choice of two players, you're gonna pick up the player who has a higher chance of making you win the tournaments. For sure. The esports teams in CS are all funded and sponsored by underage gambling websites. Yeah, it is. That stuff is weird. I watched the CoffeeZilla video on that recently. It's similar as we like to cheer for content creators in tournaments because we all know them. They're charismatic. Yeah, but that's like the difference. That's what I'm talking about. There's like a difference between like solo competitions and team competitions, right? Like that, there's a big difference there. I feel like, yeah, big difference between like those two things. In terms of like how all that kind of stuff works. Yeah, the CoffeeZilla video on the CSGO gambling stuff was pretty interesting. At the end of the day, the prize money isn't based on popularity. Yeah, true. I mean, but the prize money honestly isn't even that big of a fraction of like the money in the game, right? It like more of it is like the sponsorships and like the gambling web. Like that's where the money is. Like that's where the money is in the scene. Like simply being on a good team, having good sponsors. I mean, you're trying to win, and if you don't do well, you're not going to be a pro player for long, right? But I mean, you don't want to not win the prize money. You can probably do pretty well for yourself and like never win a major tournament in CS, as long as you remain competitive to potentially win. Appreciate the 3 months there, Carlo. I think the name matters because if Faker does bad, T1 will always make money from merch with his name. Yeah, but Faker doesn't. Faker is the exception, not the rule. That's another thing that exists always in like things in life. Like Faker's the exception, not the rule. The rule is winning is more important, especially in team games. It's different in individual. It definitely is different in individual games. Because like I said, like if you take like in individual competitions, someone who is less likely to win could be worth more because they are more charismatic, have a bigger following on social medias, and make content or something like that. But in team competitions, it's definitely different. And then once again, you take someone like Faker, and it's like, even if there was a better mid laner they could have, you would maybe make an argument for keeping Faker because Faker's Faker, even if he's having a bad year. But Faker's the exception, not the rule. The rule would say to drop Faker. But Faker being Faker, it has an exception to the rule. But definitely, it is, yeah, it's one of those situations where it's like, it's not the rule, it's the exception. He's the exception, not the rule. He's not following the rules. He breaks the rules. Faker only became the GOAT because he was a good player. T1 picked him up and then developed his charisma. Honestly, you say that, but does Faker even have any charisma? I feel like Faker is literally all aura, no charisma. I've never heard Faker talk, but like, I don't need to hear Faker talk. That's not true. I've definitely heard Faker talk before, but you know what I'm saying, right? Although he did do I remember one year at Worlds, he did the tumble or the roll or whatever, the somersault. Wasn't that Faker? Yeah, I feel like Faker is all aura, not necessarily charisma. Dude, is it just me or is Consta on stream like every... I mean, he's always doing decently, right? I think he's on stream every single major tournament in Europe. Consta always makes it on stream. It's the same jacket as well. Consta always has the puffy black jacket on. Prediction? I got you. Man's not hot. I was always dressed for it to be like 30 degrees. Gotta come prepared. Does a dripped outfit give you an advantage because of aura? Possibly, but like that's the thing is like something like a dripped outfit, the aura that provides only affects certain people, right? You have to have like a weakness to that aura. There's different kinds of aura out there, right? Like if you got the drip aura doesn't affect everyone the same. But then we were just talking about like Faker, right? Like Faker's aura affects everyone. Like no one is sitting down across from Faker and acting the same they normally would. Maybe Faker's aura would even inspire you to try harder, but yeah, aura from drip doesn't affect everyone the same for sure. Dude, is Slap here? Who is Faker? You're banned. Wait, why is that? I mean, I guess it's okay. The Wochien, but the Wochien is just like, all right, here we go. So it is Lost Box. Consta still playing Lugia. Top decked a second Luminian there. Looks like has an Ultra Ball in hand. And, I mean, if Consta plays Carmine, we got Luminian for Carmine here, potentially. I guess, honestly, a question here when I'm looking at this is, does Consta know what he's up against? Or is Consta here, do you see the Iron Hands and be like, well, I guess I'm going to play around Miraidon here? Maybe, but then we see Consta actually lining up this Fluttermane off the rip. So Consta might just know what the matchup is and might just be pushing Fluttermane off the rip here to slow down the Comfies, which means Consta definitely knows what the matchup is. Yep, goes for the Fluttermane. So Consta definitely knows the matchup here. It's actually weird that Consta kept, well, unless we are going to see the Luminian 4, but I feel like Consta is not playing the second Luminian out of hand here because we have a research in the hand, I believe, but maybe I'm incorrect on that. But then discarding the gift energy, well, maybe the Mist energy does have more value. We have the Jet because Mist does stop Sableye. I don't think Sableye is like super relevant in this matchup. I feel like maybe keeping the gift to put on Luminians makes a little bit more sense, but also I don't even know if we will see go into the Pokestop here. 2 hits, the Nest Ball and the Switch Cart. Fluttermane, of course, is going to shut down Comfies. But Concealed Cards is still an option here, potentially, as we see this Nest Ball get played. And I assume Radiant Greninja is going to be what is going to be found off of here, because Comfy is going to be pretty useless. I doubt there's an Iron Bundle in the Lost Box build, because Fluttermane is just not a card worth kind of teching for right now. I think I saw Triple Grass Energy in there. Oh, no, does play the Iron Bundle. Okay, is prepared for the Fluttermane. Also, not just like a bad card to kind of play in general, but also good against Fluttermane. I think we saw Consta made a little bit of a face there in response to the Iron Bundle. Another Nest Ball coming out here. Gonna go get ourselves the Comfy now, and we could possibly see a donk, or not a donk, but a knockout on this first Lugia here. I think it's pretty unlikely. I think it's pretty unlikely though. You don't take bundle for Flutter, it's for Drago. Oh, that's true. It's good against Drago here, so you do just kind of play it to have a chance against Drago. That is fair. That is fair. I forgot about. Excuse me. I forgot about that. That matchup. All right, so taking a second on this one. The hand honestly is not that good here as well. The grab. I can't even see what the grab was. There was no course in the hand previously. Attached Iron Hands pass. So not exactly what you're looking for there. I see a research and the Lugia V-Star in hand here from Consta. Goes into the Pokestop. Ultra Ball. That's a good, great ball. Dude, what? Great ball into Chops, into Ultra Ball into Chops. Is there a Chops? No Chops yet. And no Chops. The Iron Hands is there, though. That could be a solid option to take. We'll see. Could, honestly, solo Chops gaming here doesn't seem terrible. Goes for the Cinccino, just going to thin it out. I like this actually. This makes sense. Yeah, I actually don't hate some solo chop in here. Oh wait, that's Luminion. Couldn't we have gone Luminion for Jack? Does Consta play Jack? Maybe Consta doesn't play the Jack. I forgot about Jack there. Was Jack prized? Or maybe Consta doesn't play it. It's possible it's not. Jack was not prized. Let's not play it then. Otherwise, that was definitely the play. Here's a 7. Chose not to attach the mist there, which I think I like because you could double turbo jet up. Double turbo retreat or jet from the bench to the active. Get the Fluttermane back in the active to slow him down. Could also just go into solo chops here, and you could just get a double turbo and something else and swing. Oh, you can also get the Chinchino. I guess, yeah, sure, why not? Get the rat involved. And then here we go into the chops. Now, you could retreat into Fluttermane, or you could just knock out the active here. Actually, I want to go back through there and see a pass through from Consta. I want to see if we play the Jack or not. All right, here we go. Chops use. I see the Weird Ear. Lining up some energy. I did not see the Jack on the pass through there, so I think there's probably no Jack. Loads up the energy on the Lugia. We could have retreated to Fluttermane, but doesn't make a ton of sense to do here, I don't think. So Lugia knockout. And not only are you KOing the Fluttermane here from Consta, you're also removing the Pokestop from play, which is also a pretty big deal because, how do you pronounce the name? Rasmus? Is Rasmus here? We'll just use the last name, Wagner. Wagner was living off that Comfy and the Pokestop for draw power. The rest of the hand, I believe, is basically dead, but there's a Poffin top deck. Okay. I don't know how many switch cards are in the hand. We'll see. Got some more Comfies. Knockout on the Lugia here with the Iron Hands would be pretty good with that arm press. And in fact, it might be impossible for Consta to respond to that. There's a switch card in hand. Okay. Gonna get moving here. If we do the active. Grass and Boss. Use up the grass here. Has plenty of energy to work with. Plenty of energy in the deck. Another switch card potentially. I'll just go for the switch card over just retreating. Grass and trekking shoes. Turbo Lost Box? I mean, I guess to use the Wo-Chien, we got to get to like 0 cards. Super Rod. Not great. Can attach lightning for turn, and then it's just a lightning away from being able to use arm press. This will give Consta another turn of Archeops, though, which is a pretty big deal here. We can also see Consta now go into the Fluttermane as well. Actually, that's probably what we're going to see here, because not only do you knock out the active Comfy, you can build up 2 damage counters on the Iron Hands, which puts it in range of a 3 energy Chinchino, or the Lugia, actually, to take the knockout if you retreat the double turbo off the Lugia. And an acceleration from the Archeops will put you in range. And then you shut down the second Comfy that would come up. Would also be pretty good here. So I feel like attacking with Fluttermane makes the most sense here, but we'll see what Consta decides to go for. Does take Iron Hands off the Ultra Ball here. Iron Hands for 2 doesn't seem bad either. The question, I guess, just is kind of... the question would just be kind of, do you want to shut down the potential of the second Flutter, or excuse me, the second Comfy, which is Fluttermane's the only thing that can do that. Fluttermane basically effectively KOs both Comfies, I guess is how you could say it. Not actually. It doesn't actually KO both, but it like prevents the potential of the other one. And yeah, with the chops here, looks like Consta is going to go for that Iron Hand setup. Double Turbo and Legacy. So off the research here, which I believe Consta is going to use, also bench the Ursaluna, which could get stuck in the active, but I assume if we're benching it, we're playing the research here. We just need an energy here to attack with the Iron Hands. We can retreat the double turbo off the Lugia. We'd ideally like to draw into a Jet energy, so that way we don't lose any energy off the active Lugia. And there's the Jet draw. That's huge. Now we just jab the Iron Hands and take 2. Into the double turbo as well, so we could attack with the Flutter Mane. But I think if we were going to plan to attack with Flutter Mane, we would have already loaded Flutter Mane up off the Archeops. Maybe not. But yeah, here we go. Just going to draw an extra prize card here from Consta. Take the knockout with the Iron Hands, going down to 3 prize cards remaining. And it's seeming pretty tough here on Wagner's side. Did finally find a Colress. You could go Ursaluna knockout, though. Ursaluna could get the KO on the active here. That seems actually kind of decent, to be honest. Ursaluna KO active. And then Consta doesn't have actually any way to KO Ursaluna back. So that could start to get you back into this one a little bit maybe here. Gino can't KO Ursaluna with only 1 Archeops in play. So Ursaluna is safe here from... maybe we get enough energy in play for Weird Deer? Or Ursaluna would be pretty safe. Remorat milled off the Trekking Shoes into another Trekking Shoes. So going back into another Trekking Shoes here. Super Rod found. Thinking about discarding it and digging deeper. Decides to keep the Super Rod. And we will see that Super Rod get played here. Ursaluna Comfey and the Iron Bundle getting recovered. So it looks like Ursaluna might be the go-to here. Buddy Poffin coming out to get a Comfey. That was just recovered. Grabs Manaphy as well. Not playing around anything with the Manaphy, just thinning it out of the deck here. Don't want it in the deck anymore. Not a card we're trying to draw into or see any more of. And then, yeah, the question is... still, what are we attacking? I feel like if we don't attack this turn, we just probably are losing. Well, I guess in this situation, Consta doesn't have an answer to the Iron Hands either. Like, if you punch with Iron Hands here, we are retreating into the other Comfey here, though, from Wagner. 8 and Super Rod immediately lost owns the gate. Is it just going to be a pass? I mean, there's a boss in hand. You could boss the Ursaluna, try and trap it. It would maybe get stuck. Or, well, it won't get stuck, but you would force 3 energy from Consta to move it. And then maybe you could just boss it again? If it does get hard retreated? Yeah, the boss might be actually kind of annoying here to deal with. It's the only real play you have here as well. Yeah, there's the boss in the Ursaluna. Wait, maybe not. They already chorused? Oh, true. Yeah, Wagner already used chorus. Just pass going down to 1 prize. All right, now I would concede. I would concede here, yeah. Yeah, we can't boss. We already chorused. Yeah, I would concede. We should go to game 2 here from Wagner. Definitely back it up. Why is Consta shuffling? Is it not etiquette to just cut? No. You can cut, shuffle, or tap. And it's not etiquette to do one over the other. And Chino is getting loaded up here now. Yeah, Wagner just needs to concede. Wagner needs to just concede and pack it up. Unless Consta is actually out of energy and can't move Ursaluna efficiently anymore. Let's have a double turbo in hand, though. He's making his way to the Cinchino. It is 3 double... Well, there has to be a jet left. Consta has to have at least 1 jet left, so it should be fine here, probably. Yeah, I feel like Wagner should just concede. I also don't think Wagner plays Sableye, so you can't really like snipe around the Ursaluna being trapped in the active for forever. I mean, energy is Consta discarded. A decent amount. There's a decent amount of energy in the discard pile and in play. Maybe 3 or 4, 2 to 4 in the discard pile. But definitely has, I think, 2 jet left. So going down to 1 prize card here from Consta. Consta just kind of eventually wins. Oh, there's a jet literally in hand. All right, Iron Hands is loaded up here from Wagner, and then I think we're going to have the boss on the Cinchino here to remove the only threat that could KO. Well, I don't know how I feel about that play. I guess... Does that even make sense, though? What energy are you trying to prevent Concept from finding? Now, if you KO the Archeops, maybe you're hoping Consta whiffs the energy from the Chinchino. But if you KO the Chinchino, Consta literally cannot Chinchino you because there's no Chinchino. I feel like KOing the Archeops when the board is this set up from Consta doesn't make any sense over KOing the Chinchino. And then, yeah, there's the boss and the game is over. Yeah, I feel like KOing the Chinchino is always the better play there. You always lose. The game is always over. But, yeah, I don't know. It feels weird to go after the Archeops instead of the Chinchino there. Because you lose to any energy. If Consta has any energy for the rat, you lose. Even a double turbo there would still win Consta the game. All right, going into game 2 now. Wagner knows about the Flutter Mane, so should choose first. I was gonna say, it seems like Consta always knew about it being Lost Box because literally went turn 1, find Flutter Mane. Does know about the Iron Bundle though now. Consta does know about the Iron Bundle for sure. I don't know how much that'll change Consta's play, but maybe a little bit. You'll appreciate the 7 months there, Vigo. Yeah, we should be seeing Wagner go first, and then knows about the Flutter Mane. Something to play around towards. I guess on both players' side, Iron Bundle plus the Flutter Mane. But yeah, definitely, I would say, definitely a good matchup. I would say for sure for Wagner. Definitely a good matchup. Yeah, Consta might open the Flutter Mane. That is possible. Unlikely. A lot of Ultra Balls. And honestly, that hand was pretty good there for Consta. Definitely could have got 2 Archeops in the discard pile out of that one. No problem. All right, here we go. No Flutter Mane in the previous hand. Will Consta get the Flutter Mane in this hand? Shut down the Comfies. Oof. Not Flutter Mane, but also maybe one of the worst starters you could open here. Prize cards. Ram is probably the biggest prize card on both sides, but of course you could maybe the Mirage Gate actually. Of course you could find Heavy Ball. And has already found Heavy Ball here, so not even going to be a huge factor. And the hand looks pretty good there for Wagner as well. Has Colress, has Pokestop. There's the Cram. What else has the hand? Ooh, also a Buddy Poffin in hand as well, I believe. Yeah. Go thin 2 Comfies out of the deck as well before we even get started here with the Flower Selecting. Yeah, really strong. Oof. And the Mirage Gate got moved to the bottom 2 prize cards as well. Off the Heavy Ball reshuffle. That's a big deal. The Gate's a pretty powerful, pretty big card. Actually, I haven't seen... I assume Wagner plays the Pikachu. But I haven't seen the Pikachu. Might be in the hand there, actually. I've maybe seen it now. By Poffin, gonna go in a hole into the Super On. Attach Treats. Has a Pokestop in hand, but hasn't put it in play. I think we should have Pokestopped first here, to be honest. Metal Pokestop gives up the Pokestop. Am I trolling? No, there is a Pokestop in hand. Yeah, I think we should have just done that first. Rips the Pokestop, but waiting wasn't bad. Double switch cards found. Did mill a Colress as well, but we have a Colress in hand. 3rd Comfy on the way now. Palpad or switch card. Ooh, I think I'm leaning towards that Palpad there. Oof, I don't know. I kind of like the Palpad take there, especially going to the next turn. All right, pass over to Consta. Top decks a Minccino. We have Ultra Ball in hand. We also have that Pokestop to work with in play. Goes for the Ultra Ball. I think the hand is dead here for Consta, though, so it has to be 2nd Luminion coming into play here to actually play the game, which is not what you want to be doing. We'll see. Lum for Iono Prey. You probably don't want to grab Iono here. You want to try and save them for later in the game. So you probably go for a research, I would assume. No, goes for the Flutter Mane here. So the hand must not be dead. There must be something live in the hand besides energy. Of course, energy can only be attached for turn, but I know there's some energy in hand for sure. All right, Flutter acquired. Jet. There is a research. Okay. Goes into the Pokestop. Great Ball. Lugia V-Star. Dude, Kansa is not... Ooh, do we prize set the third Lugia V-Star? Hold up. Go back to the prize cards. I don't think so. And no, it was not prized. But you can't do that. Dude, I don't know what Kansa was thinking there. Plays the Great Ball, fails it. Keeps the Chinchino in the deck. Kansa was like, dude, this Great Ball sucked, bro. I need another Pokemon here. Goes for the Aroma. Tunnel vision on trying to find an out for the Archeops. All right, jet up the Flutter Mane here. And then research. Lugia V was found. That was definitely something we needed to find. Couple Lugia Vs. I don't know if you're benching more than one here. Are you really that scared of your solo Lugia V dying that you would bench the second Lugia V? The answer is yes. Yes. And there's the pass. All right. If Wagner can find the Iron Bundle potentially. Oof, the rescue board or escape board being discarded immediately. There's a Nest Ball for the Iron Bundle. But also does have Colress in hand. So chilling here. Kept the card off the Trekking Shoes. Looks like it is a switch. And now we're going into the Colress. I feel like Colress maybe should have been played before Trekking Shoes. I'm not sure. Good options there. Gives up the Trekking Shoes and the Wo Chien. Keeps Prime and a couple other cards there. I can't tell what the other cards are. We built up 5 in our Lost Zone currently. We have Prime Catcher to move the Flutter Mane out of the active, so we can save Nest Ball to find an attacking option. So we could get Iron Hands for 3 here, maybe, from Wagner. There we go. Lugia V is brought up. We go into the Comfy. Nest Ball and Switch Cart. It's a huge hand there from Wagner. Wagner might have like every single option available. We got double Nest Ball in hand now. Finally, a Nest Ball hitting to the Lost Zone. Radiant Greninja, we still haven't seen this game. Definitely plays Radiant Greninja, but why is he snapping his wrist like that for every gust? Because it like builds up your gust meter. I think the same thing as like when you retreat. If you retreat in a certain way, you get like +1 retreat, so you can retreat again. So if you snap your wrist 10 times over throughout the tournament and you build up your gust meter, so you get to like I think in Europe the gust meter is 5, so if you snap your wrist 5 times while you're gusting, then you get 1 free gust to just like use whenever you want, and then your gust meter resets after that. All right, we do have the concealed cards here. Getting rid of the grass energy. We have our hand set up as well. If we don't get to the 3 prize turn, it looks like we're still going further here. Often pretty easy Lost Zone there, and a Trekking Shoes to work with. Another Poffin bites the dust. 1 to the Lost Zone, 1 to the discard pile. If we got double gate here. We got a 3 prize turn here. Let's see. There's at least 1 gate in hand. Can the free gust be brought forward to day 2? No, all your meters reset into each phase of the tournament. So day 1 resets into day 2. Day 2 resets into top 8. I'm not sure how many. There might only be 1 gate in hand. If there is only 1 gate, we have the energy. I got a little nervous there. If there's only 1 gate in the hand, I think there is, because there's 1 prize, 2 in deck. So we can only do the arm press here. But still 2 prizes is still pretty good here. to start things off here from Wagner. So the arm press is still solid. It's no amp you very much, though. Amp definitely would have been probably preferred there. NA gust meter is different, depends on which coast you're on too. Yeah, the effective house rules are different East Coast and West Coast. Just kind of depends. All right, into the aroma from Consta immediately heads off the aroma. Another aroma. No Pokestop hit immediately from Consta like we saw. Double heads off the aromas. Okay. Double chops going to the discard pile. So Consta has like 2 decent attacking options here to get through this Iron Hands. The Weirdeer and the Ursaluna. The Weirdeer does just get return KO'd by Ursaluna. So I feel like the Ursaluna needs to be the play here from Consta, because you have to slow down the prize trade from Wagner, ideally. I feel like that's got to be the play here from Consta, is to attack with Ursaluna, ideally. Yeah, there's the research. Going to get rid of 2 Archeops and the Minccino, as well as a boss. Onto a couple energy and an Ultra Ball. And the Ursaluna itself. So there's the Ursaluna ready to go. Ooh, Weirdeer is also prized. That is true. So for Consta here, the answer has to be Ursaluna. And did draw into it, so it is available. Double chops this time for Consta. 1 chops was enough in the last game though. So Ursaluna is making an appearance here. So it looks like that is going to be the attacker here from Consta. Is going to need to get 3 energy on that thing, and can't use double turbo here. If you use double turbo, you're going to come up a little bit short on the KO. And then the question from there is, what is the response going to be like here from Wagner? It'll be interesting. How is Wagner going to close this one out? I see like a couple different potential lines here from Wagner. We could see some Gust. I don't actually know. How are you going to play this out from here? I believe Wagner also... Does Wagner even play? Does Wagner even play Sableye? I don't think so, right? I think it's just Grass, Metal, Lightning from what I've seen. In Cram. We have Cram. Oh, Pikachu, right? We use Pikachu here. What am I thinking? Just Pikachu this thing. I was like, how do we respond to this? We literally have... Yeah, Pikachu just goes crazy here. Yeah. All right, there's a knock on the hands. And I feel like Wagner should be able to put together the Pikachu attack here. No problem. We'll see, though. I feel like it should be pretty easy. And I see the Pikachu in hand. Super Rod in hand. I don't think we have a Mirage Gate yet, but there's 2 Mirage Gate in the deck. We got Pokestop to work with. Comfeys should be able to get there no problem. I feel like here from... Oh, immediately into the Super Rod here from Wagner. So we must have the Gate in hand. But I still feel like we should have started with Pokestop and Comfeys, because now there's an extra energy in our deck that we have to play around. So I think it's definitely a mistake here from Wagner. Should have hit the Pokestop first, then go into the Comfeys, and then go from there. Definitely a mistake from Wagner here, I feel like. Because now we're going to end up with 1 extra energy in our deck that we don't want to run into. Oh my gosh, there's like nothing left in the deck, actually. I feel like we should have just hit the Pokestop and then use Comfey there, for sure. Oh, he did get the gate off the prize cards. Okay. Are we not going to use... Okay, so not even going to hit the Pokestop. I guess just trying to keep all... I guess, like, everything that's in the deck is pretty good. Like, if you get Iono, drawing into, like, Culver's Super Rods and Gates is kind of what you want. So, I guess I don't hate that. All right, Consta here. How is this prize trade going to play out from here? It looks like Consta's going to send this Luminian back to the deck and then probably push Fluttermane. I assume Consta's going to want to combo that with an Iono as well. There's a heads on an Aroma. I don't know if there's an Iono in hand. I see 2 Ionos in the deck here for Consta. A Luminian as well. There's an Ultra Ball, so we could get access to Luminian that way, I guess. And that's probably going to be the play here from Consta. I feel like we got an Iono here, right? Iono Punch Peak seems decent. And then where do we go from there? Luminian into Wellspring? No. I don't think Consta plays Wellspring. So that's not going to be an option here. Luminian into... I guess Luminian into Fluttermane knockout seems fine. Luminian Punch into Fluttermane KO. That seems okay. I don't hate that. Double Jet onto the active. He's going to shuffle these. I wonder if we should have taken like double gift, because drawing into a jet almost seems better, to be honest. So you can then like maneuver more aggressively. So I feel like we should have gotten double gift and put double gift on the active, because when we Iono here, drawing into jet is better than drawing into gift, I feel like. From Consta. So actually, I think that was a mistake there. We also do have the legacy energy left as well to maybe disrupt things. We did draw into a Mezagoza, which I think we probably don't want to leave Pokestop in play. Pokestop's pretty powerful here. I feel like the Mezagoza should be played. Going into the second Archeops here, I'm not sure where we're going to load up energy. Maybe we put some stuff on the Fluttermane right now. Just a gift, it looks like, to the Fluttermane, just in case he gets KO'd next turn. Because we could see, like, Wagner go, like, Cram knockout or something. But yeah, I feel like we should play Mezagoza. Oh, no, Cram can't KO Fluttermane because the ability shuts off. I guess Pikachu could KO it. Yeah, I mean, you don't really want to give your opponent Mezagoza, but I think the what's it called, definitely more powerful here. It looks like a tail on the Mezagoza, and then Luminian the attack, that shuffle back to the deck. And over to Wagner, whose deck was pretty full of good cards, and we do see there has Colress and Super Rod in the deck. Immediately goes into the Mezagoza to shuffle the deck before we go into the Colress, and can search out the Iron Bundle now off the Mezagoza, and does search that out here. So Iron Bundle, gonna force up an Archeops here. Consta's definitely not gonna send up the Lugia or the Luminian, I don't think. I guess you could, but it sounds pretty bad to do that. Then we'll see if Wagner can actually get a knockout this turn or not. The hand is set up pretty well to potentially get a KO. Yeah, there we go. Goes with the Iron Bundle. But I feel like we maybe, now I'm looking at this, we maybe should have Colress before using Mezagoza. There we go into the Colress. I do see a Mirage Gate there. Ooh, pretty easy Lost Zones as well. Get rid of Heavy Ball and Comfy. And we get a Pokestop to work with as well, with the other Colress in the hand. So the Pokestop is just like basically hitting all items at this point. Ooh, I do not like this super. Why are we not just hitting the Pokestop? I don't like the way that Wagner is sequencing some of this, to be honest. Thinking about getting the Iron Bundle back. I don't hate that, but I feel like we should just like hit Pokestop before doing any of this. I don't like this sequencing here at all from Wagner. Same thing with last turn as well. I still feel like Wagner should have done more on the last turn, probably. Ripping Stop can discard Boss. Only scenario debatable. Oh, I don't know. Do you care that much about your Boss? It doesn't end up ripping the Stop. It's just going to put it in play and leave it in play. So we don't build up any extra resources into the hand potentially through the Pokestop this turn. I feel like just ripping Stop makes too much sense, though. We're just trying to go back-to-back Pikachu knockouts, right? Yeah, I feel like you're just trying to attack with back-to-back Pikachu swings here from Wagner. Lumini gets pushed up from Consta. So I guess we're just going to shuffle Luminian back to the deck here from Consta. The win condition is still the same from Wagner. Just reset a Pikachu, swing with Pikachu, right? He needs Boss Ursa to win. Boss Ursa is a win. Boss Ursa is a win condition, but so is just punching with Peak, right? Punching with Peak is also a win condition. Like, and you could lose the boss win condition from using Pokestop, but you might also not, right? I don't know. I feel like I'm just a fan of just you ripping the Pokestop on that last turn from Wagner. Also, it's unlikely that Consta has access to a Luminian anyways. I don't know. Boss Cram wins the game? No, you can't cram the Fluttermane because the Fluttermane shuts off Cram's ability. I thought about that myself, but I did catch myself before I said it. Wait, did I say it? I don't think I said it. How many rods does he have left? 1 or 2. It might be 2 rods left. I feel like we could have just gone for the Pokestop there from Wagner over the last couple turns, just be hitting Pokestop, but... Ooh, we got the Mezagoza now here as well from Consta. I would definitely bump this Pokestop and give Wagner access to the 50-50. I'm definitely playing Mezagoza here. The Ursaluna isn't out, though. The Ursaluna isn't out. Ursaluna plus boss is a win condition here. Or, no, I guess Ursaluna plus Fluttermane isn't that good because then Consta just pushes up Lugia, right? Yeah, we're definitely going Luminian knockout, send up Fluttermane for sure here from Consta. And then we have Iron Hands on the next turn to win the game on a 1-prize Pokemon if the 2 prizes are not left in the active. So from Wagner here, we have Super Rod and Gate in hand. Oh, wait, we go immediately into the Mezagoza. Can't use it to recover Pikachu now. Interesting. So we're just going to go for the Iron Bundle here, then it has to be. Okay. It's the Iron... Yeah, there's so many. We have Nest Ball, we have Super Rod, we have Gate. I feel like... Was Boss even in there? I feel like Wagner should have been hitting the Pokestop over these last couple turns. Is Boss in the hand? Was there? There might not be a Boss in there, to be honest. Here goes Colress. I see Gate, Nest Ball, Switch Cart. I feel like that has to lead to game. Oh, and Super Rod. Hold up, hold up. There's a Grass Energy in the deck. We got to be so close to just having game here, though, as Wagner. There's the Iron Bundle. We get access to our Comfies now. I think Wagner has game guaranteed here. I think we have it guaranteed. Because we should find the Grass Energy, and then we can go Super Rod. Put back. Yeah, Consta should also send up Lugia here to play around Ursaluna. You send up anything else, then Ursaluna becomes... Oh, no, Ursaluna's in the Lost Zone now. I'm tripping. So I guess, yeah, sending up Iron Hands is fine then. Ursaluna's in the Lost Zone, so you lose to... What's it called anyways? Oh, yeah, I think Wagner has game here. You have 4 cards left in deck, and you're guaranteed to find the grass. You have 2 switches in hand. Wait, I'm so confused. I think Wagner didn't realize it was still his turn. Wagner definitely did not realize it was his turn. Wagner's like waiting for Consta to continue to play the game. I'm almost positive. Wagner's all right. You're promoting your Pokemon. Are you gonna play? There's Switch, second Comfy. And they should guarantee the grass here. I think it's 2 left, right? Oh, there's not. There's 3. Oh, but there's the grass. Okay, that's game. We have everything else we need in hand. I'm not sure what that last card was. It might have still been guaranteed, depending on what that last card was. But there is no boss, though. Where did the boss go? Yeah, I don't think there... I'm wondering what the last card in the deck is, to be honest. There we go. Pikachu knockout. Go into game 3 here. We got 12 minutes left, which should be enough time to potentially close out the game. It might not be, though, to be honest. It is potentially enough time, I guess I should say. That was pretty funny there from Wagner. Wagner literally just was like... Wagner just thought it wasn't his turn anymore. Yeah, I don't know what that last card in the deck was. I don't think it was boss, though. If it wasn't boss, Wagner definitely should have been hitting the Pokestop more aggressively, I feel like, on those previous turns. The last card might have been a Mirage Gate, actually. Then it was like guaranteed for sure to be able to close out the game. You either hit the Mirage Gate or you hit the grass. Oh, no, wait. That wasn't... No, because, yeah, you'd hit the Mirage Gate, the grass would be in the deck, then you would be guaranteed. I need to go take like an allergy pill or something. I don't know. I'm sneezing in the mornings. All right, game 3, 11 minutes. We'll see if this actually concludes. I feel like it's going to be a tie. I don't see a whole ton of urgency out of like either player here. It feels like. I mean, they are shuffling up. You have to sufficiently randomize your deck. We'll see. Wait, when it says message retracted in YouTube chat, does that mean the person who sent the message deleted the message? It has to be what that means, right? Who else would retract the message? Oh! 3 gates? And the Iron Hands? Bro, you could unprize the Iron Hands. You're never setting that thing up. Iron Bundle start is okay. The Iron Bundle start is okay. It does play around the potential of a Flutter main. 10 minutes. Let's see what Consta grabs here. A chops off the thing. I'm new to watching tournaments. What is the point in such little time? Who wants a tie? Well, you can't have infinite. You can't have too much time for the rounds. Like the tournament has to complete. You can't take forever for the tournament to end. Nobody wants a tie. We got an Ultra Ball here as well from Consta. But I guess with the Iron Bundle starts, do you ever not? And nobody wants to tie, but you can't have infinite time for the rounds. Otherwise, the rounds would take forever. Would you rather tie or go home at 11 p.m.? Yeah, exactly. When Wagner prize checks, he definitely wants to tie. Yeah. Well, if Wagner, this is a situation where I wouldn't prize check too heavily. I would just play fast. Yeah, honestly, I don't even know what the correct grab here is from Consta. Because if you grab Flutter main, like, there's just an Iron Bundle in the active to respond to it. So I kind of like the second Lugia. I like the second Lugia V grab here from Consta, to be honest. Shouldn't they just divide the overall round time into smaller chunks like it is on live? Nah. Because then you have to get chess clocks involved, and they're super tedious in a trading card game. We would definitely at least check gates, right? Bare minimum. No, I wouldn't check anything here if I'm playing Lost Box. You have 7 minutes left. I would just go. I wouldn't check anything. Yeah, I would check literally. I think I would check nothing besides maybe my attacker that I'm trying to attack with. That's it. I would just kind of assume that I can hopefully get to a combination of cards that leads to me attacking with it, but you just have to go fast. You don't have time to check anything. I would just grab Radiant Greninja, use concealed cards, and you just gotta cook. You don't have time to check. You gotta cook. It's a favorable matchup. You want to win? Go, go, go. Apparently, we do have time to check. I mean, yeah, I mean, players will approach it differently. I think I would go with Greninja there as well over the Comfy. We have extra energy in hand to start to burn through, and we just want to see cards. It lets us see 2 cards compared to 1 to try and increase our odds of setting up here. So I would have gone with Radiant Greninja there for sure from Wagner. I don't like the Comfy grab. Definitely would have gone with Greninja. We also have like another thing to like keep in mind is well, we have like less outs to Greninja than Comfies. Like if we find Poffins, like that Poffin, we can't Poffin for Greninja, but we could Poffin for Comfies. Into the Colress, some switch cards, Palpad. I mean, you probably just give up Trek and Choose Palpad here. Keeping the Trek and Choose, trying to be aggressive. I don't hate that though. I actually don't hate that. I guess we do want to find more basics. Actually, no, I guess the Trek and Choose makes more sense because we're trying to find more basics. We don't have a ton of basics in hand to work with. And we still want to find more basics. It's not looking... If we get a Pokestop here, maybe. Ooh, but then we attach for turn. I was thinking turn 1 Pikachu attack. Now the turn 1 Pikachu attack is almost impossible. It does find the Pokestop. I feel like we definitely should have not attached for turn there. We should have retreated just to keep the Pikachu option open. It's going to pass, though. Okay, I don't hate that. You could have got Radiant Greninja and cycled it, but instead just going to hold on to all the resources. Holds the Pokestop as well, which I guess is okay. It would have kind of just got bumped probably for sure. In Giga Punish, would have loved to get Buddy and Kolsch in hand. Also, yeah, true. Yeah, I think going Greninja there is definitely the better play for sure. Like, you just want... That's actually like a perfect representation of just like, you just want cards in your hands to help you set up. 2 cards is more than 1, increasing your odds of setting up by 2 cards compared to 1, right? Archeops found, but not a way to discard it here from Consta. 5 minutes left. I don't even know if we have a Lugia V-Star from Consta, actually. It might just be a Read the Wind angle. Here, let's see. What's in the hand? You could Mezagoza to get yourself a Lugia V-Star. It is Tails, so it looks like it has to be a Read the Wind angle here then from Consta. Yeah, you don't really have a choice now. We're reading the wind. Have we attached for turn already? I guess we could jet up Minccino and pass. Then we don't get the chops in the discard pile unless we want to use Lumineon next turn to get a research. All right, read the wind. Okay, perfect time for Wagner to use Iron Hands, but Iron Hands is prized and so is 3 Mirage Gates. So perfect time to use Pikachu instead. Unless you're trying to use Arm Press. Arm Press could be a play here. Tails off the Pokestop and Tails off the Mezagoza immediately into the Pokestop. Just got to go fast. I like this sense of urgency that Wagner is playing with now. It feels like on that first search, even initially shuffling up to set up, there wasn't like a huge sense of urgency from Wagner, but now Wagner's definitely playing with some urgency. Got 7 in our, or 6 in our Lost Zone. We're about to get 7 here with this Comfy. We have Pikachu. We have energy. There we go. Oh, gives it the Greninja for the Trek and Shoes. Really? Okay. I mean, you don't have to take too much time there to be like, all right, I'm going to take the Greninja over the Trek and Shoes, but goes with the Trek and Shoes. Into the gate. I'm sure we have 2. Yep. We have, do we have a Metal in hand? We do have a Metal in hand. Okay. There's a switch. And we got the first knockout here for Wagner. 2 prize cards. Yeah, I mean, I don't hate the Trek and Choose grab over the Greninja, I guess. You don't have a ton of energy left in the deck, but I feel like the Greninja is still a little bit better. Maybe not, though. I could see it. No gates found off the prize cards, though. That's tough. And if Wagner has checked the prize cards up to this point... I mean, honestly, I don't think there's a win condition for Wagner at this point. If we had gotten a single gate off the prize cards and could have chained gates from there, we have a real win condition. But without getting a gate off the prize card there from Wagner, I think there's no win condition for Wagner. But honestly, for the situation we're in, maybe that's not that bad because I don't think Consta can actually win with the time remaining anyways. So maybe Wagner kind of lucks out here. Got some bad prize cards to work with, but maybe that's fine because you can't lose anyways. I don't think Consta can draw 6 prize cards in 2 minutes. Well, I say that, but Iron Hands is an option. It's maybe possible. Maybe it's possible actually. Also, you could punch the Pikachu really hard with Cinccino and then clean it up with Flutter Mane later as well. Yeah. We'll see what attack Consta goes for here. Honestly, Iono plus Punch Pikachu seems decent, but is going to go... Because you want to bump the Pokestop. But it looks like it's setting up for a Cinccino Punch, which does... Set, I guess both plays would set up for a Flutter Mane cleanup, to be honest. Punch with Cinccino or Lugia. Looks like Consta is going to go the Cinccino route. Minute 40 left. We're not getting... We do have Iron Hands in hand here for Consta. Consta could theoretically have gone just boss KO of Comfy for 2 prize cards. Fluttermane being searched out now from Consta. We go ahead and bench it as well. There's the Jet on the Chinchino. I assume we're going to see the Iono here. We are leaving Pokestop in play. But we know that 3 Mirage Gates are prized. So there's no big attack coming from Wagner next turn. And this attack from Consta isn't even that big. You know, just going to pop the ability on the Pikachu effectively this turn from Consta. Wagner could knock out the active, I guess, with Cramorant. That's what we could see from Wagner here. Just Cram, knock out the Chinchino. That's a play for sure. And there's the Iono. Now, Consta's playing way too slow. Guys, what game are you guys watching? Consta is not playing that slow. Consta is just like playing the game. Consta's like just taking actions. Does Wagner play Silene? I don't think so. And then there's the Chinchino Punch. Dude, it's like we immediately get into a situation where like time is a factor for the outcome of the game, and chat immediately, without fail, is like, oh, one of the players is slow playing, which is just like not true. Wagner is playing faster than he has in the last 2 games, and is definitely playing faster, is definitely playing with a sense of urgency due to how much time is left. Like Wagner is playing fast. Consta is basically playing the exact same pace of play that he's been playing at. Like Consta doesn't need to play faster. Like Consta can play at a reasonable pace of play if he wants to. It's like perfectly fine. You don't have to play faster just because time is running out. You can if you want. It's fine. Consta's the one that is favored in the situation with 3 prize gate. Yeah, but Consta doesn't know that, right? Like, yeah, Consta doesn't need to play faster. Consta's like playing at a reasonable pace of play for sure. Does it maintain pace of play also include not playing too fast? Yes, but it's pretty like to play too fast in the Pokemon TCG, you got to be playing like pretty fast. If Wagner crams, he takes gate. Yeah, but a cram doesn't do enough here anymore. Wagner only has two turns left, so if you don't get 2 prize cards this turn, there's no win condition. Yeah, now for both players. Well, hold on. No, both players only have 1 turn remaining, so no win condition for either player. Consta can draw 3 prize cards this turn by using Fluttermane to KO Comfey and the Pikachu. Wagner can draw a maximum of 2 prize cards next turn. Not even. Wagner can draw a maximum of 1 prize card next turn, and then Consta can draw a maximum of 2 prize cards next turn with Iron Hands, which is not enough to close out the game. But if they had more time here, I think Consta had the advantage here because of, for the most part, because of how many gates were prized. There's the 3 prize turn from Consta, but no way to draw 3 prize cards on the next turn, which is the big deal here. He's not moving as fast as some other players would. He plays fast. Yeah, he's not like slow playing. That's like the biggest thing here. Is like Consta is just like playing the game. Consta is just playing a game of Pokemon. Now, if he wanted to give himself a better chance of winning this game, he should probably be playing faster. Like, I'm not saying he shouldn't do that if his goal is to win the match. But if he's just like, I'm just playing. Also, he just might not be aware of time, which is possible. I don't see that he's wearing a watch. He maybe didn't ask the judges how much time is left. He might just not be aware of how much time is left, which is possible. He's just playing. And a lot of players play that way. That was a tie. Yeah, we did get a tie there. 2-2? Is that how they mark a tie? He's just a chill guy. Yeah. And even if Consta is aware of how much time is left, even if Consta is aware of how much time is left, he doesn't have to play faster, even if he's aware of how much time is left. That's just not how it works. The tie wins in the end. Well, you guys, there were so many people who voted for tie. What the heck? Y'all are trying to make a come up here. What the heck? So what do you think about his turn 1? Consta discarded Archeops Research, but had to play. At what play? Turn 2? I'm not sure what you're talking about, Nick. I'm so confused. So the person with prize lead doesn't win in time? No. You have to actually win the match to win. You saw lost box on the screen and went for tie. That is fair, I guess. Yeah, you lead in prizes doesn't mean anything for a tiebreaker. We did go to time though, so the next round will be starting sooner. The last couple have. That makes 0 sense. I mean, not overly. It just means if you're it like doesn't disincentivize playing more aggressive decks. It means that you can play a deck like a Gardevoir and not be at a disadvantage just based on tournament rules. Otherwise, playing a deck like Gardevoir would be a disadvantage just based on tournament rules, right? Because if you go into a game 3, you're more likely to be behind on prize cards. So instead of a tie, your expected match points goes down, right? Because you're less likely to tie, and you're more likely to just lose because you're behind on prize cards or control. Yeah, it would basically make control like a dead deck. Well, not really. It would just reduce your. I want to make it a dead deck. It would just reduce your overall expected match points. Because you couldn't end up with a tie when you're losing in the prizes. You couldn't end up with a tie. So slower decks, control decks, setup decks would just become worse because your expected match point outcome is just lower, which is bad. So I would even say, to be fair, the game wasn't made with decks like control in mind. I mean, I don't know if that's true. Do you know that's true for sure? I'm not even saying it's wrong. I'm not even saying it's wrong that, I mean, if they brought back the rule of who's ever had on prize cards in game 3 is the winner, I'm not even saying that's wrong. I'm just saying it doesn't make 0 sense. You could have researched for turn 2, grabbed a second chops off the Ultra Ball. I thought it was kind of weird, but I guess it is a safer play overall. Oh, you mean when he Ultra Balled for Lugia V? No, I think Ultra Balling for Lugia V was probably correct there. Were you going first or second? Were you going first? I could see it, to be honest. All checks have always been a thing. Look at and Basic, Stantler, and Ruby Sapphire. Yeah, there's a lot of decks like that. Yeah, for sure. No, I think Professor's capping. As we're during break, any tips for Dragapult Thorns versus Lost Zone? Feels like unwinnable matchup. My tip would be to not worry about it because it's not a relevant matchup or relevant decks moving forward. Unless you're going to a major tournament anytime soon. But if you're going to a major tournament anytime soon, I assume you're playing Dragapult Thorns. You're not going to play against Lost Zone. 2-2 now, 4 left to win. I really want to get on stream match, but I'm a nobody. Keep it up, Riley. Make that comeback. The 0-2 to 6-2. That's easy. Or ID if you want ID in the last round. That's fine as well. I think you should play it out. But if you don't, that's also fine. Just get to the last round. That's got to be the goal. Best of luck. They definitely understand control in the game since they keep printing cards that are so obviously control cards like Luxray. Yeah, it's true, right? And like they've seen, like, as soon as a control deck was like maybe the first control deck ever, they didn't have any intent of control existing as an archetype until the first control deck ever happened, and they're like, oh, that's kind of cool. Yeah, we're fine with this existing. Because otherwise they just wouldn't print cards like Luxray or like Snorlax with block or Zerosic or like any of that. Just like remove the, because like those cards are just like not cards that are relevant for anything else. So, but I think it is cool and good that they do add print cards like that to add more depth to strategy potential in the Pokemon TCG, because I think it's like a good thing. When you gentlemen's based on board state, do you consider the prize cards in determining who has a better board state? Like prize cards remaining? That is part of board state, yes. Because if my opponent wins next turn by attacking because they have one prize card remaining, or the chance that, like if they need to get an energy to simply attack next turn to get a knockout on literally anything I have in play because they have one prize card remaining, that's part of the board state. You can't determine board state without prize cards. It's not just who has the most evolution Pokemon in play. It's like, well, I have 2 Charizards and a Pidgeot, and you have 2 Raging Bolts and an Ogerpon, so I'm more set up than you. You lose. Yeah, when you say board state, you're like, who has from this point on in the game, who has a higher percent chance of winning this game based on all factors, like what resources do you have left? What resources do I have left? What's in your loss zone? What's in my loss zone? How many prize cards do you have left? How many prize cards do I have left? How many cards do you have in hand? How many cards do I have in hand? What is your percent chance to hit, you know, the play to win the game versus my percent chance to hit the play to win the game? Board state doesn't literally mean your bench versus my bench. Oh, sorry, I meant like what cards are prized, not how many prizes are left. Oh, you can. You don't have to. Like one of the gentleman's agreements I made most recently that I can think of, I conceded because I prized my last ordinary rod. But I had one more turn. If I had ordinary rod to recover my mana fee, I probably win, but I prized it, so I conceded. So it can just kind of come down to both players knowing their prize cards. There was a little bit more of like an honor system that has to come with that as well, because like your opponent would have to be willing to like be like, well, I prized my last boss, so because you made that play I literally can't win, and then concede because of it. Yeah, so like they have to know what's prized and then be like, oh yeah, it's like, even though their opponent's like, ooh, you can still win here, and actually you probably win here because you just get your last boss with your Lumineon with Ultra Ball, and you have a high chance of finding Lumineon or Ultra Ball or the boss. And then if your opponent's like your opponent has to be like, well, no, I prized my last boss, so I'll concede to you. Like if the game had played out, you'd be like, well, if the game had played out and they have one more turn, you're like, well, if you find the boss, you win, and then they don't find the boss, you're like, oh, I guess I win then. So I theoretically, in a board state gentleman's agreement, that should be applied to the outcome, but it's pretty easy to not. Yeah. It was a long time into the game creation before any type of stall strategy ever came up, which is more to the point. Those cards existing doesn't mean people played control. Yeah, but let's just say the first control archetype ever was Pidgey control, handlock Pidgey control, which happened in 2019. Once they realized control has potential based on the card pool, they could just like no longer print cards that would ever lead to potentially control deck existing. But they haven't done that. They've continued to print cards that allow for a potential control deck to exist. They are definitely fine with control decks existing, because they could just literally not. They could still print stuff like Countercatcher and Iono, but there's definitely cards you could just like not print, like Misfortune Sisters and Eerie and Luxray V and Block Snorlax, and you probably still want stuff like Mawile to exist. Yeah, so I think it's definitely true that they want control to exist. Why we no longer have reset stamp? Or are you asking why we don't, or are you making a statement as to why? I don't think Pidgey Control's existence is why we don't have reset stamp anymore. I think they just moved on from reset stamp as a card. Or is Pidgey Control the reason why we don't have any card anymore? What do you think the best deck will be after rotation? We have some 07s in chat for Stan Smurf. In a little bit, Stan. Reason it's so hard for control to use. Even banned and expanded. Yeah, but expanded is a different story. The game isn't balanced around expanded. Expanded is just a massive PokemonTCG card pool that needs bans to balance it. It's like different. Stamp is no longer in the game, probably just because it rotated. I mean, will they ever bring it back? Maybe. But like, Reset Stamp wasn't overly oppressive in the format that it was in. It was just like really good in Pidgeot control, but that's like about it. Like outside of Pidgeot control, Reset Stamp was like fine. Wasn't even that good of a card. It was like the only disruption card in the game, and it was like okay. Yeah. What was reset stamp? Was it like unfair stamp is now? No, it was an item card that you could play whenever, and you both wait. Was it both players or your opponent? Your opponent shuffled their hand into their deck and then drew as many cards for prize cards remaining. It's pretty good. Exactly, Pidgeot control is able to utilize it best. Yeah, but it doesn't mean. I mean, I wouldn't say that's for sure why it hasn't come back. Like, just because another control deck could utilize it. I mean, it would probably be pretty good in any control deck nowadays. I don't disagree with you. I'm just saying, like, we don't know why it's not here anymore. It doesn't really matter. It'd be pretty strong right now if we did have it, though. It'd be pretty good. But it wouldn't just be good in control. It'd be good in, like, a ton of things. You probably just played in, like, everything. It's Heroes on Fair Stamp right now. I mean, it's not, though. It's different. It's a different card. Completely different. Being able to change your opponent's hand turn 1 is a crazy concept, though. I don't know. I don't think it's that crazy. Like, reset stamp turn 1 is pretty bad. I mean, we used to have Let Loose. Let Loose was a broken card, though. That Let Loose was like a toxic card. Just cringe. Let Loose was cringe for sure. Yeah, Let Loose was a super toxic card. Reset Stamp was alright because it kept the same amount of cards in hand. No, Reset Stamp. No. Oh, you mean turn 1? Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah, Reset Stamp turn 1 wasn't like bad at all. Because you just got 6 cards. You usually didn't want to Reset Stamp your opponent ever. Or like it had like no really effect on the game, to be honest. The thing about Reset Stamp with Dusclops line? Yeah, Reset Stamp in the current format would probably be a broken card. But like, all I'm trying to say is like, the reason they haven't reprinted Reset Stamp again, I mean, I just saying it's because of Pidgey control or saying it's because of control, I don't know. It's just like, the card would just probably be broken in this format in general. It wasn't broken in the format that it was in. It would probably just be broken in this format. But you can say that for so many cards. Like, Guzma would also be broken in this format. But Guzma would also be broken in, like, any format. Marshadow, Let Loose Marshadow would probably be broken in this format. But it would also be broken in a lot of other formats. Base set Professor Oak would probably be broken in this format. Gust of Wind would be broken in this format. Gust of Wind would be broken in this format. Guzma was a mistake. Guzma was probably a mistake, yeah. They really just wanted to help out Galissapod, to be honest. They really just wanted to help out Galissapod, but... And Galissapod was cool. But maybe they should have printed 2 Gust effects. One of them said, if your active Pokemon is Galissapod. Maybe that's what Guzma should have said. If your active Pokemon is literally Galissapod GX. Was it GX? Yeah. Let Loose was just dumb, crazy they thought it was ever fine. I don't know, even that like statement itself, radio, was like, I feel like flawed. Like, Let Loose was out longer than you think. Let Loose was out for a while, and just wasn't played because it wasn't good. But then it became good. Yeah, Let Loose was out for a while before it started seeing play and was like a 2 of in like every deck. It wasn't like every deck. It was a lot. It was played in a lot of decks, but. And it was pretty toxic too. Just turn 1 Let Loose and then sometimes your opponent just bricks. But it was out for a decent amount before it was heavily played and was discovered to be a pretty toxic card. But it was definitely a bad card. Its existence was definitely bad, but it wasn't like miserable. I don't know. It's just kind of like I don't know. It's like a combination of honestly, the biggest thing with Let Loose might have been that there was like no other comeback cards. We had no other hand disruption cards in the format besides Judge. It was like Judge and Let Loose. So like, well, as far as hand disruption cards, I might as well play Let Loose. And then sometimes I'm just going to Let Loose my opponent turn 1 and they just lose. What's Drago's percentage? 13. Are you surprised by 6% Archaludon? Yeah, I think I predicted it was going to be 4%. So like 4 to 6% isn't a huge difference, but it's like a 50% increase. Yeah, 6% is it's a lot for sure. And I can do. I'll go back and show it off again because there's probably a decent amount of people in chat who haven't seen it. 13 is so low. I did think it would be more popular for sure. I thought Drago would have definitely been more popular. But it was probably good before people realized it was good, right? I don't know. You have to go back and test back then. Not sure. It takes time for strategies to be discovered and spread throughout the community. I mean, yeah, but like it started seeing play. I don't know if rotation was involved, but new sets were definitely involved. And I think rotation maybe was involved before Let Loose started seeing play. I don't actually remember. Like what you're saying could be true. It might have been better than people gave it credit for, and maybe should have been played in more decks. But I don't know if that's true because the decks that were good at the time was like Buzzrock and Zoroark, and both those needed a lot of bench space for other stuff. You didn't really have bench space for stuff like Let Loose. But like, I'm not gonna go back and test the format. You're not gonna go back and test the format. We don't really ever know if it was actually better than it was. So, are you aware of the problem with the prismatic evolutions released in the current prizes for products? I mean, I don't know what you mean by prizes for products, but I am aware that people are trying to buy a lot of prismatic evolutions as much as they can. Will X21 make top 8 in regional Rio de Janeiro? The tournament has 1142 players. We can run a simulator real fast and just see. Go live on this. I'll run a simulator for you. Would you say 1142? Prices, not prizes. Oh, on the current prices for products. I mean, I'm aware of it, yeah, but it's like I don't have an opinion on it. I don't really care. I think it's unfortunate for casual collectors. I think it's cringe that casual collectors can't get products. I think it's the whole scalping, buying as much as possible, and then reselling it is also at like a really inflated price is cringe. I don't really have like an opinion on it. Yeah, it's obviously cringe. The whole scalper thing is pretty cringe. It would be nice to be able to just like TBCI is not concerned. Again, TBCI is like getting cut out of this market anyways. TBCI doesn't care about the scalper market, right? Yeah, TBCI doesn't care about the scalper market. They get cut out of that. Pokemon, all the Pokemon stuff sells anyways. Like, it's definitely not something that Pokemon wants. And they've made statements about it as well in the past. Like, they're trying to avoid this from happening. 1139. Is there a more accurate number on Arcanine? This is total players across juniors and seniors, right? So we'll go with 1139. Bruh. Only 18%? Bro, pick it up, bro. What are you guys doing over there? Play faster. All right, we're going to say 16. We're going to say it's going to come down a little bit. We're going to give him 16%. 29 points. Looks comfortably to make top cut, which is... Wait, what is that? 12 rounds? Dude, so is it X12? X12 makes cut. X21 is close, though. Because it's 8.1. Wait, no, it's not that close, actually. X12 is safely into cut. X12 is safely into cut in Rio. X21 could make cut. X21 could make cut in Rio. So getting one tie is definitely fine because getting two ties could lead to cut. But I don't know if you really want the second tie. But I mean, if we increase if the tie rate maintains at like, was it 18? Dude. Wait, I have to do this actually. Oh shoot, hang on, this might change it. So let's say it's 16 and the 0.6 thing. Oh, maybe it stayed at the 0.6 thing though. No, it is the same. Let's go up to 18 and see what it says. Okay, then we're looking like you're gonna make cut X2. If it maintains at 18% tie rate, then X21 is probably making cut in Rio, right? Because 9 wins, 2 losses, 1 tie. Yeah. Early rounds have more ties from bad players before they drop. I guess that tracks, actually, to be honest. That makes sense to me. My friend went to a store and they said ETBs are 140 and they are saving them for kids. I guess it's like an you say I love scalpers, they make money. I mean, I don't, but the thing is, like, Pokemon stuff all sells out anyways. Like, it's not like TPCI is losing. It's not like TPCI ends up holding product. Like, they sell everything. Everyone buys all the Pokemon product. I don't think scalpers make Pokemon literally any money. Pokemon doesn't, when someone goes to a Costco and buys an ETB, TPCI is not getting a cut of that. TPCI prints product, gives it to the distributor. The distributor then sells all of it to the people who want it. And then TPCI fully makes everything. Because no one doesn't, like, all the Pokemon product sells. Scalpers don't make TPCI more money. I guess if it forces TPCI to, okay, that's not true. If the scalping leads to Pokemon printing more product, I guess it does make them more money. Because then they print more product that then gets bought. But then more scalpers come and buy again, I guess. So I guess it does technically make them more money. They don't make more money on the product specifically that scalpers are buying. But if they are printing more product that then is guaranteed to be bought, because they don't want to overprint, because if you print too much product, there will be a point where people don't buy it. But it seems like Pokemon has a pretty good method down of printing enough product that it always gets bought out, and then people always buy as much as they can, and they go from there. But I guess if it does lead them to doing another print run that they know they'll safely be able to sell, I guess that is fair. So I guess the scalpers do kind of make Pokemon money in that sense. But it does feel like Pokemon's not concerned with that. I could be wrong. I think Pokemon would be fine if the scalpers didn't exist and everyone just got the Pokemon product they wanted and they just did like their initial print run that they expected and they wanted to do for the set and then didn't do any after that. I mean, they'll do more obviously, but like, you know what I'm saying? Like they don't overprint more because of scalpers, but yeah. Yo, what's up, newbie? I guess like indirectly. No, it is directly. Directly, the scalpers, I guess, do make them. You're not wrong, I guess. I think the stores and sites are the greedy ones. They don't want to manage the one per customer or any limit. So old Scalping McGee goes in and buys his 50 ETBs with no real repercussions. TPCI hires Scalper to boost demand on them and sell more during future print runs. True. But that doesn't, I mean, I don't know about that, CMT. It doesn't make stores necessarily greedy because all the product is going to sell for them no matter what, right? I don't know. That doesn't make sense. If everyone buys all of the scalper product, leading to them print more, then those scalper customers would have bought the product anyway, which would lead to needing more. Not exactly, Jacob Smith, because if the demand is met, then that wouldn't happen, right? But the demand's not being met. There's still a ton of people out there who want product. I guess that's not 100% not true. Everyone who bought it bought from the scalpers. No, I guess that is true. Like if does that track? Maybe that does track. You have 100 products, scalpers buy them all, and then they sell them to 100 customers. But if those 100 customers just bought the product, no. You have 100 products, a scalper buys them all, and you have 200 customers. 100 of those customers buy from the scalpers. And then you still have 100 customers who want to buy a product. And you still print more anyways. But if they bought it directly from the store, I guess it is kind of the same, isn't it? The scalpers, all the scalpers does is increase the price for the customer, right? The scalpers are just like an unnecessary middleman, right? That just inflates the price for the consumer. And the manufacturer doesn't want the price to be increased for the consumer, technically. But the scalpers, yeah, basically the consumer is getting fucked. The scalper is making a profit. And then TPCI is like, no matter what, we were going to print more product. Also, I guess the scalpers don't have any impact on TPCI making more money then still, right? Like, scalpers don't actually impact TPCI making money because the demand is still there and you would need to make more product anyways. Yeah, the scalpers are the ones that are profiting. The consumer gets fucked. TPCI is, but the scalpers aren't actually driving up. The scalpers actually don't make TPCI money. Interesting. No, that is correct. That is how it works, right? Another way, my local store did a thing where ETBs are 75 if you open in store, but more expensive if you leave with it. That's so weird. Why is that the thing? If demand isn't met, then distributors can return product to Pokemon. So Pokemon printed less of Surging Sparks and now Prismatic. Now TPCI goes, oops, these are the popular sets because of Pikachu and Eevee. If demand isn't met, then distribution can return product to Pokemon. Is that true? Pokemon has an incentive to fight scalpers because if it gets too bad, people will return. People will leave the hobby for alternatives. That makes sense, right? Yeah. If you get too fed up with having to deal with scalping prices and stuff, why would you stick around, right? It makes sense why normal people would want to resell since they can 3x profit. Yeah, I mean, basically everyone has turned into a scalper. Like, Pokemon is kind of crazy. I mean, there has to be this kind of influence. Maybe not on the same scale. Maybe Pokemon is the first thing that really, like, everyone became, Joe Schmo became a scalper because of Pokemon, like, over COVID and even with this most recent thing. Like, there's so many Joe Schmoes that have become scalpers. Isn't Pokemon printing more? They are, yeah. Like, I remember, maybe I mentioned this on the podcast or the bonus episode on the podcast, but during, I think it was during COVID, maybe just after COVID, when they brought back some packs in some cereal boxes and people were like walking out of, I literally saw someone walk out of a Walmart with a, I had never seen like that. I've never seen like any of like witnessed any of the scalping stuff live until that moment. But someone left Walmart with literally a cart full of Pokemon boxes, or not, cereal boxes with the Pokemon pack in it. And then like you'd go to the cereal aisle and a bunch of the cereal boxes would be open and the pack, because the people want to get the pack out of it. They just like stole it. Yeah, every time I say my hobby is PokemonTCG at work, the first comment is, oh, I heard there's a lot of money in that. Yeah. And there really isn't. Yo, we got Ross on stream. Let's go. Ross versus Elmer. Has a reputation for sure. Yeah, definitely. And unfortunately, not the reputation you want it to have, for sure. Major retail stores need to enforce the 2 product limits. Local game stores should sell at MSRP. I don't know. Can you really ask? I feel like local game stores need to like make a come up when they can, right? Oh, at market price is what you said. Local game stores should sell at market price. Yeah, I feel like you need to like let market or what's it called? Local game stores make a come up when they can. Not like hopefully they don't like take too big of an advantage of their customers, but like if they do, then the customers just shouldn't come back, right? Like if the thing is like local game stores can charge like, you can charge like 2x for an ETB right now and still be way below what the market is, right? You could 2x charge for an ETB for this set compared to what you normally would for most ETBs, and you'd still be below market price for like what everyone else is selling the product for. You still make a ton of money, so. I think it's fine for like people to make some kind of come up, like local game stores to make some kind of come up. But yeah, I mean, it would have to come from TPCI to like enforce like Walmarts and stuff to. Oh, Ross with the Turbo Moon, okay, versus the Regidrago. I do think this matchup is favored for the Turbo Moon, not by a whole ton, but I think it is favored. And Elmer's going first here. Cycle on the pawn. Draw goes in the hand with an energy. We also have a Nest Ball and an Ultra Ball in hand here as well. And an Iron Bundle. So Elmer could even like retreat to Iron Bundle and like Nest Ball for Cleffa or something. Or retreat to Cleffa and leave Iron Bundle on the bench actually. Prediction? Oh, I got it. All right, there's the Cleffa search. And we could just go Drago attach, bench. It looks like the Ultra Ball's coming in on the research, so we must be going for Squawkabilly at this point then. Ooh, if you give up Iron Bundle, though, you could be Iron Bundled. I don't like the Iron Bundle give up here. Oh, we're going for Radzard, though. Okay, okay. I actually don't hate this. We just wanted like another one prizer. I don't hate the Radzard grab. So I guess we're going to attach Grass to Radzard maybe then instead. No, you maybe still attach to Drago here. So retreat to Cleffa. Drago attach. No, it is the Radzard attach. Okay. Still going to bench Drago, of course. And then, yeah, retreat to Cleffa and then the pass. We'll see what Ross puts together here. Ooh, actually a cute play you can do against Cleffa, to be honest. Ultra Ball away, double Dark Energy. Does already have the Sada in the hand. I feel like maybe Trekking Shoes first here, though, to try and find a basic before we thin basics out of the deck would maybe be a little bit better. I feel like we still want a decent amount of basic Pokemon here. And ideally, we would want to go Catcher, KO, Drago, V off the bench. That'd be ideal, would KO, Drago, V off the bench. But you could also go... Oh, that play doesn't work the way I thought it did. Never mind. Also, I guess I don't even know if Ross plays the Baby Petron. It looks like does play the Koraidon. No, there is Baby Petron in there. So plays Koraidon, Baby Moon, and Baby Petch. I feel like Check and Choose first there from Ross made a little bit more sense. So you can try and find a Pokemon. I feel like this Ultra Ball... I don't know. What does this Ultra Ball even want to grab? Do you just grab another... I mean... Maybe Baby Moon. I guess you could go for Koraidon. Koraidon could KO the active here if you whiff the Catcher head. Just Catcher knockout. Did he discard Research or no? No, Research didn't end up getting discarded here from Elmer. So the one card in hand here from Elmer is Research. All right, just goes for second Moon, and here comes the Sada for 3. Definitely want quite a bit more here. Okay, Ultra Ball was found. We still have the Trek and Choose and a Pokestop. Going to the Trek and Choose next. I have no idea what that was. Boss discards it. Another draw here. The Dark Patch. And we can use it. We do have Ultra Ball here. Get rid of a Dark Energy. Dark Patch to the Bench Moon. There we go. I have to imagine this becomes a Squawkabilly here for sure. Yeah, I can't imagine this gets anything besides Squawkabilly. There's a Squawkabilly getting lined up. Still not in that ridiculously good of a spot to get this first 2-prize knockout, though. Still need to find a Gust Effect. And I believe the Prime Catcher is prize, so it has to be a Catcher, it has to be a Heads. And we don't have a 1-prizer set up at all right now for Ross as well. The Baby Moon is prized. Ross might play Heavy Ball. I think most people usually don't play the Heavy Ball, so it'd have to be the Pecharunt for the knockout with a Dark Patch, potentially. I mean, you could just knock out the Cleffa with a Moon and be content with that for your turn, but then you're leaving that first 2-prizer in the active, which is something you're trying to avoid ideally. The Billy for 6. Oof. concealed cards has to be huge here if we want like the best turn possible. It'd have to be like Latias plus catcher. Nest Ball Energy. I mean, we can attack this turn. We could knock out the Cleffa, but we'd be leaving a 2-prizer on our active. We could just get Latias and retreat to Greninja as well here from Ross. Here's to see what Ross does from here. Those are like the 2 plays that stand out to me as being the way to go. We'll just take the knockout, bump the Pokestop. I mean, Pokestop's pretty good for Drago as well, so bumping it would be nice. Latias found off the Nest Ball. Yeah, those seem like the 2 options here. Retreat and attack, or just retreat to Greninja and pass. Leave the 1-prizer in the active. This will be a situation where Elmer would maybe... Oh, we haven't used Pokestop yet? Oh, hold up. We're not done. All right, we didn't really find anything, though. Just a dark patch. Yeah, I thought that was it. I thought we were done with our sequence there. Not quite, though. Play. I feel like it's got to be run to Greninja here. Okay, the moon is fully loaded. We're gonna go for the moon attack. It is gonna be the moon attack. Okay. There we go. Now Elmer can get that first 2-prize knockout. We'll see what Elmer shoves up here. It is gonna be the Ogerpon. Also left the Pokestop in play, which could also be a big deal here for Elmer. There's the research to get things going, gets rid of the fire energy. Makes sense. We want to leave open the option to potentially attack with Ogerpon. If we get 2 Ogerpons in play and find ourselves an E-Switch with some grass, we could just attack with Ogerpon this turn. Leaving the stop for Drago. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about leaving the stop here, to be honest. Ooh, the draw there is pretty iffy. But we do have that Pokestop to work with. We have a bunch of grass. We got the E-Switch in hand as well. Here's the Pokestop hit. E-Switch, Mew, Drago. That's not great. And I don't think it's going to be enough for an attack here. Oh, boy. Oh, wait. We can E-Switch from the bench to the active. Hold up. That works. Still not ridiculously good, though. A lot of E-Switches in the hand here for Elmer. Gaming Tower. I like that. Get rid of the Pokestop. Take that away from Ross. All right, we do just barely... It does work here. This does work. E-Switch off the bench to the active. Pokestop saving. No, the Pokestop didn't actually matter here. We had plenty of stuff to work with. Super Rod coming out. Double Energy Mew. I honestly kind of like Double Energy Mew. Goes for fire. The bundle just seems really bad. There has to be like 2 prizes moving. Yeah, the bundle just seems really bad here from Elmer. I don't like the bundle. I think the energy is more important. I don't know how we think we're going to get a ton of value out of bundle moving forward here. I don't think we're going to. Yeah, definitely question the leaving the Pokestop in play there from Ross, though, for sure. Definitely questionable. All right, first 2-prize knockout going to Elmer, but it's not too bad. It's like, it's for the board state here from Elmer is not very good. That's what I mean to say. We don't have that much set up. No Pheasantipity found. No Mew. No draw power in general. No energy in play after this Ogerpon gets KO'd almost for sure here. And we see Ross already has the KO set up along with a Judge. Ross can go with Judge for turn here. Dark Patch attached Judge. Is maybe thinking about going for the Sada instead. I feel like Dark Patch attached Judges is so much better here. There's a 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, it is only a 5-card hand here, I guess, from Elmer. Okay, maybe not, maybe not. It's a 5-card hand from Elmer, and Elmer didn't really do that much out of the hand last turn. I don't hate the... Oh, okay, I thought we just played Sada there. I wouldn't have hated the Sada, though. Yeah, Elmer had a 5-card hand. Didn't play any Ultra Balls or Nest Balls that we definitely would have liked to have seen from Elmer, so I wouldn't have hated the Sada there. And I thought Ross did go with the Sada. But the energy attachment came from the Dark Patch. I think it was only a 5-card hand. Maybe it was more than 5. Might have been more than 5. If it was like 6, then maybe this doesn't make a little bit more sense. Is Ross running a 1 of Kyurem? No, probably not. I don't think so. You maybe saw the Koraidon, if that's what you mean. Like what got discarded. All right, hand there from Ross is a Night Stretcher and a Pokemon Catcher. I think Ross is probably looking for Pheasantipity here just to see more cards. We could find it off the Ultra Ball. The Ultra Ball is pretty expensive, though, in the current hand. There's the Nest Ball. That's what we're looking for, trying to hold on to some of these more impactful cards. I mean, as Ross here, you're also hoping that Elmer whiffs an attack next turn. You're really hoping for the whiff here from Elmer on the following turn. It definitely feels like you need 2 turns out of this Roaring Moon to be able to close this one out. But if you get those 2 turns, I think you're in a pretty good spot. Yeah, Pheasantipity does get searched out here off the Nest Ball. And then, yeah, gonna see 3 more cards. And then gonna go with that Calamity Storm, discard that Jamming Tower, take the knockout on the Ogerpon. And Elmer doesn't need a whole ton to get a return knockout with the Radzard, but has nothing set up right now besides the Radzard itself. Could see a lot of cards this turn, though. We got Mew, got Pheasantipity, got the potential of Legacy Star, potentially a Research as well. Another Nest Ball coming in from Ross. And the board is set up currently where Elmer could potentially go for like a board lock win condition through attacking with like back-to-back Dragapult attacks, or even attacking with back-to-back Kyurem attacks as well. There's enough options on board for Elmer to go that route. If Ross had a second Moon, he probably would have played the Sada. Maybe. That might have been enough to put it over the edge to make it worth it. All right, so I assume we see Charizard pushed here. We just need a Fire and a Grass to make this thing attack. So we need E-Switch, Ogerpon. There's an Ogerpon top deck. That's a big one. But what else do we have? I see a Hawlucha. Oof, and the Kyurem. We can Ultra Ball away both of those. We can bench the Ogerpon. The question is, what do you grab off this Ultra Ball? You have E-Switch Ogerpon in hand, so I feel like you go for Pheasantipity or Mew here. And I kind of lead towards the Mew, just to try and maximize our potential for draw power. I guess you could V-Star to get Grass Energy plus Research. I guess that's okay. That works, technically. Okay, maybe this is the better play. Maybe going for the Drago V-Star makes more sense here. This might be the play. Then we're in a V-Star for a Grass Energy plus a Research. I assume. We'll see. Yeah, there we go. Pure and E-Switch getting discard along with 2 more Grass Energy. I think there's already a Super Rod in the discard pile as well, so the recovery is low here. Going for Nest Ball. Not the Research. And Vessel. Okay. So we can get Pheasantipity off the Nest Ball. Draw some cards. Then Earthen Vessel to guarantee the Fire and the Grass, I guess. Oh, we could go for Superior instead, though, actually. Ooh, but there's no Fire in the discard pile. Ooh, but we need... there better be another Super Rod left here for Elmer, or Elmer's going to be in trouble. I assume there is, like, one more Super Rod left here, though. All right, Pheasantipity draw now. I appreciate the 38 months there, Jaeger. Appreciate the 4 months there, Voltsy. All right, Fez draw for 3. Boss, switch Grass. It's okay. Let's see, Ogerpon cycle. Iono, there we go. That's big. Thinking about giving up the boss. I think we have Prime Catcher left hand. Maybe give up the switch here, to be honest. Gives up the boss. I guess that's like the same thing, though, maybe. Finds the Fire Energy. We really need to find that Super Rod. Ideally, finding Mew as well would be nice, just to set up more draw power. I'm not too scared of getting judged next turn. there's probably gonna be a Sada played if anything. Honestly, I could see it being possible that Ross just whiffs. Like Ross just does nothing next turn. Ross doesn't have that much set up, just has the moon on the bench. But besides the moon on the bench, Ross doesn't have a ton to work with. It's possible there's enough ancient cards in the discard pile where Baby Moon could get the KO as well. That's a lot though, you need a lot. Okay, Nest Ball was found here for Elmer, so could go get Mew. Honestly, it might be worth it. Baby still prized. Oh, sure, the baby is still prized. Oh, Koraidon though. Koraidon does work. Koraidon's in the discard pile right now, but we could Night Stretcher for it. A Night Stretcher did just go to the bottom of the deck. Excuse me. I don't know about Ogerpon over Mew there. I feel like Mew's probably the better grab. That doesn't make a ton of sense to me. Found so many grass energy at this point. We can't even like cycle with this thing. All right, there we go. There's the knockout. Needs to find that last Super Rod and recover the Radzar one last time. Ultra Ball off the prize cards is pretty good. Allow you to thin out the hand and go get that Mew. And then has to find Super Rod. Hopefully it's in the deck. I guess that's also like a question. Or maybe double, I guess double Ogerpon could lead to a KO on a Moon as well. You could double Ogerpon. And here for Ross has a lot of draw power in it. We got Pheasantipity. Dark Energy, so we could concealed cards. And then we also have 2 Trekking Shoes. So we're going to see a decent amount of cards here. A Judge in the hand. If you want to use Koraidon, it has to be through Sada. I don't know where the last Sada is. Trekking Shoes number 2 coming out. Kept the card. It is a Poke Gear. Okay. All right, Sada has been found. We're still missing a Dark Patch, which I believe a Dark Patch is on the bottom of the deck, so we'd probably want to shuffle the deck before we play the Sada, but I mean, I guess there could be one in the top half as well. Miss to the Sada. Nest Ball. There's the Pokestop. We've exhausted most, if not all, of our draw power into the Pokestop. I feel like we need the Dark Patch, right? There it is. Okay, we got the Dark Patch. And so we will be knocking out the active Charizard here. So once again, Elmer kind of needs to find Grass Energy. I guess Super Rod. Super Rod's a big card because you could attack with an Ogerpon, possibly. Or just setting up your own Charizard. This Pokestop from Ross will get bumped, so Elmer won't have the option to utilize that next turn. Should get bumped here. Ross going through the hand, trying to get rid of as many dead cards as possible. Looks like Ultra Balling away a Nest Ball and a Petron EX. I don't even know what's left here. There's a baby Petron. You may as well just grab that and put it on the bench, I think. Out of the deck. Can't imagine what else you'd want to leave that bench space open for at this point. We may as well just get the baby Petch involved. And there we go. Our Moon's loaded up. Got the knockout. You always KO Radzard here, right? Yeah, you never KO. If you don't KO Radzard, then the Radzard comes back and bops you. Thins out the Petch, actually. What if we could have thinned out a little bit more? But I guess this is probably fine overall, to be honest. All right, there's the KO. All right, let's see if Elmer can put it together. We have the Ultra Ball in hand to get the Mew out of the deck. We have the Pheasantipity in play for draw power. I mean, you're always pushing up Ogerpon here, I feel like, as Elmer. And there are 2 ways to win here. You could attack with Ogerpon, or you could attack with Radzard again. Ooh, and we did top deck our Mew there. I feel like it all has to kind of come through. It basically all has to come through finding that super rod though. As long as Elmer has the super rod left, which I think there is, but I actually don't know for sure. Let's see. I don't know. I think I can't tell. He's going through the deck so fast. There's a fire energy in there. Is there a super rod in there? It was there? Okay. We don't want to take any Pokemon here because we want to leave our bench space open for the Radzard potentially. I feel like we maybe just commit to use. I think there's 0 energy in the deck. So we're never super rodding back triple grass. We're always super rodding back like Radzard double fire. So I think we can just commit to the prime catcher here and just bring up like Pheasantipity or something. Going to the Mew first, so not committing to it. I don't understand this sequence here from Elmer. I feel like we could have played the prime catcher initially. There's a Vessel, there's a Boss, there's a Dragapult. You don't even have a 1 prize where we can leave in the active here. So currently we just lose. Elmer just loses. Should we have grabbed the Squawk to Thin? No, because you don't want to bench the Squawk because you want to leave the bench space open for Radzard. And you don't want it in your hand because you want to draw more cards with Mew. Here comes the Vessel. Is there anything? Is there a grass left? I don't think there was. There's a fire. Yeah, that's not good enough here from Elmer. That's it. You pack it up. Yep, there's the concede. All right, Ross wins game 1. Despite Elmer getting the first 2 prize knockout, there wasn't that much setup. Elmer never really had a super established board state until that last turn. On that last turn, we saw the Mew in play. Pheasantipity was in play from the turn before. We had everything in play on that following turn, but it took so long for Elmer to like really establish a board state. Only had that 1 Ogerpon in play in the initial part of the game as well. Why don't you use Prime Catcher? There's really no reason. Yeah, Elmer definitely should have used the Prime Catcher there. There was really no reason to not use the Prime Catcher. It feels like you definitely have to go all in on that turn from Elmer. Try and win that turn. Because if you don't win that turn, I don't think you're winning the game here. I'm curious to see if Elmer chooses first or second. Yeah, I'm curious to see if Elmer chooses first or second here, though. Going into this next one, I think you should go second in this matchup. But I'm curious to see if Elmer thinks different. I don't hate the idea of choosing first, but I just want to set up, man. They're always getting off the turn 1 attack. I just want to set up. You do give them that extra turn to play with themselves to like set up and have like a more comfortable first 2 prize knockout or whatever. Walkabilly start here from Elmer. Could also go into a turn 1 motivate possibly with that start. We'll see. Prize cards, double Sada prize. Not really a huge deal. You need to play like 1, maybe 2 Sadas throughout a game. That's like all the energy you need. Elmer did choose second here. Opening hand here from Ross is a little slow currently. Does have that Pokestop to work off of, but that's about it. Pokestop's the only out here. Went to the prize check in here. There is only 25 minutes left, so half the time was used up during that first game. Or a little bit less than half, I guess. Second Vessel getting played. You don't want to run out of energy, but you also need this Pokestop to find you something. If not this turn, if it stays in play, you need to find it. Have you find something next turn, I guess. He's searching out 2 energy here again. Another 2 energy thinned out of the deck. Concealed cards is not going to have a lot of fuel for it moving forward if we have to Squawkabilly this hand. We'll see. All right. And then here comes the Pokestop. Hoping for something. The rest of the hand is 4 Dark Energy, a Sada, and a Pokemon Catcher. Judge. Trekking Shoes. Hold up. We're not done yet. Trekking Shoes. Another Pokestop. And a Nest Ball. Okay. I feel like it's got to be Squawk. You could just go for a Big Moon and attach to it and pass, and then Sada next turn, but that feels like you're not seeing enough. I feel like it's got to be a Squawkabilly here from Ross. Let's see if he agrees. Oh, did line up the Moon. Maybe is just comfortable with just the Moon. That feels like too little. But Ross thinks it's enough. Ross thinks the Moon is enough. We do have the Sada for next turn. We do have plenty of attachments from the hand as well with those, with the energy. This feels a little bit too slow, but we'll see how it plays out for him. All right, attach the Moon and passed. Do you think Badoo Terapagos is better than Dusknoir Terapagos? I don't know. All right, Vessel from... Ooh, gives up the Temple of... Wait, are we not using Squawkabilly here? Why would we not bump the Pokestop? Or we could have even played the Vessel and then used the Pokestop, then bump the Pokestop. I feel like leaving the Pokestop in play for Ross to take advantage of is pretty mid. Prize 2 Sada, so squawking a Sada feels bad as well. That is true. Yeah, that is true. Yeah. Bundle turn 1. Pawn would be so good here. That would be pretty good. Pretty unlikely, but that would definitely be good. Yeah, I don't like that Sinnoh discard here from Elmer. We should have seen like Vessel away something else and then use Pokestop and then bump the Pokestop, I feel like. Oh, we have Jamming Tower in hand as well. I guess that is still happening. Never mind. I didn't think about the second stadium that we could have had. That we do have. All right. First out double grass. Yeah, Motivate is an option. Cleffa's usually the better play, but Motivate isn't like terrible. Sometimes just being set up and being able to trade attacks can put you ahead in the end of it. But yeah, generally you want to be using... Also, Motivate sets up for like really well for like back-to-back Kyurem plays potentially. But that's not something you want to like aggressively go for in this matchup. Here comes the Pokestop. Nest Ball is huge. Did lose an Ogerpon, which is not great. Can't even tell what else is in the hand. There's a lot of grass energy in the hand, so we probably just go for, yeah, another Ogerpon, cycle the deck. Try and find some more basics that way. We probably won't commit an energy to the Squawkabilly. Probably just research it all away, and then if we end up... Well, maybe you would, because you'd be planning to retreat to Cleffa, and if not, then you go for the Motivate, I guess. So maybe you do just attach to Squawkabilly here. E-switch also in the hand. I need to go some food after this. Jamming Tower, bump at the Pokestop. And then, I mean, you could just attach active. You could still attach to Squawkabilly. Goes with the attach active, though, because you could retreat into Billy and then Motivate. Attach active is still fine, though. As boss, there's no way you play boss here, though. You definitely just... No way! No way! You don't even keep up... No way! Dude, if he hits this... You definitely just keep up on the option of a Researcher or an Iono off the draw. There's Cleffa. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. He did not hit it. No, do not get rid of Fez, though. The Fez is huge. That's draw power. I think it's got to be Ultra Ball away double Vessel. I feel like you definitely keep the Fez here. Yeah, give up a double Vessel, bench the Fez, grab a Drago V, bench a Drago V, retreat to Cleffa, use Cleffa. Seems fine. I guess like a decent... Another reason that the boss on the Moon is like potentially helpful is it prevents Dark Patch from being the out to set up the Moon, or makes it harder for it to be the out. Doesn't fully prevent it, but... I feel like bossing there is trolling for sure. Bossing, I feel like, is definitely trolling. Keeping open the option of the Ion or the Research just seems too powerful. It could also lead you to Iron Bundle. Like, Elmer's playing the Iron Bundle, right? So, which then could push up the Moon. Fez down early this game, and then, yeah, the Cleffa for 6. All right. Did not get that turn 1 knockout that Elmer was playing for. We'll see what Ross can do here now. Ross has the first KO available, but would probably like to get a 2-prize knockout if possible. Maybe even on the Ogre Pawn over the Drago here, to be honest. All right, there we go. Sada. Nice shot, trekking shoes and the vessel. Ooh, the hand is still pretty weak. I feel like we want like Radiant Greninja here. Off these trekking shoes. Attempting the catcher first. No good. It is the tails. We still want to find a 2-prize knockout here, though. I can choose into another catcher. Now we're going to go into the vessel. Continue to thin those energy out of the deck. A couple more. I'm not sure how many are left at this point. There's not a ton. We haven't prize checked yet. There's only 17 minutes left. So there's not a lot of time left. This game is still going to go on for a decent amount of time here. Definitely could see this one end in a tie, which would be kind of unfortunate to see both stream matches in a row end in ties. Hopefully it's not a tie. I'm praying for no tie. I believe this is the trekking shoes being played, right? Yeah, debating keeping the card found. It is a Sada. Does keep... I don't know. Sada is so weak here, though. If we're assuming our Moon dies, I guess you have Night Stretcher to get Moon back. Yeah, you do have Night Stretcher to get the Moon back and then Sada to it, I guess. All right. Maybe it's not terrible. Benches the Petch EX. Is Ross not going to take the knockout here? Ross maybe isn't going to take the KO here. Nope. Going with it. But are we knocking out or are we passing? We're not knocking out the Cleffa here. Not going to give up the Pheasantipity draw. The Pheasantipity draw over to Elmer. Not going to give the easy 2-prize knockout to the Ogre Pawn as well. There's the pass. And now the play from Elmer becomes to attack with Regidrago potentially. But we're a decent ways away from that. I'm not too far though. There's already an E-switch in the hand. There's an E-switch in the discard pile as well. We have Dragapult and Research in hand. So we can research away the Dragapult as the attacker. And then we can spread 3 on the Moon. I wonder if a Dragapult attack happens here. I feel like Ross should just concede, right? Like if a Phantom Dive goes down. Yeah, Phantom Dive goes down. I feel like you just pack it up, right? You just go next. But we do have to see if Elmer even gets there. Oh, what the heck? What the? Wait, what the? Oh, no, this works as well, though. Ogre Pawn can get the KO here. I was like, at first I was like super confused, but no. Fine 2 grass, Ogre Pawn KOs the active. Definitely better, definitely better. In my head, I was like, we can't even KO this, but not true. We definitely can. But are we? Well, we can get Drago V-Star here, and then that would lead to we would have to, whatever it's called, the ability, but that could knock, we could get the knockout here guaranteed. This has got to be a Legacy Star moment, right? Get Vessel something. I don't even know what the other card would be, to be honest. Yeah, I guess that is a question. If you Legacy Star here, do you still concede as Ross? Or if the Legacy Star happens, do you play this one out further? I guess it depends on how bad the Legacy Star goes, potentially. Let's see. Another Fire milled. The Mew milled. Not too much. A lot of supporters milled. Not like a ton of recovery or anything like that. You got to get a Vessel here and something else. Maybe an E-switch. There's the Vessel grab. We do have a Super Rod in hand. Honestly, milling the Superior Energy Retrieval there would have been actually like pretty good. He's just going to go for Vessel Grass here. Not the E-switch. Okay. But I guess you can just sit here and attack with pawns over and over again. All right, here come the pawn cycles. Oh, oh. Another pawn cycle here. Here's the Vessel on... Oh. Gotta get rid of something there. I was thinking about giving up the Radzard. I wonder if there's anything better to give up than Radzard, though. Radzard's pretty good. Doesn't feel like something we'd want to give up here. A Vessel away the Radzard. I don't think we've played a supporter yet either. We do have have we played a supporter yet? I don't think so. There's only 4 cards left in the deck though. I don't think we're Iono. Actually, if we Iono'd here, we'd almost deck out. I guess we have a Super Rod to work with though. Research? Oh, we did research. True. Going to the Radzard, or going to the Super Rod immediately, excuse me. Bundle Radzard Fire being searched and put into the deck. And there we go. Cycle the energy on the active and knockout. Oh, it's our attachment fraternity, excuse me. All right, let's see what Ross can do here. Does have the Stretcher and the Sada to attack with a potential Mooney X. I'm going to start with push on. Oh, Etch. Why bundle? It's really powerful in the mirror match. Into the Fez draw first. 11 minutes if game 3. Yeah, there's not a lot of time left for a potential game 3. And it's looking pretty good here for Elmer. Depending on the draw here from Ross, maybe you should just pack it up. Can't really tell what the hand is, though. I meant why Super Rod it? Because if Ross is able to attack with a 1-prizer, like this turn or a following turn, for a 2-prize knockout, which you could do with like Koraidon, then you want to be able to get around it aggressively, which the Iron Bundle can do. So it gives you a way to like not guarantee a 2-prize knockout, but get you closer to a potential 2-prize knockout. All right, the moons are in, and then here comes the Sada. We're also still missing a Dark Patch. If we whiff the Dark Patch here, we're definitely packing it up here, I feel like, as Ross. Oh, it's a boss. I thought it was a Dark Patch. We have Pokestop, though. We got Pokestop off the Sada. We can dig a little bit further. Our Fez draw is exhausted. We could get Radiant Greninja to draw more. There's the Pokestop. All right, trekking shoes. And potentially Radiant Greninja draw still. Boss Drago and GG. What do you mean? Just trap it in the active? Oh, wait. Is that a possibility here? How many E-Switch? The Switch is left, I think, right? The Prime Catcher's gone. There's a decent amount of E-Switch left as well. I don't think that would work, actually. I don't think that would work. We're not super far from it, though. Radiant Greninja has been found here. Yeah, we're not super far from just being able to bring up the Drago V-Star and trap it for the win. You switch on turn 1. Oh, did he burn a turn 1? Oh, the Elmer's out of like switch cards. Still has E-Switch left, though. At least one E-Switch and energy to set up the Drago. So I think not quite in a position where you'd want to commit to just like try and trap Drago. As Ross here. Because you don't need to set up Reggie Drago on 1 turn. You could do it over like 2 turns or something. 3 turns even, maybe. Ross probably wants to go Moon into Koraidon, KO on Fez, and hope Elmer whiffs boss. Yeah, that would work, right? Koraidon, send up the 1 prizer to take a 2 prize knockout. Yeah, that would work. Seems like a reasonable line for Ross to go down. Get the Koraidon involved. Oh, wait a second. What about getting Petron involved? Ross does play the baby Petron. Could we like trap? You could like trap Pheasantipity or Squawkabilly maybe? There's some potential there, right? Could we do some kind of, because the Prime Catcher and the Switch are gone, right? Maybe there is a potential for trapping something in the active. Ross is up game 1. Why stall? Wait, what do you mean? If it just wins the game, what do you? Because Ross could just win. You just trap it in the active, then your opponent decks out, and the game's over. If that's an out to a win con. Ross won game 1. Why would you want to win game 2? You know what? True. Ross should be a gentleman here and just concede. Was it Drago's favorite, so Ross should stall? Well, stalling would be the win condition to win. Oh, wait. Are you, well, trading back and forth 2 prizer for 2 prizer, you lose as Ross. Also, does Elmer even have a Gust effect left? Or is Elmer down 2 boss and prime? Elmer maybe can't answer Koraidon KOing Pheasantipity, to be honest. Yeah, the Koraidon play is maybe enough for Ross to just win, to be honest. How many cards are left in Elmer's deck? It's a decent amount now. Elmer also has the Super Rod left, I believe. So the Super Rod would recover 3 more deck. So we're a ways away from him physically decking out, but it's possible it could win the game. Can Koraidon or Baby Moon get in the mix? Koraidon, Baby Moon definitely not. But Koraidon can. Koraidon could KO the Pheasantipity this turn. 5 minutes left. I definitely think, well, no, that's actually not even 100% true. We could see like Ross donk Elmer in game 3 or something. Double Dark Patch, Catcher, Dark, or Pokegear, excuse me, Trekking Shoes and Pokegear. Fez for 3. That's Koraidon. That's Catcher. We don't have Sada yet, though. Hold up. Wait, did Elmer play the Super Rod last turn? Or is there still a Super Rod in the deck here for Elmer? Or the other way, Elmer can donk? It is possible. Less likely, but yeah, I guess that is possible. Radjar is a great target for baby pets right now. Still has Rod, okay. Rod for Fire Zard bundle earlier, right? That was the first Super Rod, but there was a second one. Does Ross just lose? I'm sure Elmer has Fire and Boss in hand. I don't know if Elmer has a Boss left. I actually want to go check the prize cards. When did they show the prize cards? But there was no Boss prized. Oh, I don't know if Elmer has a Gust effect left. All right, Baby Moon being searched out here from Ross off the Ultra Ball. Three minutes left. We maybe are even getting to the point where we're going to go into turns. There's not even a potential for a donk in game 3. Does the Koraidon in hand. Looks like Ross is playing heavily towards the Koraidon play here for sure. He's going Trek and Choose first. Did find a Pokemon catcher. That is pretty good. You do need that to KO the Pheasantipity here. Discards it. Trying to maximize the odds for the Sada. And you also need to find a Dark Energy as well to attach to the Koraidon. There's 7. That's a Judge. That's not what we're looking for here. Although, maybe Gust on like Radzard plus Judge. Surely that's a keep. I don't know. It depends how many catcher and I think Ross still has Prime Catcher as well. So it depends how many catchers and Prime Catchers are left. He has a catcher in hand. Should have flipped it already before. Ooh, that's a Boss. Maybe, but if we're in this situation now from Ross, we don't have a Sada. So we would have catchered up Pheasantipity, but now we might want to try and catch her up like Radzard, right? So I think it's a little bit of a difference there. Well, now it might cause us to play it differently, is what I mean. Let's see what Ross goes for. I could also Boss here, I guess. You could just play the Boss on the, I guess, Radzard? Radzard's not as good of a play anymore. Goes for the Baby Moon instead. And then an Ultra Ball. Wait. Looks like it was going to give up the Boss. Okay. Prime Catcher's left. There was a Sada in the deck. Catcher, Dark... Oh, there's no Dark Energy. Oh, there's one. There's one Dark Energy left. Goes for the Judge. Isn't even going to play the Catcher on the Radzard potentially there. Interesting. I thought we'd have seen that for sure. 50 seconds left. I feel like bossing Dragon would have just been better. That's what I kind of feel as well. Like, bossing the Dragon might have just been better. KO Squawk Angle. Is there enough? I don't know if there's enough ancient cards in the discard pile. Maybe just enough with that discard of the Koraidon. We did find Dark Patch, but we don't have an energy on the Baby Moon. We also found Pokestop, but there's not a second Dark Patch in the deck. I don't even think there's a Night Stretcher in the deck. He's going to play the Pokestop here and go for it. Squawk, Catcher, Nest Ball. No Prime Catcher, so could go for a Catcher to try and trap Radzard in the active. 13 seconds left. So it looks like it is going to end. Time is going to get called on Ross's turn, which means each player will have 2 pass. That's time. The judges are marking. So it looks like Elmer is turn 0. I think, maybe. Why pass? Well, I don't think the active can die here. I don't think there's enough E-switches left for the active to die. Wait, maybe not. 1, 2, 5, 6. No, not quite. Okay. I don't think Elmer has Gust left. I'm not 100% sure. Here's the cycle. That's a bundle. You do need to build up the option of Radzard, I feel like, here from Elmer. On the next turn, Ross is just going to retreat and pass again. Actually attached to the Regidrago. I guess that's like the same thing as the Radzard. Like, one of them getting trapped is just as bad as the other getting trapped. And then there's the punch for 150. Okay. Now, Ross on this turn just has to set up a board state where you're least likely to lose. I guess, there's no bench space for Baby Petron, actually. I think Baby Petron is the play, but there's no bench space for it. We didn't top deck the Dark Energy anyway, so we couldn't go for it, I guess. Turn 1 here for Ross. There's an Ultra Ball getting rid of a Moon and a Nest Ball. Honestly, the play from Ross here is literally maybe just going to be retreat to... Well, I guess you'd like to Gust up Radzard, right? You'd like to Gust up Radzard. If he kills the active, he has so many resources, then he just prime Radzard and win. That's why he passed. I mean, Ross is never going to KO the active here. The only play that Ross would have ever gone for a knockout would have been Koraidon, KO Pheasantipity. Ross also couldn't KO the active. Ross couldn't KO the active here. No Gus is GG. Is it? Because Ross can just hide behind the moon, right? Retreat to moon pass, right? All right, Prime Catcher's found off the Pokestop. I don't think the Regidrago can be set up next turn for sure. It maybe can be set up. There's the Prime. Do you ever bring up Pheasantipity? Is bringing up Radzard ever scary? Probably not, right? There's the Prass. So Elmer would need... I just don't think it's possible. You could have like Fire double E-switch boss, but I don't think Elmer has boss left. And this is the last turn for Elmer as well. How many boss are in there? Is it 2? I think it's 2. Do some quick math. Hits the Pokestop. Recover some cards. And honestly, the Super Rod might have been enough for Elmer to win eventually, but not enough time here. Yeah, eventually Elmer might have won by being able to manually attach to the Radzard. Like, you attach Fire this turn, pass, and next turn you threaten attach Grass E-switch to start attacking, or eventually get into your Drago as well. But that's it. Ross wins 1-0. Elmer with no win condition. Actually, even if Elmer eventually gets out of that situation, though, Ross could maybe have just gusted again and then gone for the Petron trap. So Ross maybe still wins by deck out eventually. Although, with that last Pokestop hit from Ross, I don't know if it's possible, to be honest. But yeah, dub on the 1-0 dub here from Ross. We go into time. So next round's going to be coming up soon. I'm going to go make some food real fast. Let's take a look at... We'll take a look at where the tournament's at, though, before I leave. How the players are doing. Let's see. Got Brent 5-0. Liam Halliburton 5-0. Reyes 5-0, taking a break from casting to win the tournament. Arnie 5-0, probably playing the exact same Charizard 60. That's it for our 5-0s. All right. Yeah, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go make some food real fast. See y'all in 2, 3, maybe 4 minutes. If Vera's opponent need more than one turn, I don't think slow play. I don't think Ross was slow playing. It was just fine. It was just playing his turn out. I'd have to go back and watch it. You could maybe call slow play on it. You think Turbo Moon can win 1-0 in 50 minutes without slow play being involved? I mean, it definitely can. Also, like, what's his name? Elmer definitely could have played faster as well. Elmer was not playing particularly quickly. Like, like Elmer definitely could have played way faster. For sure. Elmer was not playing particularly quickly. I have to go back and watch Ross's turns, but I don't think Ross was like playing particularly slow at all. All right, chat. I'll be right back. Hey, we missed the interview. And I need to go some socks because my feet are cold, but we can go back and play the interview.
Very awkward game 2. How do you navigate a Ross?
Roaring Moon archetype.
Thank you very much, Joe. We're going maximum Ross on the sofa today. We've got Caster Ross, we've got Player Ross. Ross, that seemed like a very awkward game 2. How do you navigate a game like that?
I'd say both games are pretty awkward. You know, both games I kind of were just playing and seeing if he had enough to win, because I was in a bad spot game 1 as well. He got the first 2 prizes when I missed that gust. And I was just kind of relying that he would run out of stuff because he had to use the V-Star early both games, and it kind of worked out for me both games. So, you know, just kind of playing and seeing what happens.
And it did, and you've made a deck which is naturally very aggressive. We know Roaring Moon likes to run out to big victories. How often do you find yourself coming from behind like that, and how successful is the deck proven to be?
It rarely comes from behind, so I wasn't feeling great either of those games, to be honest. It's good at getting a lead and staying ahead. That didn't happen either of those games, so I was a little surprised. I was a little surprised winning both of them. I did have an out in the second game, other than decking him out or stalling him out. Because I knew his gusts were all gone, I was trying to get the Koraidon KO and Fez, and I think if I could have gotten that, I think I would have won on prizes.
Okay.
But yeah, the first game, right, because he couldn't do, I was like, okay, he's like out of grass, so he has to like get a Radzard back, but I don't even know if he had like 1 grass left to do the Teal Mask and the retreat. So it took me a little bit to figure that out, like, okay, I guess there is still a chance. I play it out and it paid off.
And you've been playing a long time at this stage. You know, you got 2 World Championship second place finishes. Yep. I think, are you still the only player to have qualified for every World Championships?
Every only player to qualify for all 20 Worlds.
I know, that is an impressive statistic. If anyone needed to know quite how good you are. So my question then becomes, Roaring Moon EX, not a top pick in this format by most people's estimation, and yet a player of your caliber has picked it. Yeah. Talk to me as to why.
Well, remember, I kind of popularized Roaring Moon last year, at least on stateside. So, you know, I got the top 8 at Charlotte. I really liked Roaring Moon EX when it came out. It didn't initially have success, but I always had like that different build with the Moltres and not Forsada. So I kind of, you know, made that deck work. And I was kind of surprised seeing Moon do kind of well in recent events. So I picked it up in the last few weeks. Okay, can this really work without the Moltres engine that I really liked that rotated out last year?
Yep.
And it does work, and it's got tricks to deal with pretty much any matchup, or at least have a 50-50 against any matchup. So I'm rolling with it. It is pretty good, and I'm not the first person to have success. It's been among the top decks the last few events. Maybe it's not the top 5, but I mean, the format's as diverse as any. Like, I think there's 10 or more different decks that could win this event. So it's been doing well, and I picked it up and learning the matchups, and I think it's really solid.
I think you're absolutely onto something. You're sitting at 5-0 right now. The other thing I got to ask you is, obviously, you know, UK, it's quite far from where you are in the States.
Yes.
How do you get that motivation to come over here? Why this event?
Sure, yeah, I think this is my first regional not in North America. I did, of course, London Worlds. I did 1 EUIC. I'm still on school break. I teach, so my school still has a long winter break, so classes don't start till Wednesday.
Nice.
So the schedule kind of worked out. But conversely, like, I won't be here for EUIC because that's during the school year. You know, I can't take the time off. So the schedule just kind of worked out. I missed the last couple North American regionals, so I haven't done much yet this season, so I had the time off. Figured, let's go to England and see if I can kickstart my season, and so far, so good.
I mean, I would say so, because of course, your streak, it must be quite important to you at this stage. You are literally the only player to have the unbroken streak of Worlds, but this season, it's, you know, top 125, all-winner regional. How do you feel about carrying on that streak this season?
Well, honestly, I've been thinking about maybe taking a step back and not playing full-time, really, the last few years. I feel like every year I feel like a little closer to maybe hanging it up more or less. Maybe not quitting completely, but you know, I mean, I've been doing the year-long grind for 20 years. So I've kind of been thinking that I think the streak's gonna end one way or another. If I decided only the last couple months, I'm gonna try to go for it for this year. We'll see beyond that. So if I don't get it this year, I don't really see myself keeping the streak up much longer anyways. I got to 20 last summer, which I was really proud of.
That's impressive.
If it ends this year, that's fine. You know, but I decided I'll give it one more shot. I've signed up for multiple regionals.
Nice.
And we'll see what happens from there.
Sounds like a plan to me. I'm going to hit you with 2 more questions. So obviously you are one of the one of the old heads in the game. You've been around forever, hence every world championship. You are one of the best players in the game. Anyone who's been around the game for a while knows that. Can you give us a highlight of your time through the past like 20 years playing, or is that too mean a question?
Well, no, I think there is one, and people have asked me that before. I mean, it's almost 20 years ago now, but the first time I got second at Worlds was 2005. I was 16 years old, so that was more than half my life ago. I mean, getting second was great, but I think really the big thing in top 8, I beat the defending world champion Sugiyashi Yamato.
Yes.
And of course, 2004 was the first Worlds where Japanese players joined the rest of the world.
Yep.
So at that time, this was a big deal. So Yamato, first time us Westerners that ever played with Japanese players. Japan swept all age divisions.
It didn't go great for us.
Yeah, Yamato won Masters. I think he was undefeated. He might have like...
He was undefeated.
Yeah, so... And I think he was undefeated in 05, or maybe like lost, maybe like conceded one to a friend. So for like a year, almost 2 years, no one in the Western world had seen him lose. And I got to beat him in top 8. So that, even more than getting the second, that was kind of my moment, because I wasn't known before that. So that was really my breakthrough, and that was an historic moment at the time, because he was, no one in the Western world had seen him ever lose, and I got to be the first to do that.
That is a good highlight. Thank you very much for that. Right, last question, because Shay said something which I thought was a bit silly on stream earlier. I warned you about this one. Shay thinks Lugia in Silver Tempest was the most dominant deck ever, even more than Gardevoir Gallade in its heyday in the late 2000s. Is Shay right about this?
Well, let me put it this way. For Worlds especially, I hate playing the best deck, because I feel like the target's on my back. Anyone who knows my career, especially for Worlds, I always try to go rogue decks. I never played Lugia in the Silver Tempest format. I played Gudra, I played other stuff. The 1 year I played the unconditional best deck in the format was 2008 Guardy. And I had to grind into Worlds that year because I was stubborn and played Empoleon at US Nationals. So the 1 year of my entire career where I basically failed to make a rogue deck and had to play the best deck in the format was 08 Guardy. I feel like that's a testament to 08 Guardy is the best deck of all time, in my opinion.
I'm glad you're agreeing with that. See, the Rosses are in agreement, Shay. He's off to the side. He heard that live. Thank you very much, Ross. Absolute pleasure talking to you finally after all this time.
Yes, thank you very much as well, Ross. Good to finally have Ross squared on camera.
We finally made it happen. Well, casters, let's get back to you, shall we?
Thanks so much.
Oh, shit. Do you think that Azul Lugia is best deck all time? I always say that is, I mean, as far as I know, Lugia is the best deck of all time. Or ADPization. We never, the problem with ADPization is we just didn't play it IRL. Yeah, the problem is we never played ADPization IRL, so I feel like we didn't get to see ADPization's like true potential, or we never got to fully experience ADPization and how dominant it maybe could have felt in comparison to Broken Lugia. So for me, it's basically either ADPization or Broken Lugia. Yeah, for me, it's either ADPization or Broken Lugia. But I didn't play when Guardy Gallade was broken. I played post Broken Guardy Gallade, so I don't know what that. I'd have to like talk to Fouché and see what he thinks. Because Fouché, I mean, you hear what Ross said. Ross thinks it's Guardy Gallade. I would be curious to know Fouché's opinion as well, because Fouché was pretty competitive during both time periods. So, yeah, I'd be curious to know what Fouché's thoughts are on it. But I just didn't play back then, so I don't really have a too strong of an opinion on if it's better than Guardy Gallade. Max and Fusion Strike format was pretty good. Yeah, but it wasn't Guardi-Galade or Broken Lugia levels. Pretty sure Mike will say Guardi. I wouldn't be surprised. It definitely was pretty good. It was a pretty good deck. It definitely was a pretty good deck. It's not bad. It's pretty good. Mikey would probably say GG greater than Lugia. Oh, you played back then as well, though, Ortiz. Oh, no, but you didn't play as much during the Broken Lugia format, right? But you played back during Broken Guardi, right? Yeah, I mean, the deck was definitely good. Yeah, I did with Guardi. Okay, that's what I thought, yeah. Guardi, it's actually kind of funny. It's almost like Guardi had like the maybe similar evolution to what it did back then. Dude, it's just so weird. I just like the knowledge or the information sharing back then was just so much less. Because like locally to me, Guardi wasn't a deck at all. Not Broken Guardi, but Double Turbo Guardi or DCE Guardi wasn't a deck at all. So I didn't really think of Guardi as a deck in that format in 2010 when Guardi came back with DCE. People even tried to make Guardi work when there was no double energy, no double rainbow or no DCE. It definitely was not very well. No, it wasn't very good then. People tried to make it work though. I remember people trying to make it work. But then we got DCE and Guardi became good again. I didn't know it was good though, because like locally no one played it. No one played it near me. It was so weird because like I didn't talk to people outside of like locally, or I didn't see anything outside of locally either. Because I went on the forums back in the day, but I didn't like not that much. I didn't post really or read too much, and I wasn't in like Hey Fonte or whatever it was called. So like my local meta is just basically what I thought people played. Like that's what I saw was just the local meta. The information share was so much less, and then like major tournaments were so much less as well. What's the most fun deck you've played? The next deck I play. Hey Fonte was the only place I talked about Pokemon when I started playing in 2017. Was it still a thing in 2017? Fonte was so toxic. Was it? I don't remember it at all. I didn't go on there much though. Why isn't this thing updated? Appreciate the dude, wait, did it update? Am I trolling? Appreciate 12 months there. Okay, dude, appreciate the 17 months there, Rufio. Appreciate the 16 months there, Rob Pokey Fan. Appreciate the 17 months, Stefan the Red, and appreciate the 7 months, Barcat. And the 38 months there, Jaeger. I don't know if I missed that one earlier as well. My notification thing died. So what's the best deck to play in the format? 10. How much innovation in decks would come from limitless not existing in information? Well, it would be like I don't know. It's weird. I mean, everything would be perceived as more. There would be more. It's weird because like if you took away like all the information sharing that there is currently, there would be perceived more innovation. I mean, it would be more innovation because like we didn't have it, now we have it. But like, oh, it'd be weird because it'd be like technically we should have already had it, if that makes sense. I don't know if it really makes sense though. Playing the New England era, everyone played rogue decks there, and once in a while you get Con and Gino and Alex winning events because they played tier 1 meta decks. Yeah, I mean they all just played SP, so like that's literally all I saw was they played SP, and then everyone else just played their. I don't know, dude, it was just so much different back then. Everyone else played their deck. Like Dylan played Gyarados. There's this other kid, Eric, who played Gyarados. And then all the top level players played SP. What do you think? Rogue decks don't really pop up much anymore? I mean, part of it's the information share, right? It's like harder to be... sometimes what would be a rogue deck just isn't a rogue deck anymore because now it's just like a known deck. But yeah, it's because things are solved better, faster, that there's less of a gap in the meta for rogue decks to be good, basically, I think. Bro roasted Dylan and Eric low-key. I mean, Dylan was a top level player. Well, his first year in me and him were both masters at the same time in the first year. He wasn't a top level player then. He's better than me. He became a top level player for sure. He actually started playing again. I saw him a couple times last season. But then in like 2011, he got top 4 at Worlds and Nationals, I think. He had a crazy run in 2011. He top 8. He top 4 Worlds and Nationals, I think, if not top 8 Worlds. Lefevre. I don't think Dylan Bryan plays anymore at all. I haven't seen Dylan Bryan in forever since he quit. But yeah, Lefevre started playing again. The last couple seasons, I've seen him at a couple events. He's not like super competitive with it, but he's been playing. Is it harder to perform better in such a diverse meta like right now? No. It's like this. It's like not that different. It's just not that different. It's different, but it's like it's not harder. It's just, yeah, it's not harder. It's just different. More narrow metas are different than more wide metas, and wide metas are different than narrow metas, but I wouldn't say it's harder. Is that what they actually put for the names? Is player 1 versus player 2? Yeah, player 1 versus player
Michael, I don't think...
Chip not casting? Chip doesn't cast European events. Well, at least not their regionals. Yo, Freya's got that Jon Snow type coat on. That's what that reminds me of. Do you think the scaling of events post-COVID made them harder or easier? Harder to win? Yeah, harder. The bigger the tournament is, the harder it is to win. It's just always harder to win. Freya looking ready to defend the wall. Dude, that literally that is the codes. It's not even just Jon Snow. It's like the you guys coats they have at the wall. Right. Night Watch or Night's Watch. All right, so it looks like Freya's playing Rapagos and Michael is playing Dragapult. I see the crystal in the hand though, so it's not Iron Thorns. Freya is playing the Bouffalance. Can't really tell how good that hand is, to be honest. I appreciate the 7 months there, Tyler. I don't know if this nest ball needs to get a Terapagos or not. Ideally, you want to get the Fan Rotom, unless your hand is dead. But it looks like there's a Hoot Hoot and a Noctowl in the hand, so that would lead to maybe a Terapagos getting found here. Actually, let me go back and check the prize cards real fast. Let's see. Yeah, nothing too crazy. I mean, the boss is prized. And usually the Terapagos decks only play one boss, so. It'd have to be... It was a Terapagos, but honestly, the hand is still dead. Yeah, the hand is actually still dead here. Had a double turbo in hand, could have played it, chose not to. I guess if you top deck Ultra Ball, you'd want to Ultra Ball away the other two cards and then Candy into Pidgeot. So I guess that makes sense to hold on to it. Over to Michael now. It looks like it is Dragapult Dusknoir. Let Tatsugiri build. Plays Klefki as well, it looks like. I think has Arven in hand. We should have a pretty clean turn one here. Oh, to TM Evo build as well. So I'm seeing Evo here. All right, so what happened here? Switch knockout, but the top deck was still a dead card. Here comes the Vessel. Does have the Sparkling Crystal in hand. So the Pidgey could get KO'd here. Could also go after the Duskull, so you take away the possibility of Candy Dusknoir removing your Dragapult from play. There's a Dragapult. Okay, so we have the attack for sure. Unless there's a Dragapult in hand already. Oh, there's two Dragapults in hand. Holy smokes. So opts for the Klefki, as is better for Ultra Ball fodder potentially. Atu does end up on the bench here. Doing a quick check of the energy. There's a Psychic in the discard pile, so we might opt for the Fire. Nope, Psychic. And then, yeah, here we go. Punch plus, I assume knockout Pidgey, but there is a decent argument for knockout Duskull. I don't know. The bench is like, I don't know. Freya did so little last turn, and over the last couple turns, I think probably just knockout the Pidgey makes the most sense. Yeah, I'd probably just KO Pidgey here. Oh, unless you don't want to take a knockout, so then you don't turn on Pheasantipity. There's actually an argument to maybe spread the damage actually to not. Actually, that's also something actually. That is something. You could try and avoid turning on Pheasantipity. That doesn't seem terrible. All right, goes for the Duskull KO. Just trying to play around Dragapult dying, which I don't hate. Can't tell what the top deck was there. What is that? The card all the way on the bottom. Oh, it's a vacuum. I mean, I guess you get rid of the Sparkling Crystal, but you know there's a fire in hand, so you're not doing too much. Thinking about giving up the Briar. Briar goes to the Lost Zone, sure. And then Punch for, I don't even know how much, it was 70 damage? Pretty weak, I'm not gonna lie. Alright, Michael does have that energy in hand. I mean, you could attach to the bench even theoretically, to be honest. Alright, there's a concede from Freya. Yeah, I like it. Let's go next. Pack it up. You kind of knew the fire was in hand anyway, so probably should have, if you're going to concede off that, you probably should have conceded when the top deck was dead, but it's fine. Still a decent concede there. What do you think is easier, Dragapult or Charizard? Dude, we gotta stop calling. It doesn't make any sense. I gotta stop calling Dragapult Draga. I'm gonna call it Pult. Whenever I see Draga, I always like mistake it for Regidrago. It's also just like, it just sounds so much uglier as like a word. It's like when people try to make Crucephalon a thing. It's like, why? Pult is optimal? Pult is definitely optimal. Drago or Chari? What do you think is easier to play, Draga or Chari? Stop calling our Chaladon the Don. That's trademarked. You did kind of lay claim to the calling it Don with the deck title there, Jesse, to be honest. I feel like you won that battle, to be honest. Gotta have to give you the dub. Charizard is easier to play than Pult. I guess I gotta start being the influence and like solidifying it as Pult, to be honest. I gotta be part of the change. You think every deck will tech EXP guidance for Badoo? I have no idea what EXP guidance is. Probably not, no. Wait, is this something to do with the video game? It's like a video game meme. What's the first major with Badoo? Well, technically it was Champions League, but it will be Merida in Mexico in 2 or 3 weeks. You ever play the video games casually? No. Is Freya in a cloak? Like she's from the Great North. Yeah, Freya came from the wall, from defending the wall to play in what's it called? Birmingham Regionals. Isn't Freya a caster too? Yeah. Freya does cast some of the events. Not all of them though, but basically no caster casts all the events. They have a pretty deep roster of casters. Will every deck have Badu? Probably not every, but most. Ooh, the Klefki start. There was a lot of mulligans though. But the oh my gosh, the Klefki start is brutal. Despite the mulligans, Freya's hand is not that good. It's like double Ultra Ball. Wait, Freya's hand just kind of sucks. If there wasn't a Klefki start, the hand would be pretty good. All right, there we go. Ultra Ball number 1. Wait, is this hand even playable? I feel like the hand's not playable. Like that, we still have to rely on a top deck here. Yeah, just hoot and pass, hoping to top deck Noctowl or Terapagos and then Ultra Ball for the other one. It looks like. Or I assume that was the pass motion there from Freya. Never watch a regional. Do these go for best of 3 or best of 5? Best of 3. Oh no, there is an Noctowl in hand. Okay, it's not that bad then. I don't like that's definitely a mistake there from Freya though. Definitely should have discarded the Noctowl and not the Night Stretcher. So that way, if you get Iono'd, the Night Stretcher becomes an out to Noctowl. So definitely a mistake there. Definitely should have discarded the Owl instead of the Night Stretcher. Can't she just shortcut, or was she thinking? Or she was just thinking, probably. Players do that all the time, where they'll like play a nest ball and then shuffle their deck and then be like, oh wait, I'm going back in with another nest ball. It's a Klefki Pult Dusk. Although there's only like, it's just like one Klefki, I think. I don't think there's like a bunch of Klefkis in here. Okay. Well, the hand was actually like, I mean, being able to use Fan Ordem would have been nice, but what's it called is, you know, we still have a playable hand here. Get a turn 2 knockout, start rolling from there. Is shortcutting legal at all levels of play? Yes. Yeah, I think it's only one Klefki in this build here. Maybe 2, but it's probably just 1. All right. Wait, is this a nest ball? Does this deck even play Rotom? Or is it just Luminion with a Force Seal Stone? Oh, there's a Force Seal Stone in the hand. So nest ball for Luminion to then Force Seal Stone for Arven for Poffin plus TM Evo. And we have a Fire in hand to TM Evo out a couple Dracloaks. Okay. Not terrible. Here comes the squad. Pretty Poff. Oh, 2 Klefkis. At least 2 Klefkis. Solo Dreep? Okay, we have another Dreepy in hand. I was like, I don't know about that. Here comes the Energy Search. Energy Search is interesting. Vessel is obviously the more powerful card. Yeah, Vessel is obviously a more powerful card, but it allows you to find an energy through Arven without discarding a card, which I guess is potentially good sometimes. All right, here come both Dracloaks. All right. The nest ball for Luminian. Yeah, Michael nest ball for Luminian there. There we go. The Lokes are set up. Over to Freya. No potential for a turn 2 Pidgeot here, which is what you would have liked. You want that turn 2 Pidgeot. You want turn 2 Pidgeot. Which is yeah, not possible. Research here though. And I guess we can get Buddy Poffin maybe to get the Pidgey on the bench. And then of course you do risk your Pidgey just kind of dying to... Maybe you go double Pidgey here if you play double Pidgey. I don't know if Freya plays 2 Pidgey. The Bouffaults are also pretty good to set up in this matchup, but it's going to be tough to get there from here. He's trolling with that energy search. I don't care what anyone says. Only 1 Pidgey there and a Hoot Hoot. I mean, getting a Hoodoo established as well is pretty good. Looks like the top deck was it Lost Vacuum? Oh, Lotto. Okay, sure. Sharapiko's brick like this commonly? No, deck's pretty consistent. This second game specifically is a little bit of an anomaly because Michael opened Klefki going second specifically to shut down the fan rotom. But even then, Freya's not like dead drawing. It was just game one that Freya dead drew. This game, Freya's still playing the game despite the Klefki start, but just isn't having it as explosive as a start. All right, decent options for next turn, but I don't think anything else is happening here, maybe, besides a bunch of another Pokemon. Like I said, the Bouffalons are nice to set up in this matchup. Oh, okay, Area 0. I don't mind being aggressive with an Area 0 either here. Ooh, and we got one Bouffalon. Because Michael probably does not play a ton of... Ooh, in the Nest Ball. Second Bouffalon might be on the way. Michael probably does not play a ton of stadiums. We did see the Temple of Sinnoh. That's probably it. It's probably just the one Temple of Sinnoh. I think I would like to have seen the other Bouffalon make its way into play here. Reducing the damage your active Terrapagos takes is a pretty big deal for like playing around like big multi-prize turns. I think we could have worried about the second Terrapagos on the next turn and go for the double Bouffalon this turn, to be honest. Now Michael gets that Area 0 though. That's true, but it shouldn't be too big of a deal. Like the extra, Michael will maybe be able to utilize like one extra bench space. I guess the bigger thing would maybe being able to bump the Lumineon off the bench, to be honest. Yeah, bumping Lumineon off the bench. Benching Fan is a bit strange. Oh, we're getting aggressive here. I mean, if we're playing Prime, we're definitely just going after Lumineon, right? Okay, okay. I don't hate this, to be honest. I don't hate just going for the prize cards from Freya here. And Iono in the hand for the next turn. Yeah, I don't hate this. Just draw some prize cards, sure. I also didn't hate just KOing the Klefki as well, though. Like, even though now that I knew that we had the Prime in the hand, yeah, I would have been fine, I guess. All right, into the first... I forget what the name of the ability is, but we did it. Number 2. Fez and Iono. Well, we can't Fez right now unless we want to retreat the Klefki. Ideally, you'd want to play Arvid here so you can find the crystal. But then you'd have to commit to retreating your Klefki to a Dracloak. Then using Fez to hope to find the Arvin. Or you could just grab Iono and hide behind Klefki for another turn. Also, Freya only has... Well, Freya's got a 3-card hand, 3 to 4, giving him +1. It's not that big of a deal. Oh, you also have Nest Ball in hand, so you can Nest Ball back... But you don't really want to put Pheasantipity in play, to be honest. You actually don't want Pheasantipity in play. Yeah, the Rotom bench makes sense if we're going after Lumineon for sure. Yeah, but before I was like kind of second guessing the Fan Rotom bench as well. I was like, I don't know about benching this Fan Rotom here. But yeah, if we're gonna go for the Lum KO, we kind of have to do it. So, wait, yeah, we do have to do it. Yeah, just gonna be the Iono. So a little bit of a slower. I mean, I guess Michael still could draw Dragapult plus Crystal. It's just unlikely. So not getting that turn 2 attack off that you'd like to have, but not too far away from a Dragapult here. Double Dragapult's found, and pretty Poffin. I think you probably evolve the Dragapult that has the fire energy to protect your energy here, I assume. We'll see what Michael goes for, though. You could not, but I think it makes sense to protect your energy here. I mean, because you could always get like attachment plus Crystal next turn. Another Duskull getting searched out. Could have actually gotten like Duskull and Dreepy there if we had evolved to the Dragapult first from Michael. We already have so many one prize liabilities here that we could have. Putting another one in play doesn't seem like a terrible thing to do. You evolve 2 Polts to avoid Lokes dying, or you rather have the ability for longer? You want to have the ability for as long as possible. There's already so many one prize liabilities. Like your Lokes aren't more of a liability than anything else. We're getting area 0? Yeah, maybe. I mean, I just don't like that fire energy just kind of hanging out there. It's like one more piece we need to get next turn, possibly. Overall. I think protecting our fire energy is like pretty good here. I don't know. Especially when like Candy Dusknoir can... Ooh, oh! I even forgot about that. We could get Candy Dusknoir gusted or something here. Like Freya could have Candy Dusknoir KO Loke into Gust KO Loke. But even then, actually, Freya could just have Candy Dusknoir KO Loke KO active, and that's still pretty good here, I feel like. Did they pop the research, or did they just grab it off Owl and not use it? Freya used research turn 1. Ultra Ball and Candy were searched out. There's the Candy Pidgeot. That's always good to have in play. I don't know what else this is going to lead to for the turn, though. It might just be Kiawe and Klefki. But getting Pidgeot established is really good. Like, getting the Pidgeot established is good. But it might just... the end result might just be... Knockout active and chill. Freya also does play the vacuum. We did see that in game 1. Freya plays the vacuum, which can be really big in this matchup to remove a bunch of damaged Pokemon from play. So like after Michael goes for like an attack or two, you can like get rid of a bunch of your damaged Terrapagos and just punch into a Dragapult for turn. That's actually a pretty big deal. You a fan of Drago and Terrapagos? No, I don't think so. It just seems like too much. Yeah, it just seems like too much. I do like the idea of kind of the Latias. That's like another thing you'd have to bench. Yeah, there's that Candy Dusknoir. So there we go. We lose that energy on our Dracloak here. I feel like Freya's set up in a pretty good spot here, especially with the ability to use vacuum to remove liabilities from the bench. Wait, what just happened? I'm so confused. Oh, it was a Buddy Poffin. Okay. I don't know about putting another Duskull into play. I'd have to like think about how the prize exchange is going to break down here. But do we really want to give Michael access to a easy knockout with... Are we trying to give Michael access to punch active plus KO Duskull on this next turn? I'm not sure how I feel about that. What if we just don't bench Duskull instead? And maybe just get the Hoot Hoot. Hoot Hoot's always good, right? But why do we need this? Why are we trying to give over a free prize card to Michael? Because then can't Michael kind of win by going... No, I guess there isn't like still a great... No, Michael could win by going like punch, knock out Duskull into like Dusclops punch and KO double Terrapagos, right? I don't know. I don't really love the Duskull bench here. I feel like it gives more options to Michael. Temple of Sinnoh was found, but putting Temple of Sinnoh in play here feels a little weird. Well, no, getting to play the Temple of Sinnoh before Vacuum gets used actually does feel pretty good. Actually, that does seem okay here from Michael. Being able to use... Yeah, being able to put Temple of Sinnoh in play before a Vacuum can get used to clear off damaged Terrapagos. I don't hate that. Dusknoir gets Candy into play here, but we can't use Dusknoir here or we probably just lose. Give me 1 second. All right, my bad. What happened? We KO'd the bird? Wait, what the heck happened? Dusk bird into KO bird, KO dusk. Okay. We still don't have game yet. There's Sinnoh. All the owls. Is this a punch for 70? Yeah, we don't even have a full hit here. Next turn we win though, theoretically. Double turbo plus Iono in the hand. That is not good. No draw power on the other side from Michael either though, so the Iono could... Yeah, Michael doesn't have game next turn though, guaranteed, right? No, not quite. Would need Alakazam. Do we even know if Michael plays Alakazam though? It's fire in hand. All right, there's the Iono. Game's on board, no. Oh wait, the Temple of Sinnoh's in play. Wait, Freya just loses because you can't even retreat the active, right? Freya needed to... Oh, there was like no good play here from Freya then. We can't even retreat. It's just game, right? Yeah, Michael just retreats and attacks. Sheesh. Yeah, that's it. There's nothing Freya could... What else could Freya have done, though? Could have retreated with 2 double turbo? Yeah, but if you had attached the other double turbo to the active, what do you retreat to? Maybe you retreat to Fan Rotom and sacrifice it? Like, you definitely should have attached the double turbo active, but it almost feels like it doesn't matter. I guess this works from... Well, can't Michael just retreat? But can't Michael just retreat to the bench and... Okay, I think Michael just realized, yeah. I think Michael literally just didn't even realize. Just attack, yeah, there we go. Attach active, hope you draw a Noctowl and get boss for next turn off Iono. I'm gonna go back and watch that turn that I missed. Michael with the 2-0. What's coming up? Yeah, because things are looking really good for Freya. But then Michael KO'd. What was it like? Counter catcher tool. Oh, and then we went KO Pidgeot, KO Duskull. Gave up fan. Yeah, I feel like that's what I think that's what Freya should have done here. I feel like Freya should have, yeah. Temple of Sinnoh comes down. 70. I feel like Freya should have, yeah, attach double turbo active. Play Iono, retreat to Fan Rotom, right? It still doesn't feel great, but I think it's probably the better play. Yeah. Other boof prized? Not sure. Freya maybe just never had a chance to get the other boof set up, but a lot of that comes down to when Michael opened Klefki. Like opening Klefki just made it really hard to ever get. You never got to use Fan Rotom. Like I was saying, the Buffalon I think are pretty good in this matchup to set up, but Freya just because of the lack of Fan Rotom turn 1, maybe just never had the opportunity to actually get the double boof set up. Found that one, but then yeah, if you don't find like one of your Buffalons off the initial Fan Rotom search, it's hard to get both into play. It's hard to be able to designate enough Noctowl searches or quick searches to the Buffalons over throughout the game. Did I even run a prediction for this one? Wait, what was the last prediction I ran? Maybe there's not a prediction up. I definitely did not run a prediction for that one though, right? Oh shoot, what was this prediction for? Wait, Lock started this last prediction. Was that for this round, Lock? The prediction that's up? It's for this round? Oh, okay. All right, the next round should be coming up soon though. Cause wait, no, they didn't go to time, did they? Let's say because they went to time. How close to time were they? They still had, oh, they still had 20 minutes left. Yeah, it's not gonna be for a little while. And I'm gonna run and I need to do something real fast, and then we'll take a look at the tournament standings. Yeah, I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Oh, we got an interview? My bad.
decks with those long gameplay lines, because you can get Liverpool. Now,
I'll be honest, to go time, and that was Michael. Thanks, Ross. Yes, we're here with our 6-0 winner, Michael Cornwall. I know you very well from the UK scene. You've been around for a long time, and that was a nail-biting best-of-3 set. Tell us about that second game in particular.
The second game, obviously, it's always nice to open Klefki, especially against a lot of stuff. Like just her reaction to seeing the Klefki and immediately being in the fan room is like, it's a bit disheartening. But
it's quite rude, I think.
Yeah. But yeah, the Klefki's bailed me out so many times like throughout today. Like I beat 2 Cloth just because of the Klefki, because they just can't play. But it's super nice there. I did get a bit worried because she was hitting very hard, and I was like, oh, okay. And I did forget to play the Sinnoh when I knocked out the Pidgeot. I thought I misplayed completely, but it ended up working out. So I can't complain.
Yeah, I mean, that was still a really awkward position. You knew that you couldn't use Hand Disruption, and you knew that you had to use Dustoir, putting Freya down to just 1 prize card remaining, but you had to take out Pidgeot in that situation. What was going through your mind in terms of making sure you still had steps to win the game from that stage?
Yeah, so I mean, I was kind of in top deck mode as well, and I was relying on a Dracloak, but when she swung into the my Dragon Bolt as a response, so it's like, I have to give it up. I can't, just in case. I have to minimize the amount of outs that she has to win the game. It ended up working out in my favor, luckily. But when I popped the Dustoir and I realized, oh wait, she's down to 1. But I can't say it was calculated, but it was just.
I mean, even if you go down to 1 there, that's still your safest line, right? You have to take out Pidgeot at that stage.
Yeah, because they can get Gust, they can just get anything. I have to take access away from that.
Yeah, and the Temple of Sinnoh, obviously crucial in that end game situation. Not only could Freya not attack, but also not retreat, which gave you so many lines to win. Is Temple of Sinnoh a big card for you today?
Yeah, I mean, I always wanted a Stadium Bounce, because I've seen a lot of pulp lists cut it, but I'm so scared of jamming Tao at the wrong time. It's just like I have to play a Stadium Bounce. It just so happens that Sinnoh's quite helpful in those sort of matchups, so it's good against that. It's not bad against Lugia to shut off mists and stuff like that. It just makes the most sense to use a Sinnoh.
And just more generally, Dragapult with Dustoir versus Dragapult with Iron Thorns. That's kind of been the new wave. What makes you enjoy the Dustoir, and have you tried the Iron Thorns approach?
I have not tried the Iron Thorns personally. I've heard a lot of people talking about it, like people in my friends group were testing it. The way they described it was, it's a better Dragapult list, but a worse Thorns list, which I understand some parts, but I think the Dustoirs are so. There are times where you play Dragapult and you play such a long game, but it's so meticulous, like in the way you spread your damage. You can do that with Dustoir. You can take a 6 prize turn if you really aim for it. Yeah. And when they're bricking, it's like, oh, I can't give them Fez, then I won't. I'm going to move all the damage around with Azam, and I'm just going to sprinkle everything and then end the game.
And even shout out to the 10 damage Joust. That could have been really relevant in that game as well.
I actually thought about it because, well, it would have been if. So my counter catcher, I didn't realize the second one's prized.
Would have been
going for that play to Zam, move that 10 damage onto the Hoot, and just swing into the big little Pokemon.
It's really cool to see that that's how it can work out with Dragapult. A really methodical archetype. Seems like you did identify a lot of the best lines. Is it something you've been playing for a long time, or have just chosen for this tournament?
I've not been playing too much. I played a little bit for like a couple of cups. I did really enjoy it, but it just felt Bolt was at a very high point. So, and it's quite a tough matchup, like, unless you played the Klefkis. At the time, no one was playing the Klefkis in their list, so I've decided to come off of it. I started playing Moon, because it's like, if everyone's racing, I'm going to race. That was my mentality. I day 2 Dortmund with that mentality, so I can't complain. No, I do like Pult. Even going forward into EUIC, Badoo doesn't hurt Pult. You gain Badoo, and you just put Lance in, and you still set up the same.
Yeah, that's great to see. And just going back to your sort of cup mentality, do you use cups as a way to prepare for these sorts of tournaments?
Not too much. I go to occasionally cups mostly to just get a feel for a deck, because there's only so much Fury and Fury you can do. But I walked up to a cup running Ancient Box, because in Fury it's like very strong and single prizer, but it's one of the decks. So you play at a cup. I went like 0-3 drop, because you miss an energy attachment, you lose the game. Like.
Yeah, that can be the case, but I do like that mentality of just bringing things, testing it out. That's what the local level is really all about, because there's less pressure, a lot more calm, and you can experiment. That's what the game's all about.
Yeah.
And in terms of your process for Dragapult then, how you came to such crucial cards like the Clef Key, how did that come about in your testing?
So for weeks, I was testing and doing theory with some friends like Carl Blake and stuff like that, and Jack.
Carl's doing pretty good as well, right?
Yeah, he's doing very good. Yeah, we all had a couple of like ideas for lists. We were originally, for weeks, we were testing Guardi with 2 to 3 Clef Key. And again, still quite strong, stuff like that, because it does the same thing, but Guardi sets up. I decided to come off Guardi. I don't have the brain power anymore. Where I've been playing for so long, I don't have the brain power anymore to sit and play Guardi for 8 rounds and then play Swiss, play cut, or day 2 and then cut. This is not for me anymore. Where Dragapult,
it's not much easier.
Not much easier, but I can coast a little bit more with Dragapult, and then it's just like, oh, just Pokedex through your deck every like 2 to 3 times a turn, and then that's kind of it. But we knew for a fact we wanted Clef Key, because it just, if you open it, I won my last round against a Reggie Drago, because you just open Clef Key, they can't Ogerpon, they can't Squawk. Like I said, I beat 2 Clorfs purely because of Clef Key. They just opt to go second. Some of them opt to go seconds. You flip the Clef Key over, they go draw pass, and then you just Arvin TM, which I managed to successfully pull off that a couple of times, just Arvin straight away and get a TM Evo, which is another card I've seen a lot of Dragapults not play. I just think it's so strong right now. It's like, you can't always rely on rare candy.
Yeah, it's actually really interesting how you sort of reverse engineered it from a Gardevoir archetype. You've liked the Clef Key, you like the TM evolution with the same fantastic stage 1 engine drawing you cards, and that's how you've come to such an interesting list. It's such a great way to hear that that's how you've come up with the approach, even though this has been a known archetype.
And sometimes even just sitting there with Clef Key inactive, it buys you time. Secondly, the 10 damage Joust is actually quite relevant in some matchups. Like, I was testing a lot against Zard. At early 10 damage Joust means you can Zam that onto a Charmander later and then just take 2 prizes, or knock out a Zard and a Charmander, and you put them in such awful positions. It just puts so much pressure. That's another thing I like about the Dragapult, is like, you do have to think quite a few turns ahead in terms of like, okay, your prize mapping is quite important, but that your opponent you can't really play around it. It's just you either go in and get in there quick, or you fall behind and then that's it.
Yeah, it seems like just any damage counter, you can make the most of it. So
absolutely.
Love to hear that from you. Love to hear your insights on this archetype. It's not the most popular one out there, but you're proving why it should be a considered play for going on into the tournament. We're going to see you more than likely in day 2 now, so that's all good.
Yeah.
I'm going to let you go, have a little breather, carry on winning. Congratulations, and we're going to head over to a little break now.
Thank you.
Oh, it's not a break, Joe. We're still here.
Dude loves damage counters. Slap, I feel like you're entering your what is like the graph? Used to be like chaotic neutral. But now I feel like your chatting has become chaotic evil. You're going from chaotic neutral to chaotic evil. Hazel, I won the challenge. Congrats, Flippy, on the dub. I wake up a hater. I love spreading. I wake up a hater. I love spreading negativity. All right, let's take a look at where the tournament's at right now. Brent 6-0. Daniel Powell. That sounds super familiar. Did they do the Archer's Force most played? Yeah, I did see that. The Arch being that popular was definitely a surprise. Has Daniel placed at a tournament recently? That name seems super familiar. Maybe we saw them in Stuttgart. Maybe they made their way on stream in Stuttgart. So we will have some more 6-0s. These are not the only 6-0s. A couple Daniels and Brent Tonneson. From a Soli is 501. Saw Freya lose. Tim Halliburton 5-0. It's not that many. Good. Look at the Arcanine standings. Wish they streamed Rio's regional. Got a lot of buddies there. Same. I wish they also would stream the. It should just be mandatory to stream tournaments. If you're gonna run, like, it should be like mandatory from TPCI to be like, if you're gonna run a major, you have to stream the major. Pedro's 5-0. Saw Arnie was 5-0. Now we get to the 401s. Pokemon Company didn't want to stream, but also don't allow anyone to do it independently. Is it the Pokemon Company or is it Copag? Yeah, which one of them is actually blocking or not letting anyone do it? I don't know who vetoed it. Good question. Yeah, I wonder if it is TPCI or if it's Copag doing it. Preventing the potential of someone in the community stepping up to stream it. I have to assume like Brent's playing Drago, right? There's no way Brent's not playing Drago. Appreciate the prime sub there. Bats Buddha. Honestly, I didn't think this regional would reach 2K players. Yeah, just about. Just over, right? Just over 2K. But the game's been good so far. Not really, no. Wait. I actually don't remember most of the other matches. I think they've been pretty mid though, right? Dude, I just don't remember. What was the round before this one? I literally don't remember a single match besides the first round and the last round. I heard the third round was funny. Lost Box versus Lugia. Drago and Moon. Oh yeah, Drago and Moon. Oh no, there were some decent games. There were some decent games. It wasn't all bad. Lost Box and Lugia. Third round was funny. Was it funny? I don't remember what happened in the Lost Box Lugia game. What happened in Lost Box versus Lugia? That was round 4, right? Can anyone from anywhere attend a regional? You just go to the nearest one. Yeah, anyone can play. You just have to register. Yeah, the third round was the Palafin thing. Oh yeah, the 3 gates prize. True. Yeah, yeah. I forgot. Yeah, 3 gates. There's 3 gates prize. How many rounds today? 8 rounds today. 4 rounds tomorrow. Round Ross won was pretty interesting, or at least the second game was. Yeah, the second game was interesting. Ooh, it was different. It's different. What happened to the judge slow play call? I left to eat. I don't think there was there a slow play call. I don't think there was a slow play call. People in chat were just talking about slow playing. Oh, we could look up Tord. Tord 5-1 just beat Oscar Rivas. How do you say it? Rivas? And Tord's playing Terapagos, I believe. Everyone rolling up with Terapagos, Dustnor. Couldn't be sure a major happened if it wasn't streamed. They all could have just flipped the coins to decide matches. True. Any Archaludon on stream today? Not yet. Don't forget, if you go to a major outside your country, there may be additional paperwork that needs filled in order to travel. If Tor got express written permission from Big Pikachu to play Badoo, would he win the entire tournament? I mean, not necessarily, but you definitely have an advantage. Is Brent playing Drago? Probably. I don't know for sure though. It's the last chance to play Terranor before Badu kills it. Does Badu kill it? Is the deck still viable after that? We have seen the day one meta share. It was actually it was a little bit interesting. Day one meta share was interesting, but it's a secret. I can't share it with you. You have to be there, kind of situation. Based on the 6 rounds today, if you had to pick a deck for San Antonio, what are you playing? Drago. Bridge Forth is crazy. That is a fake deck. No, you're fake. The deck's very real. But should it be real enough but should it be being played at 6% rate? I don't know about that. 6% is a lot that's a lot of bridges, to be honest. There's a lot of bridges. Not sure that's real. An unreasonable amount of bridges. Tie rate has come down. Oh no, wait, it was the other tie rate that was super high in Rio. See how they're doing in Rio. 18% still? Bro, chill. Play faster. I've been playing live and Badu doesn't feel as apocalyptic as it seems. I think people have been overusing it with decks that can't capitalize on the stall. Yeah, it definitely isn't like... Well, it definitely isn't that apocalyptic. Any US players at Brazil? I think there's 2. Three US players. What site lets you view the current regional results? Pokedata.ovh is this site. Dude, this got a lot to do. There's only 2 more rounds though. Dude, these tournaments like feel like I mean, I guess it's only 1 round difference, but it feels a lot faster. I don't know, I have been streaming for 7 hours though. I didn't realize, dude, wow, what the heck? Hopefully someone is brave enough to attempt the forbidden Thornton Briar combo on stream one day. I mean, I think someone literally played for it earlier and just didn't then realize, wait, I can't play 2 supporters in 1 turn. But their thought process went there, for sure. Like, oh, I can Thornton into Dusknoir, and then Dusknoir allows me to use Briar. I hope Badu doesn't make it apocalyptic. I didn't get any Badus from my ETB pulls, and they're going for $2 on TCG Player. Hey, dude, that's crazy. I can't believe the Badu is actually going for more than $1. That's wild. Show us top 3, please. No, I'm not going to do that. What's Lugia's worst matchup? Probably Quad Thorns. Even if you like play Fluttermane or Klefki, it's still pretty tough. The Master Ball Badu is like $40. I mean, yeah, but who cares about show us number 3 but not 2 or 1? Okay, I can do that. We'll reveal them slowly. Oh no. Dude, I can't make it move just 1. Can't do it. Just bought a playset for 8. Bro, $8 for 4 Badoos is that's insane. That's crazy. There's no way it doesn't come down to like 25 cents. This prismatic craziness is 100% a bubble, and I think they're doing it on purpose to hype the second wave of printings. What do you mean on purpose? Like TPCI is overhyping prismatic evolutions, so more people buy the second wave. Like they're intentionally not printing to demand on their first ETB printings. Maybe. If they just print on demand, wouldn't that have done the same thing? Yo, appreciate the 60 months, Omar. Where you at right now? I just changed rooms, but I haven't got my stuff over yet. So it's a little bare. Got a blanket up on the wall. Stop the echo. I feel like it doesn't make any sense. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it doesn't make, I don't know, any sense. It's not too conspiratorial. Like, all right, so Pokemon was like, we think if we printed 1 million, people would. So what you're saying is TPCI was like, if we print, if we print 1 million, we'll sell 1 million. But if we print 500,000, we'll sell 1.5 million or something. Is that basically what you're saying? It'll create hype around it. I mean, maybe. I don't know if that's true, though. I don't know if that's how that works. Or do more people want to buy? So this, like, scalper hype feels like it only incentivizes other people to try and become scalpers. But does it actually create more consumers? I think it creates more scalpers, but does it create more consumers, right? Because the scalpers are like a low percentage of people who want an ETB, right? If there's 1 million people who want an ETB, there's like 50,000 scalpers, right? So like, are you creating short-term, like, are you making someone want an ETB based around the hype from Prismatic Evolutions, or are you just creating more scalpers? Like, I don't think I know anyone who's all of a sudden like sees like people losing their minds at a Costco and is like, oh, I want to go get a Prismatic Evolutions ETB. I don't think that's real. I don't think people who don't normally have Pokemon cards are all of a sudden like, I want that. Are they? No way, right? Because that would have to be true for your theory to be correct. They wanted to sell it. That's what I'm saying. It's creating scalpers, but it's not creating like an actual consumer. It's creating people who are going to go out there and buy a bunch of them. It's like one person's going to buy 10 ETBs to then sell to 10 consumers, but you're not actually creating a consumer, right? But if those ETBs were just available for the 10 people, they would have bought an ETB anyways. You know what I'm saying? I normally buy products for fun, but I'm going to be skipping this set. And there we go. There's Jacob in chat, who now is like someone who got turned off from the whole shenanigans. Yeah, I don't think that's what I'm trying. I'm trying to argue against the. I forget the statement was. The statement was effectively, Pokemon knows they can sell 1 million ETBs, so instead they printed 500,000, thinking now it lets them sell 1.2 million ETBs or something. But I just don't see how that. I don't see how that would track. Because the hype only creates more scalpers. I don't think it creates more consumers. More wanters, more ETB wanters. It just creates more ETB scalpers. Which, like, technically scalpers are like... No, because scalpers aren't even consumers, because the scalpers have to sell it to the consumers. And as soon as the consumers don't exist to buy from the scalpers will stop scalping. Yeah. Set overall is actually mid. Yeah, for competitive, but for collectors, it's a pretty big set. There's a lot of cards that people want from them. That's what I'm doing my dissertation on. I'll get back to you in a few years. All right, appreciate it, Slap. Consumer's fault. Isn't the scalper +1 sale over the original 10 people in your example? No, because they still need to sell it to the consumers. Like, if a scalper buys 10 ATBs, they buy 10 ATBs to then sell them to 10 consumers. It didn't create another consumer. It just created a scalper that is then going to try and make a profit on the consumers. But they themselves are not a consumer. They're just a scalper. They're a different person. Also, they are a very low percentage. So even if, let's say the scalpers, like, they keep one for themselves, but if they were going to try and buy one for themselves anyways then, so it doesn't recreate a new consumer. It doesn't create any more consumers. I feel like more consumers aren't being created. It's just more, there's more people who are scalping because of the hype. Who are the people actually buying from scalpers? Couldn't be me. I assume that means that you have bought from a scalper. That's the meme you're making there. I don't know. I mean, a lot of people are buying from scalpers. A lot of people are buying from scalpers. People just want to be able to open the products, and if the only way you can open it is spending, like, you know, more money, then people spend it. Yeah. I mean, if you want to be part of, like, the solution to the problem, the answer is to not buy the product. Hold up, I gotta do something I forgot to do. The answer is to just not buy the product. To avoid being part of the problem. If not technically, then you are just part of the problem. But if you don't care, then I guess it's fine. But if you think it's a problem, then you have the opportunity to be part of the solution. I gotta change the thumbnail for the new video. On the Uncommon Energy channel. Yeah, the community just needs to show people that shiny pieces of cardboard aren't an investment. If you want to do that shit, they can look at stocks, bombs. I mean, I don't think it's like a terrible. Well, treating Pokemon cards as an investment isn't part of the problem. I mean, there's just so many better ways and easier ways to invest your money. I don't know why people would ever go out of their way to buy Pokemon cards to use as an investment, but it's like not a terrible, like, investing in Pokemon product is like not a terrible thing to do. Like, pretty you can pretty easily, you'll be able to basically pretty easily assume it's going to go up in price. Like, it's going to go up in price. Gonna go up in price, but it's such a bigger hassle. Like, you need space, and if you're gonna do it constantly, you need to go get more product. What? How do you invest your money, Azul? Just stock market. S&P 500. Just keep it simple. I don't want to think. I'd rather think less about things that I'm not invested into actually knowing more about, and then just create more content. Stream more, make more YouTube videos, and then keep everything else as simple as possible. I actually talked about this a little bit when I was talking about I made my last computer. But next time I buy a new computer, and I was thinking about buying getting a new computer with the 50 series coming out. But maybe I'll wait one more generation. But I'm gonna pay someone to do it. Instead of spending those hours making a PC, I'd rather pay someone to do it and then spend those hours streaming more, or making YouTube videos or something. I didn't hate the experience of building my PC, and it's nice to know how everything works from building my own PC. But now that I built one, I feel like the experience of building another would just be I'd rather just pay someone to do it, have them do it correctly for sure, and then take all that time and spend it doing something else. Yeah, the 5090s. I don't trust myself to build a PC. It's really easy. It's actually really easy. Everything is so plug and play now. I was actually Chip has storage space issues, and I was like, oh, we should get a hard drive and put it in here. And he was like, I don't know, man. I don't really want to. He was worried about it. I was like, bro, you do not need to be worried about putting a hard drive in your PC, because he has whenever we're recording the podcast and stuff, he never has any space on his freaking computer. Custom PC market only charges 200 build fees tops. Yeah, it's not even that expensive. It's not even that expensive to have someone else build it for you. It's basically just their man hours is what they're charging you. It's it's not even that expensive. More on top of the parts to pay someone to build it for you. Going to a pre-built site. I don't want to get a pre-built one. I want to get a custom one still, but same difference. Don't upgrade unless you really need it. You can upgrade the experience though. You can upgrade those little things that make staying in your PC a comfortable moment. Nah, I kind of just want to upgrade. I just want to be able to stream to more things more easily. Also, I want to be able to play video games at a higher FPS. I get 100 FPS on Marvel. I wouldn't mind being able to get 200 FPS or whatever. What's your Marvel main? I've been playing Hela recently. It was at first I was just playing Winter Soldier, but now I've branched out a little bit. Play a little Neymar. Is it Nate? It's Neymar, right? It's not Namor. Play a little Neymar. Played a little Hela. I like those three more. Dude, I swear it's Namar. Hang on. Wait, you might be right. No, it is Namor. Okay, dude, I thought it was another A, bro. I thought it was two A's. Neymar. You're right, you're right. I thought it was two A's. This was low-key a Squirrel Girl main. I tried Squirrel Girl the other day. It's okay. It's really hard to kill squishies with her though. She's just she's not a precision, she's just, you do a lot of damage, but you do a lot of splash damage on tanks. So you can't, when you have someone isolated, I don't know, you can't two-tap a support or something, which is kind of annoying. I feel like every Squirrel Girl kill is an accident. Literally, you're spamming your freaking acorns, and then if someone dies, you're like, oh, okay, cool. Yeah, you're like you do a lot of damage, but it's not precise. So you can't like 2-tap a support when they step out of line or something. It's like hard to do. She's good for zoning out areas. Yeah, she seems fine. But I like being able to just like kill one of their carries or kill one of their supports when they step out of line. Do you have the Invisible Woman skin? No. I only play DPS or Duelist. Tank is pretty boring. Like I've tried, dude, tank's just kind of boring. I've only played Captain America. I tried to play Magneto once. It was insane. Insanely boring. I haven't tried all of the tanks, and I haven't tried any like dive champions either, or dive duelists. Like I haven't tried like Iron Fist or I played Captain America's okay, but it's pretty boring. Thor and Strange are fun. They seem like the best. If you're gonna play tanks, they seem like the best. I mean, dude, Doctor Strange is just overtuned. Like he just does too much. They need to nerf Doctor Strange. They just need to take all of his numbers and like cut them down by like 5% or 10%. All of his numbers need to be reduced by like 10%. He's like, it's like the meme of when like a new character comes out. He's like a support, tank, duelist, DPS. He's literally just does everything. What is better, Zardy or Polty? Polt. Penny Parker Supremacy. Penny Parker, I actually played Penny a couple games. Penny was pretty cool. I much prefer DPS to anything else though in the game so far. You just solo queue? I sometimes play with some friends. I'd maybe like or support more if I tried out more supports. But I tried like Mantis for one game and that's it. Azul's been a D1 Zard hater this format. Bro, I'm not hating. Dude, whenever someone says they think something's bad, I didn't say I didn't like it. I said I think it's bad. Thinking something is bad is not hating on something. Actually, you know what? No, you're right. From now on, if you ever ask me a question about decks, PokeShark, everything is equal. All the decks are good. My favorite deck is good. Your favorite deck is good. All the decks are tier 1. You know what? PokeShark, every deck is tier 1. Every time you ask me a question about a deck, I'll be like, it doesn't really matter. They're all broken tier 1 S tier decks. You know, play whatever one you like the most because they're all broken S tier decks. That's what you get. That's what you get now. Someone on eBay just bought the EV promo for 170 Canadian. What? The promo for 170? What? No way. Finally, Alakazam EX is S tier. Yep. What's better, Squirrel Girl or Zard? Honestly, I'm gonna go Squirrel Girl on this one. Zard is not very good right now. Challenge today, Zard, Reggie, or Arch. Doesn't matter. They're all broken S tier decks. Whatever one just looks the coolest in whatever sleeves you have is the one to go with. Probably Reggie though. If you're trying to win, Reggie. Were you surprised at 10% Zard? No, not really. I mean, I think it should be a lower percentage just because I don't think the deck is that good right now. But I'm not surprised that it was 10%. I think I predicted 10% on my most recent meta breakdown over on the Metafy group. I was just like, it's probably just going to be 10%. Like, it shouldn't be 10%, but it's probably going to be 10%. What was your Pokemon Unite main? I don't even remember. It's been so long since I played that game. Dude, I just couldn't get into Unite, man. You know what? It's just League of Legends ruined Unite for me. I couldn't play Unite because it's just League. It's just League, but it's not like League for babies. which is fine. But I couldn't play Unite because of that. Like League of Legends ruined, like preemptively ruined Unite for me. If I had never played League, I probably would have really liked Unite. But because I had played a different, what are they called? Dota, League. What kind of game are they? It's not a MOBA, is it? Is it called a MOBA? Oh, is it called MOBA? Dude, that's what I was gonna say, but it's like, it's not a MOBA. Yeah, because I'd played the other Weenie Hut Junior League. Yeah, literally, it's literally just Weenie Hut Junior League, which is fine. But yeah, I'm sure I would have liked Unite and probably played Unite a lot more if I hadn't played League. I was like, bro, I can't do this. Just knowing the possibilities of like, I could be playing a different MOBA where you can have so much more impact and there's so much more to be done. Yeah, it's like, I can't do it. You play TFT? No. I've never really gotten into TFT. Dota stream when? I don't play Dota. I did play the original Dota. Or I don't know if it was like the first, but I used to play Dota when it was the mod on Warcraft. I used to play, yeah. I used to play the original Dota on Warcraft. Way back in the day. So are you one of those people who insta-locks Duelist in Marvels? In Marvel Rivals? Yes. Insta-lock Duelist. I mean, I will switch over to Rocket or Captain America if I have to, but... Sam, I remember getting kicked for DLing. Wait, what is DLing? That sounds familiar, but I don't remember it. You ever liked Overwatch? It was okay. You think Brent is having the best season so far? Out of players? I'd have to look at. I can't remember everyone's results in my head. I kind of felt the same way about Overwatch, the way I felt about yeah, Overwatch was okay. I don't know why I like Marvel Rivals so much more than Overwatch, to be honest. I do like it more. Well, it feels like as a DPS character I can have a bigger impact. Maybe that's it. That might be it. Kieran's having a pretty good season. Kieran is having a pretty good season. Kieran has like what, 3 or 4 cuts? Brent is def most consistent. I think he has day 2 to every event he has gone to. Yeah, but day two in an event isn't like a super high bar. Day 2 is like whatever. Let me see. The time period to this. Number 1 is Brent. Number 2 is Alberto's had quite a few top cuts. And I can pull this up so everyone can look at it. Oh, I can just do it over here. What am I doing? Rankings. I also got to get rid of the seniors. Hold up. Time period. This division. Nope. I'm not just going to look at this. We want to know what their results are this season. Oh, wait, hold on. All right, I'm back. Twan back on the stream with the Golden Go up against the Archaladon, which is unfortunate for Archaladon because this is a bad matchup for Archaladon. It is technically winnable, but it's tough. Prediction? I got y'all. Bro, watching this matchup? Yeah, definitely a bad choice. I don't know what they went off of here. It might just be based on, it might just be Twan. Like they're like, oh, Twan's on the winning, let's put Twan on. I mean, they know Twan was playing Golden Go, what's it called, but maybe didn't know the matchup or didn't check the matchup. All right. Well, the hand is looking pretty rough, actually. It might just be living off the Pokestop here. Oh. Ooh, that is not great. We have anything else? There's an Ultra Ball. That's going to be an expensive Gimmighoul, though. Even gives up the red candy here. So there's no early Togekiss coming out here, that's for sure. The Togekiss is not coming out anytime soon, probably. Not impossible. I saw the other red candy was in the deck. But this is, yeah, this is a costly Gimmighoul here off this Ultra Ball. These scalpers raising the price of Gimmighouls. Yeah, Gimmighouls have gotten super expensive. You haven't been able to pop them for a Gimmighoul as of like, you got an Ultra Ball for all your Gimmighouls now. Golden Go was one of the reasons I put Toedscool in my Arch deck. Well, that definitely is a tech that is you could definitely play if you want to try and make that matchup better for sure. All right, top decked a Metal Energy here for Jacob. But there's no Metal Energy in the discard pile, right? This is a misplay. We should not attach active here, I don't think. This lowers our odds of being able to attack on this first turn. Yeah, it's definitely a mistake there. Oh, we didn't draw an energy anyways, so maybe it worked out. Oh, nope, still no energy. Okay. Shouldn't we discard the energy there so then we could go attach, retreat, Archaladon? This is possible here. The Pokestop could save us. We just need a million energy or find a vessel. And there we go, Pokestop. Oh, there's a vessel. Okay, bailed out here. All right, so a pretty solid turn 2 here from Jacob. And hold on. Wait. Did we see an Iron Bundle? Am I trolling? Did Jacob discard Iron Bundle turn 1 or something? I actually forget, to be honest. For some reason, I think there was I saw an Iron Bundle recently. Did I see an Iron Bundle recently? I almost feel like we should have, if there was. We definitely need to try and get down another Duraludon here. Yeah, we need to try and get down another Duraludon here. We could Ultra Ball away Ultra Ball plus energy here. I guess you could get rid of both energy, actually. Yeah, getting rid of both energy is fine. Okay, I did see an Iron Bundle. Okay, they do play the Iron Bundle. And yeah, being able to KO the lone Gimmighoul in play is pretty good. This does mean Antoine will be able to use Pheasantipity to draw cards. But I think it's probably correct to play it this way from Jacob. Getting into a decent start here. Also has a replacement on the Pokestop. I guess I wouldn't bench Dialga unless we're also going to bench a Duraludon, because now the Dialga gets stuck in the active. All right, yeah, there's the bundle. Lone Gimme gets pushed and knocked out. Yeah, I like the Dialga hold there. All right, over to Antoine. You have the Pheasantipity for 3. You also have Pokestop. There's a Poffin. All right, the Gimmies will get recovered here. Get a couple of those. I don't know if there was any prized, but I don't think there was 2 prized. So we should at least have 2 Gimmies to work with here off this Fez draw. Ideally, finding a third would be nice, and even getting the Togekiss into play as soon as possible would also be good. 2 Gimmies prized. Wait, was there actually? Are you trolling me? And I gotta take a look at these prize cards. I just missed the prize cards, didn't I? Oh, I think I did see the prize cards. Yeah, that's 2 gimmies. And a Togepi, and a Radiant Greninja. The whole squad kind of prized. They're all sleeping on this one. All right, that's pretty bad. I was like, I'm pretty sure there was not 2 gimme goals prized. Might have been 1. There was 2 gimme goals prized. Okay. We could find a Night Stretcher here. And even if we don't, if this 1 gimme survives, that's still something. There's a switch into the Togepi. I like that. And there's the pass. All right, over to Jacob. Draws an energy for turn. Has Pokegear in hand. So if this finds a boss, boss it once again. Do this. Oh, there we go. All right. And there we go. Boss, gimme the ghoul. And does Antoine ever just concede here? Actually, I don't know. Would I concede here? The gimme ghoul is going to die. We're going to lose another prize card on another turn. I mean, I guess the one thing here is Jacob is not progressing his board state at all. I don't hate sticking out a little bit longer, to be honest. Going to the Pokestop here. We're looking for some nest balls. 1 nest ball. 2. Okay, maybe I'll pack it up now. I might pack it up. Yeah, okay. We know 2 Duraludons are coming off that. I'm okay with the pack up now. All right. What up, Azul? Hope you're doing well. What's up, TPO? Is this Tuan Le who does all the translations? Yes. This is the one and only Antoine Boulet. Yeah, the double nest ball hit, I think it's reasonable to pack it up. Definitely reasonable to pack it up there. Move on to game 2, conserve some time. Yeah, rough start for Antoine. Jacob didn't have like a ridiculously powerful start. Opened the Luminion. Just had a turn 2 attack with our Chaladon. Had the nice Iron Bundle play as well, of course. The Iron Bundle play was pretty cool. Cleaned it up. Seems fine, but definitely still favorable matchup for Antoine. How would we even rate, like, from this point on? So now that Jacob has taken game 1, I don't know, do you still favor Antoine, or has this become like a 50-50 at this point? I think it's a 50-50. Normally, I would say this matchup is probably like a 70-30. But from this state right here, I feel like Jacob is has like a 50-50 at this point. I thought you weren't allowed to have your cards upside down facing you. No, you can. There's nothing against that. There's no rule against that. You can have them upside down if you want. Him playing with his cards upside down just tilts me. Yeah, it tilts me a little bit as well. Honestly, I hope Jacob dead draws twice for me. I'm not gonna lie. Giving your opponent the PTCG live experience. Honestly, yeah. Jacob is just trying to make the game feel as comfortable for his opponent as possible by playing with his cards upside down. You know? It's not like it's not something he does. He's doing it for his opponent to make them feel as comfortable as possible. I think Jacob should have been disqualified for drawing upside down. Honestly, I'm not against it. I'm not against it. I think that would have been, that's reasonable and fair and should be considered moving forward for the rest of Jacob's time here at this tournament, should he choose to draw upside down again. Pretty sure it's in the rules to have them north-south with openings away from you. It might be, Russell. I don't think it is. I know north-south. I don't even know if north-south is in the ruls. It might be. Let's just say north. I think north-south might be in the rules, but I don't think there's anything against having the... that I've never heard before, to be honest. That I've never heard before. That you have to have the openings of the cards away from you. The north-south thing is, I think, but the other thing I'm not sure. Okay. We don't have 2 gimmies prized. We did prize 2 energy, but nothing too crazy for either side here. No... All right. Attach pass from Antoine. No Greninja, no gimmies, a couple mulligans as well. So Jacob's got a pretty good hand here. Did open the Pheasantipity, which is not great, but Pheasantipity into the Iron Bundle is not terrible. Dude, there's no way this person is real. Wait, now I gotta like... Dude, what? There's no way you're getting this bent out of shape. All right, well, best of luck with the rest of your life. I hope you find peace somewhere else. It's in the rules that the openings have to face your opponent. Otherwise, you could kind of mark your cards by not putting them in, right? I mean, true, yeah. 5.6.1 says north, south, and openings away. Oh, I didn't know about the openings away thing. I guess it's just never come up. The north-south thing I knew about. All right, here we go. Top deck, Pokestop. Has the Energy Search Pro in hand. The problem with using Energy Search Pro, though, is if you ever use Energy Search Pro and then you don't discard the energy off it immediately, then all of a sudden your opponent could Iono you, and then all of your energy go to the bottom of your deck. And then it's really hard to find them again because you don't play very many vessels or anything like that. Oh, we prize 2 energy. I was like, wait, should we only be getting 5 here? We prize 2 grass on the active. That doesn't make sense. The maths. It works out. It works out. It works out. It works out. Golden Globe right now has to be the brickiest deck. I don't know, maybe. It's just about getting the I guess the only struggle the deck really ever has, it feels like, is getting down the basics on that first turn. Going into the concealed cards here, looking for that Buddy Poffin. No Poffin, but we did Milla Gimme Ghoul and we do have the Night Stretcher. Okay, things are happening a little bit. Can also establish a Metal Energy onto Gimme Ghoul, and then it's going to be a pass. And Jacob now has the ability to do the exact same thing that he did in the last game, which was just chase Gimme Ghoul. We'll see if it happens. Draw for turn. We have the energy. We have the Archaludon, and I see the Pokegear in the hand. Also, we know Jacob plays Luminion. Ooh, gonna go Pokestop first here. We know Jacob plays Luminion, so we could see Ultra Ball for Luminion for boss. Also, actually, I don't even know how many energy are in the discard pile. We have a couple energy in the discard pile, right? Pokestop used. I think we should check this Pokegear before we do anything. Oh, unless we're going to Ultra Ball away the Ultra Ball and the Pokegear to save the research in the hand. Okay, that is the play. Not even going to try and go for that. I guess I don't hate this because then you guarantee the research for the next turn. You just commit to... Uh-oh. Is Luminion prized? Wait, Jacob literally opened Luminion last game, right? I'm not trolling. I mean, this is why checking your prize cards is so important, right? Wait, it's not. Wait, does Jacob not? Wait, does Jacob play Luminion? Dude, now I'm just like trolling. The fish was upside down last game. One fish and discard. Oh, did he research it away turn 1? Wait, then Jacob must have forgot about his own Luminion. Because it doesn't make... But Jacob's just going all out for the Dialga. Jacob's just going for the Dialga. All right, let's see if it happens. There's a Vessel. We haven't used concealed cards yet, I don't think. No Dialga V-Star. Yeah, I feel like Jacob... All right, so Jacob definitely didn't realize that the fish was in the discard pile. And definitely should have checked the Pokegear to try and get the boss there to then boss Lone Gimmighoul. There's a Vessel away, the Dialga, and I believe we have not used concealed cards yet. Another Archaludon in hand. Nestball can't play that. At the very least, we can take the knockout on the active and just get ourselves a prize card, but being able to Dialga loop the active and then boss KO the Gimmighoul would be nice. We're not there quite yet. We still need a Dialga, I think. I think we are just a Dialga short, though. Dialga V-Star. And there was one in the discard pile as well, so an Ultra Ball or a Stretcher would have worked there. But it is a whiff. It looks like Jacob just gonna have to go with KO active here. Oh no, wait, we have it. Never mind, my bad. I didn't see the Stretcher. When did we get the Stretcher? I'm just trolling. We got the loop. I don't know if we have a boss in hand. Wait, no, I think we do. I think we do have a boss in hand. So that the wait. Oh, we already attached for turn to the Pheasantipity, didn't we? Oh, we already attached for turn to the Pheasantipity. Wait, then why did we ever play it like this? I guess you could have gotten 3 Archaludons, right? I guess that works out. I guess that could have worked. If we got a 3rd Archaludon, then we could have made it work. Sure. I guess I don't hate that still then, I guess. Been streaming too long. Something like that. Something like that. All right. We'll go first. He attached last turn, I think. Last turn, turn 1, Jacob attached to an Archaludon or Duraludon. Turn 2, he attached a Pheasantipity. Some more caffeine, man. No, I've had enough caffeine for the day. I don't need any more caffeine. Nothing can truly make up for the lack of sleep, to be honest. Nitrous as well. Got to get more gimmies. And then I don't even... Is there enough for the KO here? For the, ooh, the KO and the Dialga would be big here. And we do have it. Okay. So, slow start from Antoine. Able to pull it together here, though. Turn 2. Get the KO on the Dialga before it can... and that's like the win condition in this matchup for Jacob as well. Jacob, like, needs the Dialga. He needs a big Dialga play at some point, for sure, it feels like. Now, pretty good spot here for Antoine. Nest Ball immediately from Jacob. We might just be going to try and reestablish the Dialga, which I think is, once again, still got to be the play. Ooh, going for the Iron Bundle, actually, instead? Actually, we might have milled the other Dialga V. We might not have access to any Dialga Vs here. Should have attached a Dialga V turn 1. Possibly, yeah. It's possibly a mistake from Jacob to have not committed to the Dialga. As for 3. We did find a Night Stretcher that can become the Dialga. But yeah, I think we have to establish it, the Dialga again at some point. We may as well establish it sooner than later, I feel like. Ooh, although we do play Thornton. And as long as Jacob... Oh, I didn't think about the Thornton play. As long as Jacob's actually familiar with this matchup, Jacob should know that Antoine probably doesn't play a hand disruption card. So we probably shouldn't bench... Well, actually, no. Benching Dialga is still fine, though, I guess. It doesn't, like, hurt us to do it. There's the Iron Bundle. Greninja gets sent up. Mills a boss and energy, gets the Pokegear. You could just like scoop up Cyclone the Archaladon. Well, I guess you could just scoop up Cyclone it, and then you could just have triple Duraludon on your bench, I guess. Thornton Dialga Stretcher V-Star. Yeah, but you don't even have to do it this turn. You can just kind of chill. Scoop Cyclone the Archaladon off the bench. And then play for it on the next turn, maybe, or something like that. And then wait for the Thornton play on the next turn. That seems fine. Iono off the Pokegear. I don't know if I don't know how many cards Antoine has in hand. It might be enough where it's worth Ionoing, but the hand is pretty good here from Jacob, so I feel like trying to hold it as long as possible probably makes sense, especially with the Thornton in the hand to be able to set up for the Dialga play. Unless we're just going to Night Stretcher. Well, we might need to save the Night Stretcher for the Dialga V-Star, though, to be honest. But we're using the Night Stretcher, so I imagine, yeah, it has to be for the Dialga V, and there it is. Dialga V is set up now. We're benched. I guess if you Thornton this turn, you risk the chase. Yeah. Oh, I don't know if it's that risky. Like, I don't know if, like, I don't know the chance that you get chased. I'm not sure, to be honest. Probably not super high. All right. 4 for Antoine, 5 for Jacob. The big card that Antoine's looking for here is just Pheasantipity, I think. Yeah, despite Antoine, you know, a little bit more setup, you're still... Oh, the boss there could be big. It's possible we get to a boss KO on the Dialga V-Star on the bench. And now with that whole Thornton... The Thornton and like a bunch of our Archaladons on the bottom of the deck, because Jacob played Iono last turn, it'd probably be pretty difficult for Jacob to pull off a Dialga play. That's why I kind of like just holding the hand from Jacob and just playing for the Dialga through Thornton, because you can't... Antoine can't really play around Thornton. But here comes the Nest Ball. Although, is putting Pheasantipity in play actually risky? Because then it does open up the possibility for Jacob to go Star Chronos the Pheasantipity into one-hit KO a Golden Go. I guess that is a little bit scary here. It is a little bit scary. If you KO Dialga, Fez play is safe. Yeah, if you get the KO on the Dialga, then the Fez play, well, it's safer. But you do have to get there. I don't think Antoine is quite there. Does have a Cypher Maniac in hand, so KO in the active should be easy. There's a boss in hand and an energy retrieval. So Antoine, I think, is just missing a superior here. So if we see a superior draw off of this Golden Goat, then we could see boss Dialga. I think Jacob was just questioning whether or not the Gimmighoul had been played this turn or last turn. There's a Golden Goat for 2. I see a Vessel, no superior, and some Buddy Poffins. We still have a bench Gimmighoul that we can draw 1 card with. I guess we could also Night Stretcher for Radiant Greninja to dig a little bit deeper here still. Goes with the Vessel. I don't know how many energy are left. I think there's at least 1. Might be 2. 1. Just 1. Okay. We appreciate 11 months there, Nick. So we could see Night Stretcher. I appreciate the 59 months there, J-Car. We could see Night Stretcher for Radiant Greninja. Concealed cards draw 2. And then if we still whiff Superior Boss, then we can go with play Cypher Maniac and then use the bench Golden Go to draw 1 card, which would be the Superior. And you could also set up a Cypher Maniac on top of the deck maybe for the next turn if you get Iono'd. And just go for the KO on the active and hope that Jacob doesn't have double Archaladon, Gust, Star Chronos to Pheasantipity. Also have the Buddy Poffin to work with as well, so I'm going to establish another Gimmighoul. Or 2? We might only have 1 in here. You'd maybe actually go for the Togepi as well. Looks like that might be what Antoine's going for. Has Gimmighoul and Togepi to choose from here, actually. Let's go for the double Gimme. this does mean that Jacob could just send up a Duraludon on the next turn and make it that much harder for... Ooh, and then we're committing to the Cypher Maniac here, so... Excuse me. So Antoine does not plan on using Radiant Greninja here, I assume then. I guess we still could use Radiant Greninja, but then it'd be weird to play it this way where we wouldn't draw with Radiant Greninja first to try and find the boss KO on Dialga. I feel like that's what you'd want to go for here if possible. Would be boss KO on Dialga. Honestly, the more I think about it, the more it's like, it's not that ridiculous that... It's not even that ridiculous that Jacob gets the combo here, to be honest. Now that Pheasantipity's in play. Honestly, if Pheasantipity comes in play in this matchup, it's like not crazy. This matchup's maybe closer. As long as Pheasantipity comes in play, the matchup doesn't seem terrible. I don't know. This kind of comes down to who can chase. I guess the Golden Go deck doesn't play that many gust effects, so then being able to chase the Dialga is like not. You can't consistently just gust it turn after turn. It is just the KO on the active. Yeah, I mean, Jacob's going to be able to see a lot of cards over these next 2 turns with potentially double Pheasantipity. There's 2 Night Stretchers in hand. There's a Vessel in hand. I mean, Jacob just needs to find Boss and Dialga V-Star, I think. Countercatcher is also... Oh, there's a Boss off the top deck. That's big. It is possible that Jacob also plays Countercatcher, so could play like an Iona or a Research to dig further for more cards and try and combo that with the Countercatcher. Here comes the Vessel. Gives up the Turo. What is left in here? Is there enough? I see a Archaludon. Ooh. Is there no out for Dialga V-Star? No, there's a Night Stretcher in hand, but no energy off the Vessel. Okay, it should be doable, right? It should be doable. No concealed cards draw power, though, so we're living off of the Pheasantipity draw. Oh, double Night Stretcher in hand. Oh, wait, we just have the combo set up right now, then. We just need another boss. Another Dawn is found. There's 3. There's Palpad. Oh, this is so good. I think Jacob's gonna win. Oh wait, we have Luminion. We have Luminion for boss next turn. That's game. Wait, no. Yeah, that's game because we have double Stretcher to work with. No, wait, Jacob needs another energy. Because right now we're doing 240. So we do need a little bit more here from Jacob. I feel like it should probably come together. It'll probably come together here. Then we play boss. Boss the Fez, and then we can Palpad back to boss. No. Oh, well now we reduce our odds of top decking boss by 1. Ultra Ball off the top deck. Draw for turn. Well, we need a Gust. So definitely a mistake there from Jacob. Could have Palpaded 2 boss back to the deck, so our top deck could have been boss, which means we could have just gone Night Stretcher for energy to win. Now we reduce the cards we see that could be boss by 1, right? Boss in hand, no. That's a Turo. All right, well we should play the Ultra Ball first as well. There might be is there a Pokemon left? There might not actually be a Pokemon left. He can Fez again. Yeah, we have Fez again here. We need boss. Oh, dude, Jacob just does not get punished, bro. We had the Relicanth in the deck as well. We didn't have the Relicanth either. Dude, never punished, bro. Never punished. This is what you hate to see. You hate to see. Oh. Pretty well played besides that, though. Pretty well played besides that. Yeah, honestly, as long as the Pheasantipity has to come in play for the... It seems like maybe it's a closer matchup than I initially thought, to be honest. As long as the Pheasantipity has to come in play, it seems like a lot closer of a matchup than maybe I'd initially thought. And Pheasantipity has to come and play a decent amount of the time, to be honest. A decent amount of the time, the Pheasantipity feels like it has to come into play on the Golden Go side. And then it just comes down to like being able to chase the Dialga before it gets set up versus can the Dialga get set up with some Gust. I'd have to see the matchup play out a little bit more, but it doesn't seem as bad as maybe I initially thought. That is fair, though. Dream in chat, no, Antoine just bricked. Antoine did not draw super aggressively. Could have definitely drawn more aggressively for sure. Could you explain in what situation the Relicanth is using? It's really good against Regidrago and Lugia. Because if you get punched for 200 damage, you can hit them back for 280. So it can be good against Charizard. Yeah, so Jacob should have played the Pal Pad to recover both boss before attacking. So that way our top deck could have been boss. And if our top deck is boss, we just go Night Stretcher for energy and we win. So we're seeing one more card that could have been boss that wasn't boss because we didn't put bosses back in our deck. Even if there is a boss in the deck, we would have increased our odds because we'd see one more card that could have been one of the 3 bosses. But then we didn't do that. And then the other thing is Jacob should have, well, no, I'm pretty sure Jacob should have played Ultra Ball. Right here, like Jacob should have played Ultra Ball and thinned the Relicanth out of the deck. We could Ultra Ball away like the Turo and the Duraludon or something. Got the Relicanth, thinned it out of the deck, and then once again, Pal Pad the 2 boss into the deck. Looks like there's like a 3-card deck, maybe 4, plus the 2 boss now. So we maybe actually even could have guaranteed boss. So boss isn't guaranteed at this point, but it maybe could have been guaranteed if we had Ultra Ball. So we could have still whiffed there as Jacob. Definitely some mistakes in that final sequence, but still a pretty big combo to get the dub in the end. How much time did they have left? 20 minutes? A lot of time. Antoine could have risked Stretcher for Ninja and draw 2 more before committing the Cypher to Cypher and Fez. Yeah. Well, it wasn't Cypher Fez, but yeah, it was Cypher Bench Golden Go. Fez got used earlier in the turn, but yeah, I agree. Yeah, definitely could have Big Matt. And I think that was probably the better play, just being able to potentially boss KO the Dialga off the bench. I feel like, it feels like Antoine should have played for that, but I don't know. I'm not sure. Appreciate 8 months there, Slayers. Is there another round? There's one more round. Yeah, one more round coming up. I'm trying to understand, he can use Fez again with taking his extra turn. Yeah. Serendipity says, once per turn, if during your opponent's last turn, they took a knockout. So, after you use Dialga, you take another turn. So you can use Serendipity during each of your turns. And during your opponent's last turn, they took a knockout. It's not during the last turn did your opponent take a knockout. It's during your opponent's last turn. Your turn before your extra turn is not your opponent's last turn. It is your last. It's the turn that happened before the turn you're in, which is another of your turns. He had boss before playing Cypher. Yeah, Antoine had boss before playing Cypher. So could have dug 2 extra cards deeper by going Stretcher for Radiant Greninja, use Radiant Greninja, but chose not to. But maybe just should have done that, to be honest. Yeah, maybe should have drawn. I feel like probably should have just drawn with Greninja first, because if you draw the Superior, then you have boss KO Dialga, and if you whiff, then you go Cypher into Golden Go, draw 1 into the Superior, knock out the active. It feels like that was probably the better play, but I don't know for sure, to be honest. Is Cloth doing any good? I mean, not that we can see. We haven't seen any Cloth on stream. Turn within a turn within a turn? Exactly. All right, let's go into the interview.
Geez, I might be more happy than Jacob, funnily enough. When that Star Chronos turn was coming out, my eyes were glued to the screen. Here it comes, here it comes. But anyway, that's enough about me. Goodness gracious me, I apologize. Jacob, how are we feeling now?
Yeah, I'm really happy to be able to make day 2. It's a really cool deck, and yeah, nice to win on stream. That's 2 years in a row the winning in is on stream, so.
There we go, a little bit of stream luck. We obviously hear a lot about stream, bad luck on stream. Jacob, big man on stream. Now, Jacob, I'm a Dialga player myself, so I know Golden Go traditionally can be a bit hard of a matchup. So when your opponent flips over Gimmighoul, what's going through your head?
I thought I was going to get battered. I thought it was curtains really, and also like, yeah, I think I opened first game 1, which like 2 prize liability is just great. Like if they're gonna knock something out, you want it to be 300. You want it to be 300. Like make them take the damage, and yeah, but they had an awful series. If I'm being honest, like they did not open too well at all.
Yeah, I mean, I actually have some plays from that game one. You were definitely in the driver's seat, so we've got some plays here to look at because, yeah, that game one, everything was just going your way. Like, I think we might have seen like a boss's orders off the Pokegear. We even saw right at the end the triple hit off the Pokestop. Not really necessary, but just cementing that game one was it. Here we go. So here, this Pokegear was huge, right?
Yeah, 100%. If I don't take the Gimmighoul here, I have to basically deal with a Golden Go. Like, fair enough, I could Iron Bundle and go up to 3 prizes ahead. However, they can come back in like at any point from that, so taking the Gimmighoul is just crucial.
Yeah, so talk to us. Like you said, you've been in a winning situation before. You have a nice, you had a straightforward game one, we'll go with. What's going through your head shuffling up in for game two? Because as you did say, it's not the easiest of matchups.
No, so I was hoping, like, to have a 1-game cushion is absolutely fantastic. Maybe a longer game two, maybe game 3 doesn't finish because I'm a bit tankier, so I get a draw out of it. But for me to be able to rush through that game two, they just couldn't catch up. Or if again you have more probability for them to brick. I know it sounds horrible to say, but them to not play the game, more probability is always good. And then you can just Dialga again, like I say, and just push through stuff. Star Kronos is insane, especially the interaction with Fezandipity.
Yep.
So,
that was actually something I was going to ask about. You know, obviously the way the cards are written, you get to use the flip the script twice. Has that come up for you? Has that come up for you at all again in this event so far?
That's probably my 5th time doing that to people.
5th?
You just because you can just burn through the deck so quickly, and then you get your Fez on your turn. And you think, okay, I can reach because I have the extra the next turn. So it's just the way it's written. It makes sense. But with Star Kronos, it doesn't make sense. It's just so good. So
it feels ridiculously unfair, right? Like draw 3. Now I'm just gonna. Do you get a turn? Nope. Back over to me, and I get to 1, 2, 3 again. Goodness gracious me! And I have a question for you. Obviously, I've been a big Dialga fan. I've noticed. I've been shy about that. What's made you want to pick the deck up for this weekend?
So I think I was telling you off camera, I've been playing this quite recently. I've only picked it up this week, but the matchup data into Regidrago is amazing.
Yeah, for sure.
And Regidrago is everywhere. You know, it was 6 of the top 8 at Toronto, somewhere like that. And into the majority of things, it's quite good. And also, it's a very simple deck. You have everything there. Once you have the evolution, you're there. You're attacking. You have so many convoluted other decks where you're not getting to play or you have to reset every turn. To have the ability to just continue playing and then also have a huge HP is great. So
yeah, I think we saw in that game too, right? I think towards the middle of the game, you was eyeing up the Dialga. I think you attached to the basic. You know, if the cards fell the right way, it could have been a Kronos that turn, but they didn't. But what's so good about this version of Dialga, which hasn't been possible some of the other ones, and let me tell you, I've tried it, is that it's like, okay, didn't get it this turn, I'll just evolve active, 220, here we go, 300 HP stage 1. Beautiful, beautiful. Now, I've seen some Arcaladon players not be playing Dialga. What would you say to them?
They probably need to do a lot more testing, I would say. I think the Scissor version is good as well.
Fair.
Absolutely, Scissor is fantastic. I just think right now, with the way that you can V-Star Regidrago, take an extra turn, and then also kill 1 turn. So I think right now it's a really good catch-all, but Scissor is also amazing, 100%. So.
Yeah. And just confirming, we are KOing, KOing things, of course. But Jacob, I'm gonna let you go now because you.
Scissor is also amazing, 100%. So.
Yeah. And just confirm.
1 turn. So I think right now it's a really good catch-all, but Scissor is also amazing, 100%. So.
Yeah.
Wait, did they mute him?
Beautiful, beautiful. Now, I've seen some Arcaladon players not be playing Dialga. What would you say to them?
They probably need to do a lot more testing, I would say. I think the Scissor version is good as well.
Fair.
Absolutely, yeah. Scissor is fantastic. I just think right now, with the way that you can V-Star Regidrago, take an extra turn, and then also kill.
Oh, they missed it, so bro. They missed it.
Right now, it's a really good catch-all, but Scissor is also amazing.
And you think, oh no, we put them on.
Dude, they missed the sensor, bro.
Of any deck can be any other deck.
He said killing, and then they muted it, whatever he said after that. Maybe he said killing and then killing again. They censor kill. We don't kill Pokemon. It's like, oh, it's like reasonable for them to censor it. It's not unreasonable, is it? Pokemon don't die. You just knock them out. They come back. That's what they tell you. Anyways. Gotta get around the YouTube censor and say unalive the Mon. Yeah, yeah, that's what you have to do. And why is there a tower of dead Pokemon? Is there a tower of dead Pokemon? How much of a talking do the players get after something like that on stream? Probably like none, like 0. The caster might mention it, like Shay might mention it to him. He's like, if you come back on, don't use the don't say just make sure you don't say kill or killing or whatever. Just make sure you use KO or knockout. Yeah, like Shay might just mention it to him afterwards, but they don't get like a talking to or anything. Still not as bad as what happened on the VGC stream. Did you hear? No, I did not hear what happened on VGC. They're censoring really hard because on the VGC stream, a guy totally stopped listening to the interview and said, wait, what the fuck? Wait, does someone have a link for that? They're censoring really hard because on the VGC stream, a guy totally stopped listening to the interviewer and said Wolfie supports abusers. What the fuck? Yo, links? That's crazy. Hold up. Let me peep this link. Dude, what is this drama about? Hold up. Sent the link got timed out. Yeah, I got the link. Don't worry. Yeah, if you ever send a link and get timed out, I still get access to it. On stream, yeah, I'll pull it up on stream. Hold up. That's some wild shenanigans, man. Wolfie hate is ridiculous. Wait, why are people hating on Wolfie? What is the reasoning? Context? Yeah, let me see. Did this player get DQ'd?
You're a fairly accomplished player. How does it feel to be...
Is it because the world's vid is taking so long?
You've been going up against Neuven and Sylveon with Boomburst copycat strategies.
So Jake Major, who is Wolf's friend, he got outed as abuser, and Wolf said, "I'm really proud of you," to an abuser, and then he lied about this person called Case to deflect attention away from this guy, and ran Case out of community to protect his abusive friend. And Wolf's scumbag, that's all I wanted to say. Thanks, bye.
Okay, so I guess we'll be heading to the next round shortly. So we'll see how the rest of the match goes. So for now, we're going to touch to a very short break, and we'll be right back.
Wait, did the player get DQ'd? He had to have gotten DQ'd, right? He had to know, though, as well, if he went up and did that he would get DQ'd. Watch the rest.
Let's hear it for Wolf!
No way, is that what they actually cut to? Dude, they're just like, yo, cut to the video, cut to the video. Wait, is this like an edit? There's no way. Is that an edit or is that actually what they cut to? Oh my gosh. Dude had to be uninformed of what just happened. Someone just said quick run B-roll. Literally, yeah. Dude, there's no way.
welcome to the couch.
Watch it one more time.
You're a fairly accomplished player. How does it feel to have been going up against Neuven and Sylveon with Boomburst copycat strategies?
So Jake Major, who is Wolf's friend, he got outed as abuser, and Wolf said, "I'm really proud of you," to an abuser, and then he lied about this person called Case to deflect attention away from this guy, and ran Case out of the community to protect his abusive friend. And Wolf's scumbag, that's all I wanted to say. Thanks, bye.
Jesus.
Okay, so I guess we'll be heading to the next round very shortly. So we'll see how the rest of the match goes. So for now, we're going to touch to a very short break, and we'll be right back.
Let's hear it for Wolf.
That is so funny that it cuts to that though. Holy smokes. I didn't see anyone say anything yet about it in chat. But did he get DQ'd? Did that player get DQ'd? I feel like you gotta get DQ'd for that, right? That's kind of crazy. You gotta get DQ'd for that, right? There's no way you didn't get DQ'd. Has to be a DQ? It's gotta be a DQ, right? There's no way. Dude, that's wild. That's funny though. You for sure get banned? I could see you not getting banned. Oh, but I wouldn't be like surprised if you got banned. Yeah, I could see it both ways. Does not seem like it on Pokedata. He's still in. Really? No way. Was he accusing him of abuse? I don't know. I don't know any of the story behind the situation. Props the interview for saying cool. Yeah, that's yeah. The interviewer did handle it well for sure. I said I don't want to be seen as silencers either. I guess. I mean, I wouldn't blame them for DQing him. Like, I don't know. There's like a time and a place for things. I wouldn't hold it against Pokemon for DQing him. Yeah. A little wild. Came to the stream. What happened? People acting wild on the VGC stream. Yep, she's 22 months there. Davy Broy. I should not be allowed unpunished in a winner's interview. Definitely being blacklisted from being on stream forever, though. I guess at the very least, yeah. Yeah, there's no way that they're making it back on the stream anytime soon. They not only said that, but also completely blew the interview off. Yeah, they're not making it back on the stream anytime soon. Oh, TPCI ended the stream and privated the VOD. Wait, actually, no memes? Oh, they ended the stream, privated the VOD, and then started up the stream again, you mean? Wait, the thing you talked about on stream is drama from 2017? That's 7 years ago? Seven-year-old drama? How has this not been resolved? Someone in the comments tagged Verlicify. That's hilarious. Dude, Verlicify hates Wolfie. If Ihana got suspended for talking about getting harassed by a transphobe on Twitter, there's no way TPCI does nothing here. Maybe. I feel like Ihana got suspended for the altercation that probably happened at the actual tournament. That's my guess. That's my theory on that situation. I don't actually know, but that would be my assumption. Like Hannah's saying, whatever was said on Twitter wasn't like very bad at all. Like it seemed like getting suspended for saying that on Twitter seems unreasonable. So my assumption would be whatever the altercation was is why the suspension happened, but I don't know. The tweet was pretty like mild. I don't know. It seemed too crazy. Everyone takes being PG-13 very seriously. Definitely do. Yeah, that guy's not going back on what's it called ever. He's talking about cased victory. I don't know everything about it, but I remember there being drama between him and Wolfie. You now see why they centered the arch player so hard now. Maybe when they blurred him out randomly. I don't understand why they didn't cut away as soon as the person said abuser. Yeah, I mean, they probably just didn't catch it. The person, because they have, I think they have a panic button person in the back. Like someone like press a button and then they have a panic button person in the back, or so, yeah, someone has access to a panic button. There's someone like listening to the stream before it goes out to the stream, but the guy must have just like not known what was being said. I guess I don't know. Maybe the production person just has no idea. They thought they were just talking about the Pokemon match. I don't know. Since we didn't get the answer from stream, Azul, can you tell me what you think about the Sylveon copycat boom burst strategy in the VGC? Absolute garbage strategy. The fact that like people are playing that right now is actually insane. Like it's like playing Charizard in the PokemonTCG currently, the boom burst strategy. It's just like you're playing it, but you're not trying to win. Like you're basically showing up to like play for like top 32 or something. Maybe they also don't understand because of the accent. Possible. Well, that wouldn't make any sense. Well, I guess it could make sense, technically. I was going to say they're all in Europe, but I guess it could be from a different part of Europe. Dude, I hadn't seen that clip of Chip before. Dude, what is Chip doing here, bro? Did I go back too far? No, there's no way. Where's the Chip clip? You should bring up the Chip clip next podcast. Yeah, I will. He's a scalper diving for the product. Yo, literally. Wait, what the heck? Dude, wait, I could like clip that. That's a good meme right there. Chip was working with the scalpers and Big Pikachu all along. True. Found evidence. Hold up, I thought we established that all decks were super S tier earlier. So wouldn't that why the VGC strat is S tier? True. Well, no, but yep, you're right. Someone make a 7TV emote of Chip diving, please. Ooh, that's a good one, actually. Wolfie actually just released his Worlds video, so this is very bad timing. Wait, did he actually? That is pretty bad timing. Although maybe, oh wait, is this, maybe this is all a plan from Wolfie to drum up interest in him, so people will go check out his channel and go watch his Worlds video. Actually, this could all be a plan from Wolfie. Wolfie maybe paid off whoever that was to say that to stir up drama, so people are like, wait, Wolfie, and they go check out his YouTube channel or his Twitter and see that he tweeted about his newest video. I'm like, oh, cool, the Worlds video, and they go watch the Worlds video. Honestly, I could see it. Industry plant. What's funny is the haters always do the exact opposite in canceling people. How about the exact opposite? Wait, what happened? I don't understand. It's a meme. Don't worry about it. It's a long. There's many layers to the meme. It's too hard to explain. There's a lot going on right now. Is there a Rio stream? No, unfortunately, there's no Rio stream. Rio-less. Hey, we can check the standings though. See where we're at. Seven O's? Dude, the Daniels, bro. Let's get it. The Daniels at 7-0. They prevailed. Shout out Daniel, man. Just in general. Great name. 7-0 at regionals. I mean, what more could you ask for? I've never seen someone milk their world champion title for as long as Wolfie has. I get that he's earned the bragging rights, but after nearly a decade, it gets pretty dry. Wait, in like what sense though? He's literally still one of the best players in the world. What do you mean? What is Tord playing? Terrapagos. What else we got going on here? I said they show a lot of rounds. Looks like playing still. In terms of YouTube content, I should have mentioned. Wait, what does that even mean? What do you mean? It's like, dude, man, I can't believe Wolfie still gets views on his YouTube channel. Oh, weird. Why was I timed out? Let's see. Honestly, I have no idea. I have no idea why you were timed out. Oh, wait a second. Honestly, I have no clue why you were timed out. Maybe it's because you sent the emote. Or maybe Locke was just tired of you and just timed you out, which is also fair. Well, we got washed after winning so much. Shake my head. True. I mean about his views, just that nearly every video is prefaced with I am the 2016 world champ. Like, hey, if I'm here, I already know that. I don't think that's true though. I don't think you would know that. Wolfie's gotten pretty big in the last couple of years. A lot of people probably do not know that he's a world champion. I don't think setting the tone for like who he is and what he's accomplished is that big of a deal, to be honest. I mean, it's a pretty big deal to win the world championships. I feel like that's like reasonable, to be honest. So you should renew your license. Discuss your OCIC win soon. It's gonna expire. Wait, what? What does that mean? He says he's world champ in every vid. Gotta let the people know. Wolfie also now has the most regional wins. Hasn't he had the most regional wins for a while? He's about to like double the amount of regional wins as the person in second has. Chris Martin had a rough day. Yeah, they're getting cooked. Oh my gosh, dude, there's still so many rounds. Holy smokes, we got a ways to go. Been playing TCG since 2020, and I just found out who Wolfie is. It's like boxers or MMA fighters talking about how they're a worldwide champion 10 years ago to me. What is that? Is that like an irrelevant thing though? I don't know that. I don't understand that comparison though, or I don't understand that. Like, what does that mean when an MMA fighter is talking about how they were the world heavyweight champion 10 years ago? Is that a bad thing? Are they living in the past? I'm still laughing at the Wolfie situation. It's pretty crazy. Someone went to Birmingham just to win a match on stream, just so they could make that statement about Wolfie. Double 220 is the one for Masters. Yeah, the way it like breaks down is like the tables are like, let's just say 1 to 1,000, but juniors start at the lower tables, start at table 1, and then if they go up to table 50, then seniors start at table 51, and then masters start at table 220. Post-interview guy was apparently DQ'd already. Post-interview guy. Wait, who's post-interview guy? Wait, like the guy who said he's gonna kill a Pokemon? Or are you talking about the Wolfie guy? Dude, should have brought receipts though. I can't find anything. I mean, apparently it happened in like 2017 or something like that. Was there another clip from a guy who wants to murder Pokemon? No, just the TCG player on the last interview he said kill instead of knockout. And they like censored him for a little bit, but they didn't catch all of it. And then Shay corrected him and said, oh, we KO Pokemon, of course, we don't kill them. Or I don't even know if he said kill, but he said KO or something. He like corrected him. Why is everyone talking about Wolfie? I was really bored. I remember Reset Stamp caused problems and expanded with Island Shell J-Mid to KO itself on the X handlock turn 1. That was a thing, yeah. Realistic Five's gonna have a field day with that Wolfie clip? Definitely, yeah. Is it allowed to use donk on stream? I think I actually talked to Chip about that once. Maybe it was on the podcast. I don't think they want you to use the term donk. I could be wrong on that though. Like the casters aren't supposed to use the term donk. I could be wrong on that. I'll ask Chip on the podcast this week. You can't use donk. Turn 1 kill works though. Yeah, turn 1 kill. Is Arnie playing Charizard again? Probably, and probably the exact same 60. Max has been DQ'd and kicked. Was Max the VG player who did the interview? I assume. Or is Max someone else? Why would it not be okay? Well, it's not that bad if they use, but they just want them to use different language. Like that turn 1 knockout, I think. Yeah, his name is Max. He was DQ'd and kicked. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. That's what I would assume should happen from that situation. And I would assume that he knew that that was a possibility if he was going to go through with what he did. So I assume he knew when he was going to go through with it. He's like, well, this is definitely a possibility for sure. I'm not 100% sure on that, so don't quote me on that. But I think Chip said that they don't want them to use the term donk. I'll ask him on the podcast this week, though. We'll get to the bottom of this on this week's podcast. All right, we'll figure it out. They can't use the term donk because of the CS:GO player has it trademarked. They're not allowed to use it. Otherwise, every time a caster says donk, they have to pay donk $1,000. I'm so out of the loop. That's all right. Stay there. It's safer. Being out of the loop is safer than being in the loop. The guy's whole goal was to get on stream and defame Wolfie. That's what I'm saying. He literally went to Birmingham Regional Championships to get on stream so he could say that and then not dip, but get kicked out. You have to pay donk now? Nah, me and donk are chill, so I don't have to pay donk. Brent lost? I think Brent's still playing. Did it pop up here? Brent won 7-0. Some Daniels, Brent, and Jonathan Sharpling. 4 7-0s. You have potential for one more 7-0 here. Pedro versus Thomas. No stream for Rio? No stream for Rio. We can check the standings though and see what's going on over there. Hold up. Let's peep. Are you gonna do a buy list for a new set? Probably not anymore at this point. Make sure you get your Badoos though. At least 3. I don't know if you need the 4th. I'm gonna go 3 Badoo. I should just get 4. Dude, there's no way, bro. That's too deep. Also, donk does have some negative implications. People attribute it to formats where donks were common and created a negative play experience, which TPCI probably doesn't want reference. Dude, that is you're so many layers. We need to get you out, Dim Sum. You're in way too deep, bro. We need to save Dim Sum. He's in so deep right now. I don't know how many layers deep he is, but we got to get him out of there. We got to get him out. We got to get him out. Dim Sum, come back to us. Come back to us. We're losing you. Dim Sum. Oh, no. He's gone. He's gone. Oh, my gosh. Rip. Can we get some 07s in chat for Dim Sum? UCI just wants casters to do official game turns for their audience. Yeah. I wonder if they... Do the casters say in between turns, or do they say during Pokemon checkup? What do they actually... I don't actually... Because I don't listen to them, so I actually don't know. YouTube chat claimed another victim. Chip definitely uses checkup. They're pretty good about that. They do use Pokemon checkup. They say Pokemon checkup, but in a way that makes them sound like they're being forced to say it. Yeah, like off. Literally, if you just panned the camera right to the casters, there'd be a Pikachu. Pikachu's just there with a gun. And he's like, say in between turns one time. Give me a reason. Say donk. Say it. They say Pokemon checkup in a way that makes them sound like they're being forced to say it. Maybe, like, literally. Donk between turn gets you sent. Oh. Can I play the new Reggie in a deck that isn't Lugia? Technically, but it probably wouldn't be very good. I don't think there's any deck out there. Well, some people have been like hyping it up in Chi and Pao, but I don't think that like makes Chi and Pao a good deck. But I mean, technically it like fits in Chi and Pao better than most other things I can think of. But yeah, I don't think there's anything that really takes it, can utilize the AzulGG in a way that is very good. I guess maybe besides like Reggie's. Like Reggie's with Area Zero, I guess. He double Reggie, that could be something, but Xianpao's entire problem is the setup. Yeah. The setup and staying setup. Xianpao doesn't really have a problem of one. That's what I was saying. That's what I've been saying too. Is like people have asked me about Reggie in Xianpao, and I'm like, I don't know. Like, I mean, he seems fine, but like that's not really Xianpao's problem. Xianpao doesn't have the problem of one-hit KOing the opponent's active Pokemon. Like, it doesn't make the deck good. I don't think. Yeah, it doesn't make the deck good. It's just, I guess you can play it in there. It's a one prizer that one-hit KOs instead of a two prizer, but that's not why you're losing games. I don't think. But yeah, I don't think any other deck besides those two, although I don't like, there's a lot of bad decks or a lot of bad ways to play Regigigas, which yeah, if Xianpao's just a bad deck, it doesn't really count, right? I don't think there's any other real way. Ooh, you could do some weird, maybe you could do like a weird, you could play a high energy count Charizard deck, and maybe you could play it in Charizard. That could be kind of cool. Because then in like the mirror match, you can one-hit KO their Charizard with a Reggie. That could be cool, but it's probably bad. Theoretically, it's cool. Also against Dragapult, you can one-hit KO their Dragapult. Ooh, wait, hold up. Am I cooking? Am I cooking? We play Charizard with Giant Cape, and we put the Giant Cape on our Reggie against Dragapult, and then we one-hit KO their Dragapult with the Reggie. What do we think? What do we think? How we feeling? Feeling good? Feeling good? All right. Giant Cape or Hero's Cape? What is it called? Hero's Cape. Hero's Cape. That's what I meant. Same difference though. Same difference. Yeah, I'm just saying. Sounds pretty good. DTE Defiance Band so you can still KO Zard. No, I don't want DTE in there. Hero's Cape, 4 energy. That's how we're rocking it. Ooh, we actually no, we could luxurious cape it actually. We don't even have to commit our ace back to it. We could luxurious cape it. Tired of seeing Lost Box. Rotation can't come soon enough. Sooner. What the heck? Why are you tired of seeing Lost Box? Where are you seeing Lost Box at? You're cooked if you're peeping Lost Box right now. When is the next round coming up? Whenever it comes up. For real though, who knows? It'll be soon, but there's no time. Could be 5 minutes, could be 5 hours. Be here for a while. I've seen Arceus Armaru, so excited for rotation. I want to go where they are seeing Lost Box more. Honestly, me too. I want to be where the Lost Boxes are being seen, because hopefully if they're being seen, that means they're good, because Lost Box kind of sucks right now. Although maybe Badoo meta, maybe it's better in the Badoo meta. Who knows? Could be. Hermit is a meta menace. Can't wait for rotation. A meta menace. It's just so good against every meta deck. I feel like that's what Badoo is, honestly. Meta menace, is that a new term that should be used consistently in the Pokemon TCG to describe cards that something in the meta what is the other tense of menace? Well, how would you even say that? You guys know what I'm trying to say? Meanie? They meanie the meta? No, like they meta menace. They are they're not the opposite. Disrupt, menaced, menacing. No, but how would you say it? How would you say it in the way I'm trying to say it? They menace the meta. Meta menace. Meta menace. Wait, what were we saying? Meta menace? Threaten? No, but what is like the You just say it as menace? Menace? Dude, I can't say the word anymore. How do you say it? Meta menace. Menace? Menace. Meta menace. There's no other way to say the word? Minced garlic? Meta gross? Is there no other way to say the word that I'm thinking of? To menace? Menacing? I don't think there's a verb version of it. Unlucky. Dude, we need to expand the English language to add a verb version of menace. Opposite of meta menace. No, but I don't want the opposite. I want the other way to say it. English meta rotation. We need the update, man. Menaces. Menacingly. Meta menace. One can be a menace and one can menace others. Bit menacingly. I don't know, the meta is evolving. We have words like skibbity and riz now. True. What is a good Guardy list? Go look at the Champions League. Oh wait, no, but they only had that one list. I don't know, go check out Fabian's list from Champions League. What do you think of battle partners? Anything's... Not a rotation question, but I think that's close enough. I have to time out Victor here. Yeah, it's not a rotation question, but battle partners coincides with rotation, so it's like the same thing. I gotta do it to him. Yeah, good Guardy list. Yeah, I go check out Fabian's list from Champions League. Yeah, go check out his Twitter. It's on his Twitter somewhere. Well, the round has to be starting soon. Have they said who's on stream yet? Surely it'll be Brent. It feels like they don't often do the 7-0. I wouldn't hate to see the 7-0s play. Actually, we could try and figure out which matchup we'd want to see, to be honest. Do a quick refresh here, but it should be all updated. Yeah. What matchup would we like to see? I think we should go to the win and ends first. What are the win and ends? Well, I don't want to see an X2-1 win and end. That's stupid because they can't even make cut. But a 5-2 win and end. Who's at 5-2? Oh, Aiden Koos versus John Ang? Dude, this is the one right there. That's a good one. Raz is always good. I don't recognize. Oh, wait. But this is a player from Japan. Yo, put Raz versus Kodai on. As long as the matchup's not a bad matchup, of course. I want this one. I want this. A player from Japan versus Raz. That's good. As long as it's not a bad matchup, like one way or the other. That would get my vote for sure. Let's see. Other 5-2s. I see a lot of names, but I'm looking for like two names I would want to see, not just one name. I recognize. Let's see. Now we're at the 5-on-1s, but that's still reasonable. If you, I guess it's still kind of like a win in it, right? Because if you lose at 5-on-1, then you can't make cut. Sander and Cremasoli, but I don't know if we're trying to watch control play, to be honest. Kind of mid. There's James. I don't recognize the opponent though. I think it's got to be the Raz game. That's probably the game. Or Akira. I honestly just putting on a player from Japan is just, it's just kind of cool. I would vote for this one too, to be on stream. I don't recognize Robert here, but it's cool to just have the Japanese players playing, so putting them on stream is just kind of cool. Or do we have any high level games up here? I don't recognize. I recognize a lot of names, but I don't recognize two of the names. I'm looking for like a high level match. We got Tord, but I don't recognize the name. Hodgvin, I don't recognize the other name. Pedro. I see Edwin's name a lot. Like Magnus is pretty good. This would probably be a pretty good one here. I mean, you can't go wrong with some of the 7-0s either. Like, putting on a 7-0 match would also be fine. Irrelevant of the names, to be honest. We'll see what they ended up choosing. All right, they went with the 7-0s. Okay. I'm not mad at this. I'm not mad about 2 7-0s. Oh, yeah, I think the best match was Raz versus the player from Japan. But I'm not mad at 2 7-0s. World's top 4. Oh, they marked it as senior this time. No fake achievements. We got to know that they are, or we can't mistake them for real achievements. What do you think of Aiden Koos? What do you mean? What kind of question is that? It sounds like kind of like a Fed question, to be honest. Are you one of Aiden's teachers? Are you trying to get info on him? Does 5-1 make day 2? 5-1 makes day 2, but you can't make top cut. Yeah, 5-1-2 makes day 2, but it can't make top cut. Or it could make top cut, but the chance is low, I would say. Do you think he's a top player? He's pretty good. I don't know. Well, I don't know if I would call him a top player. Like, I mean, he's like top 1% or less, like top 0.01% of players. Like, I'd put like other players on a level above him. Like, I'd put Brent Tonneson on like a tier above him or something like that. Azul, are you a Jhin player? I do play a lot of Jhin, yes. Dude, I tried playing some support recently, bro, but everyone just sucks at ADC. All right, here we go. We got our Dragapult. All right, Dragapult Dusknoir versus the, no surprise, Regidrago from Brent, and Brent is going first here and has a pretty good hand as well. We see an Ultra Ball, we see a Vessel, maybe 2 Vessels. Figuring out what to get rid of here. Get rid of an Iono. I assume going this route because we're going to get a grass and a fire, and then we're ultra ball away the grass and something else and attach the fire to the Drago here. What do you think about the meta after it moves around its axis or center? True. Still been away for too long. He's become a menace. 8 rounds today. Yeah, 8 rounds today. I want to do one final. We'll do it after that. If I get on stream, can I ask Chip to put pre-release winner? Chip's not the one who handles that stuff, but you could ask the production team. We're gonna keep both energy here. Okay. Ultra ball away the boss and the other vessel. Value keeping the energy. I don't see any owls in there. It could be in there though, I'm not sure. Kept the switch, which is interesting. Valuing the switch is interesting. Of course, it does increase our odds of actually getting off a turn to attack because we can switch into the Drago and then we don't need an extra energy for the Ogre Pawn. But usually, I feel like it's usually probably a pretty low value card in this matchup. Unless we're scared of getting stuck. So I feel like maybe valuing the Iono or the research a little bit higher makes a little bit more sense. But we'll see how it goes. All right, Dreeby coming down. I believe, yeah, Poffin and Arvin in hand. So pretty good setup here for Daniel. Probably see the Rotom come out. 2 Rotom and TM Evo, I think. Ooh, the Manaphy, bro. You don't see that every day. People are tired of getting Kyurem board wiped. The Manaphys are out. Dude, this just makes me think. Why? If Manaphy is correct right now, like we're playing Manaphy, let's assume it's correct. Why were we not always playing Manaphy? There's just no way it wasn't always correct. We were just always okay with just like getting bodied by the best, most popular deck. Like, what is the... It makes me question everything. It's like, okay, Manaphy is here now. Okay, that makes sense. But is it not like Lucha used to be more popular? Yeah, but that didn't matter, right? Your Pidgey always died, your Duskull always died, like I appreciate the 5 gifted there, Victor. Welcome to the pack there, Swift, Llama, Lidl, Nostra, and L. We're all out of milk, but we got plenty of Dragos. All right. And then Brent has the switch into the Iono here. Oh, isn't going to play the switch. Wait, I'm confused. Why do we keep the switch? Why do we value the switch so high? Is it just to be able to move out of a potential Kyurem play? I just assumed we were going to play the switch there if we're going to do it like this. So if we find just E-switch plus a way to discard a dragon, we could attack. A draw there from Brent. Not spectacular, though. Why did he put Seal on Rotom? Honestly, probably just a mistake. I think it was just a mistake there from Daniel. Ogre Pawn getting search out here from Brent. Honestly, I don't love this Ogre Pawn search because it is like... I think we're retreating to Cleffa here and just using Cleffa here as Brent. I feel like we could just rock a 1 Ogre Pawn board here from Brent. Because 2 Ogre Pawn is like just that many more liabilities. Can't be scared of Vacuum. Could be. I mean, some Drago players have started to play Vacuum recently. So maybe Daniel is playing around the Vacuum here. Or maybe Daniel is assuming because Brent discarded an Iono out of hand that Brent has a research in hand as the supporter for turn. But I mean, it's not 100% for sure. But I don't hate that thought train. Maybe it's okay. Yeah, there is less Halucha, but I still don't think that like makes sense to not play Manaphy. Like just because they have Halucha, I don't think it means don't play Manaphy. I don't know. Not sure. All right, going to Daniel's second turn here. I think it is possible to pull off a turn to attack with the Sparkling Crystal because this should be a Sparkling Crystal build. Let's go for the Vessel off this initial Loke here and has some decent options in the hand. Got a Ultra Ball, a Poffin. What else? This is all the Manaphy relevant matchups as Zard, it just doesn't matter. I don't fully believe you there, Grant. I'm not gonna lie. You said some things before in the past that it did not end up being true. I feel like just having it as the option just makes a difference. What is Ross Cawthon playing? Ross is playing Turbo Moon. I don't know, when I was testing Dango for Worlds, the Manaphy almost always got pulted late game with Halucha on Fez and Manaphy, so I ended up cutting it. Yeah. Like how many games did you just lose by getting turn 2 Kyurem though? I said it seems good in Pult. The Lokes always get bodied. It might be higher value in Pult than something like Charizard. That is fair. It definitely is possible. That's higher value in something like a Pult than a Charizard or a Golden Go, I guess. Searching out the Terra Orb and the candy. Or the Force Seal Stone and the candy. Do we have the full combo here? Or did we not attach a Dracloak there? Am I trolling? I wasn't paying as much attention as I should have been. Are we just drawing cards? Nope, I'm going in. Professional players avoid playing with full art gold secret rare cards. I wouldn't say they avoid it. A lot of them just choose not to. I woke up just in time for round 8. Yeah, right. You're right on time, Grant. Ultra Ball and a Roxanne. I think that was a Roxanne. That's what it looked like anyways. I maybe would have kept the Roxanne there. 2 Ultra Balls in the hand is going to be hard to utilize, but you do need fodder for the first Ultra Ball, so. And it looks like... Yeah, it looks like the first Ultra Ball is going to be the fodder. Or the second Ultra Ball is going to be the fodder for the first Ultra Ball. Although I don't know about giving up the Crispin there. Because now if our bench Dracloak gets Gust KO'd... Well, I guess we have 4 Seal Stone. I mean, maybe the list plays 2 Crispin. Looks like we're trying to candy the Duskull to a Dusknoir before it gets KO'd by a Dragapult attack. Seems fine. Honestly, the setup looks pretty good here from Daniel. The setup is looking pretty good. Oh, it's popping it immediately. Wait, what the heck? Just going in like that? Is that correct to just use it? I feel like giving Brent a prize card there doesn't sound very good at all. Does that make a difference in our attack lineup for the rest of the game? 1, 2... 200, 6... I guess it... Well, if Brent benches like a Pheasantipity or a Mew or a Ogerpon, or doesn't evolve this Drago, I guess it could, right? But as long as Brent just doesn't put another low HP 2 pricer in play, you still have to attack 3 times, right? Briar? I doubt it. I doubt Daniel plays Briar. I mean, definitely could, but I don't... I would assume not. It just feels like it just made Brent's prizes easier, possibly. Maybe it doesn't change too much though. Alakazam math. I feel like you could have just... My biggest thing is I feel like, why not just leave it as a Dusknoir? That's like the biggest thing I'm thinking about. Why not just like leave a Dusknoir in play? I don't mind the candying of the Dusknoir to protect your Duskull. I just don't see why we have to pop the Dusknoir right now. Do we care that much if Brent goes boss KO our Dusknoir? Alright, Brent going into the... Ooh, into the V-Star here. 2 E-Switches milled, but honestly, the E-Switches being milled isn't even that bad because these Regidragos in this matchup go a long ways. Goes for boss Ultra Ball. I wonder if Brent's just going to go KO the Rotom here, or if we're going to go after the Dracloak. Going after the Dracloak doesn't feel that powerful because the crystal is still around. Like, Daniel still has the crystal. Unless you're assuming it's prized, I guess, would be the only thing. Would it just be game ending if Brent boss KOs it, question mark? Yes. Wait, the Dusknoir? I don't think so. All right, there's the Vessel. Dragon Ball to the discard pile. I feel like we're just bossing the Rotom here and getting 2 prize cards, right? And then putting like spread some damage to the Dreepy. I don't know even how you want to spread your damage here. You go like 3 on Dreepy, 3 on Dracloak that's in the active, 1 on Dreepy, 1 on Manaphy. I don't know. Maybe 3 on Dracloak in the active, 3 on Dreepy. I don't know, something like that. I think as long as Brent can avoid benching another, well, if we go actually 6, 200, 1. Yeah, I'm just going for the Rotom knockout here. KO. 1 on Manaphy. 1 on Dreepy. Then 3 on the... Oh, 4 on... Oh, no, yeah. 4 makes sense, right? Because it got 320. Yeah, perfect sense, yeah. Now you really don't want to evolve that 1 into... Oh, this does put... But you still could have done this turn. I just don't think Brent was ever bossing up your Dusknoir. I think candying your Dusknoir is like a good enough deterrent. But the Roxanne here is pretty sick. Tina's in the discard pile as well. So the active Dracloak now just dies. The active Dracloak just dies to a... My bad. Gets knocked out by a Tina attack, which is unfortunate here for Daniel. But it feels like you couldn't play super heavily for the crystal. I mean, you could have, but it doesn't seem like it would have mattered, I guess. I mean, Brent was in such a good spot as long as Brent didn't bench another 2 prizer. That's why I was questioning Brent benching. I didn't even really like Brent benching the second Ogerpon to begin with, to be honest. Because you set it up so that Daniel has like 2 easier knockouts on board. I didn't even like Brent benching second Ogerpon. I think that was a mistake from Brent to bench the second Ogerpon when he did. Because you could have had a board with 2 Drago and 1 Ogerpon. It's like, that's really hard to deal with. Also, going into this turn here from Daniel, Brent had to use the V-Star power. If we just had Dusknoir in play to play around with still, then if we just had Dusknoir in play to play around with here as Daniel, you could have KO'd this active Drago plus Roxanne. That would have been pretty brutal for Brent to deal with V-Star gone. But now it's just like not even a possibility. Off to the gulag for saying Pokemon die. Yeah, they don't. Knocked out. Well, we found the Dragapult. We already attached return. Loke's coming in now. Another Dragapult found. We are going to need that later. We might also need the Vessel. Oh, there's already a Dragapult in hand, so we definitely don't need the Dragapult. Can definitely go with the Vessel here. I believe we have 1 more Loke to utilize here, but we might go with the Vessel first. I guess it depends. Oh, I guess we Roxanne, so it's shuffled in. So I guess technically the Vessel does increase our odds here if we play the Vessel and the Nest Ball especially. I don't even know what we're taking here, though. 2 Vessels. Yeah, seems like it. It's a pretty bad thing to prize in this deck, to be honest. Nothing off the Nest Ball. Okay. Just goes for the shuffle. But the card on the bottom of the deck was a Dragapult. So this shuffling is just like actually a negative towards progressing through our deck. And there's the Dragapult. We found it. Do the punish. Yes! Yes! Just put the Dragapult on the bottom of the deck and then shuffle the deck with the Nest Ball and then drew back into the Dragapult. Wait, where'd the other Dragapult go? Did we not have a second Dragapult in the hand? Wait, what? Am I missing something? Dude, I swear Daniel had 2 Dragapult in the hand. That's 2 Dragapults. And then 1 to the bottom. Then evolve 1. Wait, maybe I'm just trolling. How many Dragapults are in Daniel's hand currently? 1? Oh, we took the candy off the thing. No, this makes sense. It all makes sense. It all makes sense. I'm tripping. I'm literally losing my mind. But he did get punished. All right, over to Brent. Oh, is benching the Mew. Wait. No, that is fine to do because Ogerpon didn't get punched on the last turn. If Ogerpon had been punched on the last turn, then we wouldn't be able to bench Mew here because we'd lose to a 1 more attack. But we should be good here. We just Tina knockout, right? And then we have 1 prize card left. It seems pretty good. The Mew established has some sort of draw power. There's an Iono found. Go ahead and play it. All we want to do here is probably just find a Grass Energy to attach to the bench Drago from Brent. And then we're feeling pretty good. Then you can like Lost Zone 1 grass off the bench, 1 grass off the active. Ooh, no grass found. And we're down a lot of E-Switch. I guess, is it possible that Brent can't set up another Drago next turn after this one goes down? It might. I think there's at least one E-switch left. I want to say there's at least one E-switch left here for Brent. Super odd just for one grass energy here. Increase our odds of drawing into that next turn. We have no more draw power this turn, though, so it's going to be Tina knockout. But also, we did just Iono Daniel. Well, actually, we just Iono Daniel to 6. Never mind. We did just Iono Daniel to 6. Why put 2 on Drago? So if you're forced to KO the active, you put 6 more on Drago, and then a Dragapult attack knocks out the Drago on the following turn. But that's never how you'd want to play it, but it might be how you have to play it just to lock Brent out of attackers. But I'm pretty sure you can fix the rest of the math potentially as the game progresses anyways. Why didn't he evolve with Candy last turn? I think both those Dreepies just got benched. I could be wrong on that. One of those Dreepies might have been around. And I guess if one of them was around, probably should have candied it out. Yeah, here comes the Tina knockout. Putting the most pressure on Daniel, removing the setup attacker. With no energy in play, gonna have to try and reset up here. Daniel pushes a Dreepy, so probably has rescue board. All right, there's the rescue board in the hand. I was gonna say, or Candy Dragapult. Top deck counter catcher. That is a good top deck, right? How much is on the active? 200. We make this counter catcher. How can we get the most value out of this counter? How much HP is this Bench Ogrepon? Oh, Bench Ogrepon actually doesn't have that much HP left. Yeah, we could counter catcher up the Bench Ogrepon and just the one without any damage and just punch it, right? Or what about punching the Drago instead? It has to be the Ogrepon, I think. Yeah, it's got to be the Ogrepon. Y2 Drago, he wants to do 30 Cleffa 30 Ogrepon next turn. No, you don't want to take knockouts. You definitely don't want to put 30 on the Cleffa. KOing Cleffa is terrible here. You don't want to open up a bench space. It is an Arven from Daniel. You do see that there's a switch in the hand here for Brent. Okay, you definitely don't want to take a knockout this turn if you can avoid it here as Daniel. You don't want to open up bench space for Pheasantipity and give over the Pheasantipity draw. But we have counter catcher, so I think you can counter catcher the benched Ogrepon. Hit it for 200. Spread 6 on the Regidrago. That has 2 HP left. The other Ogrepon has 4 HP left. And then if you can just hit one of those, you win. You just need back-to-back gust effects here. There's an Iono. We already played Arven, though. Iono's not playable. Okay, you just have to not take a KO this turn. And just bring up the Ogrepon. I think that sets it up, basically, with back-to-back gust here. He wins, though, with switch. No, Brent can't currently attack. Well, now it should be. Now maybe Brent will be able to attack. No, Brent didn't have an attacker set up. But Daniel's taking the knockout, so. Daniel's taking 2 knockouts here. Also KOing this Ogrepon. So now if Brent just has an Iono, Daniel could just whiff. But with double Loki, you'd probably find an out to Luminian. But Brent could go like Iono draw with Cleffa here for a reset up turn. All right, we got the Pheasantipity draw. Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that turn there from Daniel. Although I don't know how many gust effects Daniel has left. So this might be a fine play. If Daniel has 0 gust effects left, then I guess this is like the only play, to be honest. This might be the play from Daniel. But as long as Daniel has another gust effect, then this is definitely a bad play. If Daniel has back-to-back gust effects, Daniel had game without taking a knockout. And you definitely want to avoid taking a KO here if you can. Yeah, because you could have just brought up the other... No, but you can't bring up the other Regidrago because it doesn't work out for damage. I guess you do just lose to it being able to attack. Maybe that's wrong. I feel like just giving the bench space over to Brent is so bad, though. I don't know. But I guess you do, as Daniel here, if you bring up the Ogrepon and just punch it, you lose to a grass energy, which feels bad. So this forces Brent to have grass energy and a energy switch. Ooh, and I think Brent whiffed. Oh boy, yeah, Brent's got nothing. He's got the energy switch with the grass energy, though. Gaming Tower. I will shut off the crystal in the active here. We did get the E-switch, but we whiffed the energy for turn. Has a boss as well, so it's going to bring up the Manaphy to trap it in the active. Daniel still has that rescue board, but the rescue board is being shut off. This might end up... It looks like this might actually end up working out for Daniel here. Brent can go ahead and hide behind Cleffa. So if Daniel can get a way to attack, a way to move, and a gust, Daniel wins here. We have the energy in hand. We have the rescue board in hand. Daniel's already played Temple of Sinnoh, though. Does Daniel play a vacuum or another stadium? Oh, you can't do that. All right. Well, Daniel thought he had game. Yeah, Daniel Daniel remembered that the stadium shut off his crystal because he attached to the Dragapult, but then forgot that it shut off his rescue board. All right, there's a switch. Oh, and we have the counter catcher in hand. Okay, this works. Yeah, we have switch counter catcher. Okay, it worked out. Boom, KO the Ogremon. All right, let's go back to that turn real fast while I set up for game 2. Maybe Daniel did make the right play here. Let's go to this turn here for Daniel, from Daniel. And a little bit, no, it's right here, right? So Daniel, oh, no, it's actually way further ahead. Dude, the VOD gets so long, it's so hard to click the right turn. Okay, so this is it. This is the turn. So the play I thought I wanted to see Daniel make. If we had brought up the Drago, could we have KO'd over 2 turns? 4-2. No, we'd be a little bit short. The play I thought I wanted to see Daniel make. Wait, 4-6. If we brought up the bench Drago, put 6 here, it has 2 HP. 2 HP. The other one has 5 HP. We're 1 damage off. That sucks. You know, to remember the other Drago, punch that, and then spread damage was definitely the play we wanted to make, but we're 1 damage short. But if we had, Radiant Alakazam is prized. But if Daniel had, instead of putting the 2 damage here on this Drago, if Daniel had put it over here, the play this turn Daniel could have made was bring up this Drago, put 6 here, no, 5 here, 1 here, and then bring this up and go knockout, 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 right? He's not short. 2270. Oh, no, it is 4. No, you're right. I am trolling. You're right. So Daniel had the play then. Daniel could have gone, bring up this Drago, punch it for 200, put 6 here, and then, no, because you have to put 1 here. 2, 4. No, we are 1 short. Wait. Dude, god damn it. Oh, no, because we could just KO the Drago. We could just KO the bench. We could punch this and KO all 3, right? Yeah. No, I'm not trolling. We just punch this again. We don't need to KO this thing if we punch this. Okay, so so what Daniel needed to do was bring up this Drago, punch it for 200, put 6 here, and then punch it again and then KO all 3 of them, and we win. Instead, Daniel goes KO this. I guess if we don't KO this, Brent just needs Grass Prime or Grass Switch. If we do knock it out, then Brent needs Grass Attach plus E-Switch, but Brent gets to use Mew potentially for more cards. We freed up bench space to bench stuff, and potentially gets access to Pheasantipity. That's the only other thing and gets access to Pheasantipity. That's like the other thing here. All right, game 2. Fire attached to Drago and pass. It looks like Brent's hand is pretty slow there. The opening's pretty slow. So I don't hate the play from Daniel, I guess. I don't actually know the math on that. I still feel like my play is a little bit better, but it's close. I could see Daniel's play actually being better. I'd have to actually do the math. I just feel like giving access to the bench space plus the Pheasantipity draw just doesn't make any sense. Yeah, basically the Pheasantipity draw is the big thing. Giving access to the Pheasantipity draw doesn't seem great. Pretty sure Brent had Switch in hand. Brent did have Switch in hand, but didn't have the energy, so it wouldn't have been a win there for Brent off that. Like, based on the hand, Brent wasn't winning, but we don't want to base it on the hand. We want to base it on what we think our opponent can do. It doesn't matter what they actually do. It matters what has the highest chance of happening. What they actually do is just irrelevant. All right, Luminion here from Daniel. Nest Ball for Rotom. Or Sealstone for Poffin. It was an interesting game despite the many misplays. I'm starting to think maybe the preemptive Dusknoir was Galaxy Brain. Would Brent have KO'd it though? Well, it's not even would Brent have KO'd it. The question is, would it matter if Brent had KO'd it? I don't think, because then remember, Brent would be down 1 more prize card because Brent wouldn't have KO'd a Rotom that turn, right? If Brent goes for that knockout instead, Brent has to get 2 prize cards on that last turn, right? And there's no 2 prize Pokemon in play, right? Would you have saved any damage to play? I don't think you would have saved any damage to put anywhere else. Treats the Manaphy and then draw 3 with the Rotom. I feel like doing the Dusk play was incorrect from Daniel. I also feel like the play from Brent, though, was incorrect of benching the second Ogerpon. Like, Brent shouldn't have had 2 Ogerpon in play there for Daniel to have options with. Although it wouldn't have mattered, actually, at the end in terms of the options for Daniel to go after. Maybe that wasn't that bad from Brent to actually bench a second Ogerpon once the Dusknoir damage came through. Or once the first attack came through. When did the second Ogerpon actually hit the field? I actually forget. When the second Ogerpon hit the field. The second Ogerpon was fine as long as you didn't bench Mew until the first attack had come through, I think. Never mind, it was incorrect. Wait, what was incorrect? KOing Dusknoir would have been incorrect? Or popping the Dusknoir was incorrect? Or both? Brent had fire in his hand last turn, so we could have used Radzard now. And he drew into E-Switch and Boss. I don't know, maybe. He maybe didn't have an out to a Radzard. Alright, another draw 3 from Daniel after the Cleffa draw from Brent. Using it preemptively was incorrect. Yeah. Using it preemptively was incorrect. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. I still feel like Brent is not going to have a ridiculously strong turn here. Looks like is playing 3 fire. Also is playing the counter catcher in there as well. When he Ultra Balled for Ogerpon, he discarded a fire energy. Stretchy Drago deck is terrible, and anyone who plays it is delusional and coping. True. Great facts. Oh wait, E-Switch 1. Actually, we might see an attack here from Brent. Hold on. There's an Iono. I mean, you may actually. What dragons do we have in the discard pile here? Do you just commit to a Legacy Star to find this second E-Switch? You maybe do, if we don't draw into it here. But we found it. But what are the options? I actually don't know what dragons are in the discard here. I mean, if we have Dragapult, I think we're cooking. I don't hate. Was passing here be fine? Like if Daniel, like, are we scared of a Dragapult KO Cleffa spread 6? Are we scared of the 6 spread? I don't think so. 6 on Regidrago, Punch Regidrago spread. I think it would be fine. Second E-Switch and just into the Cleffa draw. Okay, trying to conserve the Legacy Star. Does not get the first big attack. Ideally would want to attack with Dragapult here, of course. Would there be a 9th round? No, they're like 30 people short from 9 rounds day 1. We're close. I just want to go back and see the prize cards. Oh, we prize Dragapult. I'm assuming Brent only plays the 1 Dragapult. Okay, so no Dragapult potential. Clops the Cleffa, maybe? Clops Cleffa. And then Brent would push up an Ogerpon. And then you go into the Drago, punch the Drago. Would that work? I guess that would work. Yeah, you could do that. Clops Cleffa, I think, would work here if you get the first attack off. Do we have a chance for X2 to miscut? No. X2 probably won't miss a cut ever again. Because of the changes to what record makes day 2, the tie rate is just super high now. So X2 won't whiff cut anymore because the tie rate is that much higher now. If Daniel can put together an attack here. Has the Candy Dragapult. Has the Candy Dusknoir. I mean, Daniel, once again, we could see an early pop on the Dusknoir, but I don't think you want to do that. Just the Rotom for 3. Okay. Does not pop the Dusknoir this time, which is good to see, because I'm pretty sure last game that was definitely a mistake. All right, here comes the Pawn Cycle from Brent. Remember, the Dragapult is prize, which seemed like maybe... I mean, attacking with Goodra here doesn't seem bad either, though, I guess. Does Goodra attacks seem okay? I wish it was 9 rounds, though, with less. I mean, we'll get to 9 rounds at most majors, if not all majors soon, for sure. I do last time, but not this time. It's just like a mistake. I think he just made a mistake. It's like choosing first and choosing second, same match. At least double down. No, what if he's come to the conclusion that he made a mistake? Why would you want him to double down? At least double down, no balls. Yeah, you made a mistake in the first game, Daniel. Now you have to stand by your mistake. Do it again. All right, here comes the research. Kiram's in the discard pile now, but that Manaphy, dude, that Manaphy's putting in work, bro. MVP right there. Got the Goodra in the discard pile as well. I feel like Goodra seems like a pretty good attack here. Ideally, you'd like to probably go Goodra KO Rotom. But Goodra KO active seems fine. I feel like you just want to attack as well. It's like another thing. You just want to attack this turn. Has Prime Catcher, so maybe that will be the play here. Is just Prime KO the Rotom with Goodra. Brent's got some other plans. Let's see it. I wonder if Brent is playing the Canceling Cologne or not. All right. So this confirms, I think, that Brent was never going to go chase the Dusknoir. I think this confirms Brent was never going to chase the Dusknoir. We fully solved the should you pop the Dusknoir as soon as you can it in the Dragapult Dusknoir versus Regidrago matchup. No more further analysis is necessary. Lum is pretty bad because of Stretcher, right? Yeah, exactly. You don't want to give your opponent access to the card again, so you save Lum for later. All right, the Dusknoir pop now is happening, which is fine. Wait, is it happening? And this does give Daniel access to Roxanne. Once again, puts it on the Ogre Pawn. Okay. We could have KO'd the active here, right? And this does give the Dragapult over to Brent. What if you just... Couldn't you have just put on the active and killed the active? Am I trolling? 130... No, wait, we would have been short. Never mind. We would have been a little bit short because of the Goodra. So what is our plan to win this game as Daniel? Punch the active for 200, spread 6 to the bench Ogre Pawn. 206. Then bring up the benched Ogre Pawn, punch that, spread, or punch the other. I guess we need to attack 3 times, right? We have to attack 3 times here as Daniel to win. I guess we always just attack 3 times. Punch 200, spread 6. Punch 200. Wait, what if Daniel had tried to KO both Regidragos in 2 turns? Would that have been better? Oh no, it's punch 120. We're punching the active for 120. Oof. Yikes. Yeah, because the... Oof, yeah. Yeah, it's only a 120. So Brent here could even just punch with Goodra again, right? You could just punch the active with Goodra. Even that seems like a fine play here from Brent. Only taking 120 damage. Oh, wait, hold on. No, yeah, so Daniel could go... So Daniel can win in 2 attacks from here. We do need to attack with 3 times no matter what. We can attack twice more from here. Oops. Oh, no, it's fine. But honestly, this doesn't seem like that bad of a spot for Daniel. So Brent's going to go... Because Brent needs to attack 3 times to win the game as well. Oh, no, because of the Dusknoir... No, Brent needs to attack twice. And we still have... Okay, never mind. I forgot about the... I forgot about the Dusknoir prize card. Yeah, it's all right. It's looking pretty good here for Brent. It's looking pretty good for Brent. Here comes an Iono. Gonna get 3 fresh cards. But yeah, we can just like pop Legacy Star, Gus KO or something. We definitely need to take a knockout this turn as Brent, right? We have to Legacy Star here. Hand is not great. Here comes the Legacy Star. How bad is the mill? Seems fine. Doesn't seem too bad. Then we're going to get Prime Catcher and something. I assume we want to thin out the hand if possible. So maybe Vessel Prime so we can attach return to our Drago plus draw with Mew. We haven't drawn with Mew yet. Someone in chat said they saw the Canceling Cologne. Is that a counter catcher? Yeah, Brent is playing the counter catcher. don't even have the legacy, but you do have to either Tina or Pulse. I think you only had Gudra. Oh, true. You definitely, yeah, that's true. If you had done Tina or Pulse here, you would have been fine as well. That could have been a fine play. Yeah, Tina's in the deck and Gudra's in the hand, or Pulse in the hand. Yeah, that would have worked. Yeah. So I guess unfortunate for Brent there to, well, that's kind of what happens as soon as that Roxanne hits. It's gonna be hard to like draw into like a really good hand at that point. What was the second card? Was it Prime or was it not Prime? It was Prime. So we're gonna go with the Gudra play here. Oh, now we have the Dragapult in the discard pile though, right? Oh, because we got the Vessel. So now we just Dragapult the active. And then we spread 3-1-1. Oh no, I guess you go 4-1-1, right? 4 on the Dracloak, 1 on the Manaphy, 1 on the Dreepy. Yeah, 4-1-1. Leave the Lumini in there. Gotta be the play. 3, interesting. Well, I guess being able to 1-hit KO the other Dragapult doesn't matter, but it could matter, right? I feel like we'd want 4 on the Dracloak. Why do I have 4 on the Dreepy? Oh no, I guess that makes sense because if the Dreepy becomes a Dracloak, we still win with the spread. And then if it becomes a Dragapult, then that's a Dragapult and the other one's not a Dragapult. But I guess it could both become Dragapults, but it doesn't matter then because one of them would attack. I guess one of them is harder to make a Dragapult. No, I guess that does make sense then. To do the 4 on the Dreepy instead of the Dracloak. I was just thinking like if we end up in an awkward situation where we can just like knock out the active, we don't have Gust, and Daniel can't leave the current Dragapult as the Dragapult. Yeah, Daniel can't leave Dragapult, the active Dragapult as Dragapult. So if he just goes like Iono plus push up bench Dragapult, the Dracloak becomes a Dragapult and attack. And then Brent doesn't have anything except attack with Tina. Then you can just go Tina knockout. But all right, Radiant Alakazam has been found. Once again, Daniel wants to not draw prize cards. And I think in this situation, with how set up both Regidragos are, I think playing for no prize card draw here is definitely correct from Daniel. So we need to try and find like a counter catcher. And then... actually, I don't even know. How do you play this? Wait, do you just... Is there any way to win? I mean, now I'm like second guessing if there's even a win condition. Counter catcher plus Iono. Both Lokes have been used. So now maybe you have to KO the active. All right, counter catcher on the bench Regidrago. But yeah, the Prime is in the hand, so this doesn't really do anything. And here comes the Arven. Crystal goes for a Vessel, sure. But yeah, we should be going to game 3 here. With only 11 minutes left, though. With only 11 minutes left. We checkmated 7 minutes ago. Well, not if he couldn't get the Dragapult in the discard pile, right? Dragapult or the Tina. If you don't get either of those in the discard pile, it gets close. He did get there, though. Please will appreciate the raid on the energy stream the other day. Yeah, of course, no problem. Just the 5 months. He's playing for a tie at this point. It's possible, yeah. All right, both players pack it up. 10 minutes left. Not a whole ton of time. It's likely that this one probably ends up in a tie, to be honest. Likely tie coming. We'll see. Looking like 701. It is looking like a 701 here for the players. Brent had a really slow start in this one. They both had kind of slow starts. I mean, Daniel's start was better, but did not get anything going for a little while. Azul, do you think Drago is still Badoo? I think so. I think it's very Badoo. I put it in the Badoo tier. Dude, I hate how... Wait, is this like a new thing on YouTube where you guys can redact your messages? Like, you can't just say something stupid and then delete it by yourself. Only me or the mods get to delete messages here. I don't like this. I don't like this YouTube redacting. You guys are rewriting history here. You have too much power, I feel like. We've always been able to do? Literally? Dude. YouTube has always been able to delete messages? Alright, let's take a look at the prize cards here. Primus prize, that's probably the biggest one. Besides that, I mean, counter catcher could be a big one. Double vessel prize, but I mean, gotta prize something here. Oh my gosh, chill. Daniel with the Rotom start, double Poffin. I mean, Brent also opened the Cleffa, so it looks like strong starts from both players potentially here. I mean, once it pops up in the stream, it's in the stream. True, we can always find it in the VOD. Him immediately to the discard pile, but obviously not gonna have a ton of effect here because that Manaphy, and we've seen the Manaphy has definitely been pretty effective in this one so far. Slowing down, giving you time to set up. Back to the Drago and then into the Billy draw here from Brent. That is a big liability to have on the bench. Billy. Here we go, Vessel. Brent's playing pretty fast here. I don't know if it's gonna be fast enough. I think there's a research in hand, so I don't even know if we're gonna take any energy off this, to be honest. Just doing a little bit of prize check-in before committing to the research, I assume. Just got here. Anything interesting in Brent's list? Not really, no. Nothing crazy. Sorry, I misclicked. I want to ask, do you think Drago's still gonna be the VDIF in the Badoo format? I don't know. I haven't played enough in the format. Second Drago down, jamming tower as well. The jamming tower is pretty good here. Shuts down the 4 seal stone potential, rescue board, crystal. That's a lot of rare candy in the hand here for Daniel. Immediately into the Drakloak. There's a double. Okay, there's 2 Arvins. We don't really have a choice there. But all the tool cards are being shut down right now. It might have to be an Iono here from Daniel instead. Or I guess you could Arvin this turn and then commit it to the Arvin here. Arvin is super weak here, though. Yeah, the Arvin's insanely weak. We're like committing to just drawing 3 more with Rotom this turn. We're not doing any big play because we can't use the 4 seal stone. I mean, we could get an item here, obviously, which could be good. Got 6 minutes left, committing to an Ultra Ball. Goes for the rescue board, but obviously the rescue board's not going to be active. I guess that makes sense, though, because you're assuming your active is going to die. Ooh, immediately Ultra Balls it away. Gets rid of an Iono? I don't know about Iono. What about getting rid of one of those rare candies? Iono is kind of a sick card. Dude, Daniel, I don't know. I feel like Candy the Dreepy into a Dragapult is better than Candy this Dusknoir. Well, I don't know. I guess you want to protect. All right, I don't hate it because you do want to protect your Duskull from getting just nuked, right? I guess this is fine. This makes sense. I'm like protecting the energy to me like seems better, but. Thinking about it. Okay, draw 3 with Rotom. Yeah, okay, I don't hate it. I don't hate it here from Daniel. I don't hate going with the candy. You know, giving Brent a 3 prize turn doesn't sound good, that's for sure. Definitely does not sound good. You plan on going to Worlds? Yeah. All right, Ultra Ball here from Brent. We found our Regidrago V-Star. I would have certifiably lost my mind if he had propped the Dusknoir. Honestly, that would have been perfect. That literally would have been perfect. Game 1 pops Dusknoir. Game 2 doesn't pop Dusknoir. Game 3 pops the Dusknoir. We just get the whole spread of, you know what I'm saying? It keeps you guessing. What was the correct play? How does Daniel think you should play this matchup? Brent's still playing super speedy here. What are our dragon options in the discard pile? I think it's just Kyurem, right? I think we should have just Kyurem. That would have been content. It really would have been for sure. Oh, the canceling Cologne. It does play the Cologne, and it is in the hand here. Prime Catcher is prized. So it's going to be hard to have like a super aggressive Canceling Cologne play. We have Gudra in there as well. So we have Gudra and Kiram, I think, are the two options here. Full energy and a Drago V-Star going back to the deck. Here comes the Nest Ball. Might just be a fail, though. Yeah, you don't really want to put another liability in play here at this point, especially with the Dusknoir available to Daniel. So it's going to be another draw with Cleffa here from Brent. But between the Jamming Tower and a Cleffa in the active, it's going to be hard for Daniel to have like a super powerful turn coming up, to be honest. And yeah, Brent's Prime is prize, so a super aggressive Canceling Cologne play is going to be tough. Oh, is that a boss, though? What is that one by the research? Between the Canceling Cologne? Is it boss? I can't tell. We might have the Kiram play available to Brent next turn, though. So if Daniel is unable to get any of these Dreepies to Drakloaks, or Drakloaks and Dreepies to Dragapults, we're going to be in trouble. He attached twice. No, I'm pretty sure you Ogre Pond, E-Switch, and then attached. I don't think he attached twice. What are you ever Gentleman's here? Yeah, but I would have Gentleman's before the round started. I want a Gentleman's like right now. It feels weird to Gentleman's right now. Have you seen Halucha? No, I don't think Brent's playing the Halucha. It'd be weird to Gentleman's like right now. I would have Gentleman's before the match started, though, probably, in this situation. Getting a tie, when you're 7-0, getting a tie feels pretty mid. I would have probably asked my opponent for a Gentleman's before the round started. All right, Alakazam has been acquired here from Daniel. Another Pokemon that can get trapped in the active. And also, I guess the big thing here is not a third Dreepy. I guess that's not that big of a deal. Into Dracloak number 2. I mean, like, yeah, before this game. Okay, yeah, before the game for sure. What's the cut now for J2? X21. Don't think about it in like a point total. Just think of it as X21 because the number of rounds in the tournament changes. You think there's a reason ties seem to happen more on stream? From my view, people are encouraged to play slower on stream from the judges. Like they say stuff like try not to play too fast so people can understand what's going on. Make it clear as to what your actions are. We do get the third Dreepy down in play here from Daniel. And then there's another thing as well. Oh yeah, people just play slower on stream because it's a different environment. So you're like, it just feels worse. It feels weird. It feels different. I don't like that second energy being attached there from, well, I guess we're crisping another energy into play, I hope. So maybe it's not that big of a deal, actually. And then the judges also they also tell you like, hey, make sure you don't play too fast. Try and make it clear as to what you're doing. Which is fair because they are trying to put on like a presentation for the stream. The switch as well, running to the Dreepy and then draw 3 with the Rotom. But honestly, if Brent still doesn't take a knockout this turn, there's attach. There's the boss on the Manaphy, and then the retreat into the Regidrago, and then we have the Canceling Cologne into the Kiram play, gonna knock out the triple, the double Draclo Dreepy off the bench, and we still have Legacy Star going into the next turn. Brent is cooking. Does not want to be turn 0 here, and isn't. We have 1 minute left, so Brent has 2 turns to draw 2 prize cards with a Rotom in play. No way for Daniel to get the Rotom out of play, and still has access to that Legacy Star. So Brent could spend a whole turn setting up for the final play here. I don't even know what kind of turn Daniel is going to have here. I think Brent might just have game next turn. I don't see a hand destruction card in the hand here for Daniel, but hold on, we got Pheasantipity. We could draw someone with Pheasantipity. This could get us the Roxanne or the Iono. Oof. No Roxanne, no Iono. We did discard that Iono on that first turn of the game, or second turn of the game, which I did question. I didn't like it. Would have been nice to have another Iono here now. Now, whether or not Daniel would have drawn it would have been, who knows. But +1 out is +1 out, you know? Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a dub here for Brent with the lack of hand disruption here from Daniel. I'm pretty sure Brent has more than enough resources to take out this Rotom or Pheasantipity on this next turn. And could maybe even just Canceling Cologne again and do another Trifrost as well. Why did Brent take 4 prizes? Brent took 3, but I had already drawn 1 from a Dusknoir earlier in the game. Manaphy is a lie. Hey, Manaphy did work up to this point, I feel like. Y'all are just haters. Have Lum for Iono. Ooh, did have the no, the stretcher came off the Arven, right? I think the stretcher came from the Arven. Maybe not. Catch, E-Switch, Legacy Star. As long as Brent doesn't mess up here. Boss E-Switch. Kill Rotom. Yep, there it is. Brent gets the dub. 8-0. going into day 2. Has Brent 8-0'd in a different regional already this season? Crazy stuff. The game's worked out for time. It's just a tie if someone hasn't won by then. It's +3, then a tie. Yeah, time is called. They play +3 turns, and if there's no winner of that game, then that game doesn't count. So if someone won game 1 and you're in game 2, then the winner of game 1 wins. If you're in game 3, then it's a tie. Zach, he said he has never been 8-0. First undefeated going into day 2. Dude, what is that, bro? What is this hater energy from? Dude, how bad did Brent beat you at a major tournament contest? Brent will be nothing when Drago is gone. No major top after that. Bro, did he like 12-0 you or something? Like you didn't draw a single prize card or something? That's wild, bro. You need to take a walk. Did you see the VGC interview crash out? I did, yeah. Dude, Constance literally, like Brent played against Constance and literally just like 12-0'd him. Like Constance did not draw a single prize card. That's embarrassing. Fuck Brent. All my homies hate Brent. Fuck Brent Tonneson. Me and my homies all hate Brent Tonneson. Brent used to bully me in school. Brent went on a date with Constance's mom. All right. Yeah, let's take a look at these standings here. Let's see what we have to work with going into day 2. Looks like it's the other 7-0s. Oh, we got like another 7-0 here, though. Jonathan Sharpling versus Dan. Is that right? Yeah. Versus Daniel Powell. Oh, no, that makes sense, yeah. Because Brent played against the other Daniel. Jeez, bro, that's a lot of 7-0s. What the heck? How many matches are unreported? The reports got to be coming in. Oh my! What? That's so many. Maybe they just haven't hit the update button. They might just be missing the update button. Brent scouted my local game store. All right, let's take a look here. Man, we can't tell that much because they haven't got us the update yet. Updated it. A couple 602s. Some Rise is 7-1. So the Daniels are 7-1. Oh no, Powell maybe 1. Beat Sharpling. Benjamin Grover and Michael maybe tied. Oh no, did we see who did Michael play? Actually, maybe Michael didn't play against. No. We saw Michael tie against. We saw Michael at some point, right? Oh, versus Freya on stream, maybe. I actually don't remember. We saw Michael at some point. Michael Cornwall. We saw that much at some point. And bought all the Costco cards and beat up some junior. Brent played the best deck at a big tourney and it just made me really sad. At least there was a good meme to come out of this. All right, do one more refresh. I'm probably gonna head off. Dude, they're not giving us anything, man. It's nothing. We'll listen to the Brent interview here.
At a regional event, and this has been quite a journey for you because you landed yesterday morning.
Yeah, I landed in London. I caught a bus from London to Birmingham as well. Total travel time from home, maybe like 30 hours, not sure.
And so you were at home on Thursday in Australia.
Yeah, but we gain about 11 hours as well.
Well, I mean, the time zone difference, you must be pretty tired right now as well.
Yeah, I've been tired, but I'm running on adrenaline. I had a little bit of caffeine earlier as well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you are feeling good after that. What an amazing game as well. You know, that final game there where you got the Trifrost, I think we can safely say that's why Drago is so good right now. That was such a special moment.
Yeah, and the main thing I was worried about near the end, once I got the Trifrost, was just the time. And I'm like, I just got to do whatever I can, finish my turn. That's why I'm playing really fast, as you can see.
Yeah, talk us through this moment. Like, you know you've got to get this attack off. You know you're thinking about time as well.
Well, yeah, I'm not really sure how much time is left. I'm just more focused on if I get that extra turn, having 2 turns there versus 1 will basically guarantee me the win. So like, I could have gone for the teal mask, teal dance there. I should have, but I wasn't sure how much time there was, and I wasn't risking that.
Yeah, and then in the end, you got it in the next turn, securing that 8-0 for you. And this puts you in a great position tomorrow to go on to have a strong performance. You seem to be very good in Europe. You come over here and you have a lot of strong performances. Is there something special about the places you get to travel? Do you have any kind of connection to the different regions?
I guess it's something. I guess the interesting thing is America's probably the region I have the least connection. Well, North America, Latin America. My mom is from there. My dad's European. I live in Australia, but I don't really have any connections to North America. But yeah, this season though, I've actually been worse at EU. EU's been my weakest performing region. Even though last year I had destroyed Europe, but was struggling in North America. And this year I'm doing better in North America than Europe though. So maybe it's not just that EU is worse. Maybe it's just like a bit of variance thing.
Yeah, a bit of variance. And I think that's something for people at home who might not know you. You travel everywhere. You travel to all these events. You're the most traveling player out there. And because of that, you get a chance to play in all these different regions and you have such strong performances. How do you make it possible to travel all around the world with Pokemon?
A lot of it comes down to the prize money. Yeah, it's prize money and booking things in advance. Like, generally, I'm quite organized with getting a lot of the trips, especially the longer flights and more expensive flights I have booked really far in advance. A lot of people usually don't wait to do that, but for example, I've already got NAIC booked, I've got Worlds booked, I've got I've got Atlanta, some other regionals booked. I've got Vancouver booked. I think I've only got 3 flights left this year to book.
I mean, that's just so much good organization there. I know last season you broke down how it was all possible, and I found that amazing to watch when you put that video out, because it shows how much planning goes into what you're doing here, and also the challenge of getting these strong finishes to make it possible. And I think this event could be one of those events that will help you cover the travel of the future ones if you carry on as you are right now. But let's talk about your deck choice. So Regidrago V-Star, you said to me just before we start the intro, you haven't had a chance to practice it much recently. So why have you chosen the deck?
Well, I've been playing Elite Cups, but I haven't really been practicing that much in, I guess, a lot of the matchups. I think I did practice against some of them, except decks like Cloth, I haven't tested in a while, actually. But fortunately, that one's not played that much. I haven't played against Archaladon in a while. I did practice a lot more into decks like Gardevoir and Thorn's Pult. Basically, decks I ended up losing to at Perth because I made some poor mistakes. I did kind of work up on that and just kind of make sure that I knew what I was doing in most of my matchups.
Yeah, and we could see on the stream there, you do know the deck inside and out, and you're so smooth with the deck now because you've played it as much as you have. I think that's a message. The final question here, what message would you give to other people who are just getting started? You're at the other end of the spectrum to most people, where you get to travel around the world and play all these big tournaments, but someone picking up the game right now, what would you recommend?
I think the big recommendation is, first most is just playing the game. Playing the game is going to be the most important thing to get better at the game. And then after that, you should be going towards learning your matchups specifically, because you want to learn how you differ your strategy in different matchups. You basically just want to look at the meta, find out what the top decks are. I mean, you can just look at the streamed graphic of the previous event, and it's pretty accurate. If you're prepared into at least the top 6 of those, if you're really thoroughly prepared in that, and you're playing one of those decks within the top 12 probably, you have a pretty good chance of doing well.
Well, there you go. A bit of advice for everyone at home. Using those meta shares will be so important. But Brent, it's been great chatting to you. I won't keep you any longer because I'm sure you want to go away and have a sleep, having traveled here so recently from Australia. 30 hours of travel, landing Friday morning in London, not even Birmingham, made your way here and gone 8-0 on day 1 at Birmingham. Thank you very much for chatting with us here, and I'm sure we'll see more of you tomorrow. Well, for that, we're going to be taking a little moment to look back on today's fun moment.
All right, let's do a quick. All right, let's do quick Swiss calculations before I head off So take these. So we got 2018, 16% tie rate. So we're gonna go up to 16. And then I wanted to do the math on this real fast. How many players tied? How many players tied at X2? So the X2s start here, I think. Right? Because this would have been X1-1. The X2 started here. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, no, 50, 50, 50, 50. Then how many of them didn't ID? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18 of 50 is what? It's basically 60% tied. So you could just count the lowest table. 360 minus it. Oh shoot, yeah. Some of them maybe naturally ID, but probably not. I think 0.6 is still good. 0.5 is probably a better number though, because this is like intentional ties, not total ties. I think 0.5 is probably a better number. Okay. Okay, so to make cut tomorrow, X and 2 with a very low chance that X1-2 could make cut, but unlikely. X and 2 is gonna probably be it's probably gonna be clean at X and 2. Clean cut, 8 to 9 players, X and 2, with the potential of like a 16-person top cut at X1-2, which would be 9 wins, 1 loss, 2 ties. But just yeah, shoot for X and 2 is that's got to be the goal. All right, chat. That's gonna do it for me. Let's find someone to raid before I get out of here. Good stream. I'll see y'all tomorrow for day 2. If anyone's on live. 100 emoji. Yeah, have a go in chat. Appreciate the 24 months there, Jesse. Appreciate the 5 months, Brimacco. I gave you the shout earlier, but I appreciate it. All right, chat. Have a good one. See you tomorrow. What time does it start tomorrow? 2 a.m. West Coast time, 5 a.m. Eastern time. And they usually start. They don't do as much of a pre-show on day 2, so it should start. It literally took 2 hours from the time the stream went live, even though they had like the 20-minute countdown, to the first round starting was literally 2 hours. Basically 2 hours. Maybe it was like hour 50 minutes. It was over an hour and 50 minutes. It shouldn't be that long tomorrow, but you never know. They might surprise us, you know? All right. Go ahead and raid. I'll catch y'all tomorrow. Have a good night. Have a good day. Have a good whatever. I guess day, night. What about Rio? There's no Rio stream. Otherwise, I'd go tune into Rio right now. There's not a Rio stream, right? There's not, right? I don't think there is, yeah. If there was a Rio stream, we'd just go watch Rio right now, but... oh, I guess I could pull up Rio and we can see how they're doing, though, actually. What round are they in Rio? 7? All right, have a go in chat. See you tomorrow. Peace.